Hello everyone, welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice and appreciate you guys showing up for our rewatch of Iowa versus Burns. He is accused of offing Michelle Martinko in 1979, and this is day 3 through 4. So we're going to get through 2 days again. And yesterday we watched, we had 16 witnesses on the stand. And today, I'm not sure how many are going to be on the stand, but the state, we're going to pick up with the state continuing on with their case. So let's, Only Fan, hello to you, Holly, Fala, lovely Beth, Therapist You Know, and Julie. Good morning to you all. Red Pen, good to see you again. Krista Limited Edition, hello, good morning to you. Hellcat. Lily Wayne, good morning to you. Christine Fortunato, hello. Lucy, Snakes Will Hiss, hello to you. And yes, Therapist You Know graduated, got her master's. A lot of you have gone over to the video that Erin posted and have commented and given her likes, so thank you for that. Baka of 3, hello to you. Oh, Laura Fry, hello. Glad you're joining us. Where are you coming from? Appreciate you coming in. So let us get started with day 3 through 4 of Iowa versus Burns. And this happened it's a rewatch because trials are a little slow this week and next week. Houston, Texas, awesome, cool. All right, let's get started with day 3. We're going to pick up with the state, continuing their case in chief. And before we do that, let me pipsqueegee myself down here. Little man in the corner. Thank you for that, Scott. All right, guys, we're going to pick up on day 3. Here we go.
Please be seated, everyone. Happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's been a long week. We appreciate your attention, your ongoing attention, and we will resume hearing evidence this morning. Mr. Maybanks, the state may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Michael Peterson.
Good morning, sir. You're headed over to this chair with the red seat. And before you take that seat, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. Mind the step. And Mr. Peterson, anytime we're in the courtroom, there are a few rules that apply that are a little bit different to having a conversation outside the courtroom. I would ask you to just be aware of the end of the question, and please wait for the end of the question before you begin your answer. I'm going to ask both of the attorneys to give you the same courtesy to allow you to finish your answer before they begin the next question. All right? Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Michael Peterson, M-I-C-H-A-E-L-P-E-T-E-R-S-O-N.
Thank you, sir. You may conduct your examination. Mr. Maybanks.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Peterson. And you see the microphone there? I think it's on now, so...
Yes.
Yep, good. We can hear you great. My first question for you is, how old are you?
72.
Okay. And do you work currently?
No,
So are you retired?
I am.
And what did you do for a living before you retired?
I retired from the Division of Criminal Investigation, and I had worked in the crime laboratory for that organization for 38 years.
What positions did you hold over the course of 38 years?
When I was initially hired, I was hired to be a chemist, a drug chemist, and during my career, I did that for a few years, as well as some many other things. But ultimately, I was assigned to what we called our microanalysis section, and that's where we dealt with the examination of dried body fluids.
Was your job title referred to as a criminalist while you were there?
When I was first hired, I was hired as a chemist. That title was changed to criminalist and ultimately became a criminalist supervisor.
You gave us a pretty good description there, but is there anything else that we should know about the description of the duties of a criminalist while you worked at the DCI?
No, I don't believe so.
When did you become a supervisor?
I believe 1988.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background before joining the laboratory?
Yes. I have a bachelor's degree with a major in chemistry. I completed 1 year of graduate work in chemistry. At the end of that year, I was drafted into the military, and I was assigned to the United States Army Crime Laboratory in Vietnam. That was my first exposure to law enforcement-related science. And upon discharge in 1972, I was employed by the Iowa Laboratory. And that's where I started and finished that career.
I want to ask you a little bit about the background in the training that you received in the area of DNA forensics and/or analysis. Maybe you can just kind of start with your first exposure to it and do your best to take us through the training that you received on that. We in the crime laboratory first became aware of the potential of DNA in the early 1980s, late 1970s perhaps. The work was being done and reported by laboratories usually outside of this country. They were foreign laboratories, but they were reporting their results, and it looked like it was going to be very promising in terms of the power of the technique. But at that time, it had issues that it required large quantities of sample that we frequently did not have. The techniques were grabbed onto by the FBI and some other laboratories and developed and modified and improved to the point where they did become, in about 1987, something like that, they did become applicable for crime laboratory type work. And the FBI then started training laboratory examiners across the country in the methods and techniques that they had developed. At a similar time, there was a new DNA method coming online called, or utilizing a procedure called PCR, the polymerase chain reaction. It was, in essence, totally different from what had been developed and was being developed at that point. But looking to the future, it appeared to be a far more useful technique for the crime laboratories. In our laboratory, we chose to wait until PCR methods were readily available to bring DNA online, which we did in late 1980s with some commercial products that became available based upon the PCR reaction. those products were very useful and very sensitive and did amazing work on pieces of evidence that we looked at, but they did not provide the power of discrimination that we hoped DNA would provide, and the ability to tell the differences between individuals. But working in the background were new methods and new things that were being brought on all the time, and adding new targets on the DNA molecule that provided more information. And so we just incorporated them into our tools of analysis, as well as the FBI did as well, to the point where they established their database based upon the PCR and a variety of targets that were looked at.
Thanks for that rundown. Did you receive all of the necessary training in the PCR method once it became available to your laboratory?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically any trainings that you attended of note?
No, the first training that I attended was at the FBI, and that was in the prior methods. But many of the examination tools to prepare a sample for the prior methods were the same as what we use for the PCR methods. PCR training took place for me at a number of seminars, and the manufacturer of the products that we use also provided training within our laboratory as to the application of their product.
And eventually, through the course of this training, did you become proficient in being able to use the methods that were taught to you in regards to the PCR method?
Yes.
And I want to take you to, well, first I'll ask you, by the year 1997, were you performing DNA analysis for a variety of criminal investigations?
Our laboratory was. I personally was involved in the supervision phases, so was not personally doing a lot of DNA work in 1997.
Were there cases where you did get involved in the work?
Yes.
By 1997, were the analysis methods that your laboratory was using for DNA generally accepted and used by other forensic DNA laboratories across the country?
Yes, they were.
Presuming that throughout the course of your 38 years you have testified before in court about your analysis of DNA on items of evidence?
Yes, I have.
And have you made your work available not only to prosecutors but to criminal defense attorneys and other agencies to review?
My reports are available. The actual work that we do is generally at the request from the prosecution side.
And would those materials, to your knowledge, be turned over through the discovery process then?
Yes.
So in 1997 at the DCI laboratory, based on the timeline you gave us, you were working as a supervisor at that time?
Yes.
But your testimony was that on occasion you would also perform DNA analysis of items submitted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
While working as an analyst for the DCI laboratory in approximately 1997, based upon your review of the documentation in this case, did you have an opportunity to receive some items of evidence that were submitted in connection with a murder investigation in which the victim was Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
May I approach the exhibit, Your Honor?
You may.
Handing the witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 17E, and Mr. Peterson, do you recall being shown that document? I think it was yesterday or maybe before yesterday. In this case.
Yes, I do.
And is this a form that's typically used for chain of custody purposes, chain of evidence purposes, when items are submitted to the laboratory?
Yes, it is.
And does this indicate then, on or about the date on the top of January 3rd of 1997, that several items were submitted in this case?
Yes, it does.
And does that include items first marked item F? You see that?
Yes.
And what is item F described as in that document?
Item F is described as a sealed package containing the victim's dress, pantyhose, and panties.
And on that same list are items G, H, I, J, and K. Do you see that?
Correct.
I want to direct your attention to item I. Can you describe what the laboratory received in regards to a description for item I?
Item I was a sealed envelope containing blood from the shift selector.
Does that indicate to you that those items were submitted to the DCI crime lab through the normal chain of custody procedures?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. And I want to ask you a question about some of the other markings on that exhibit. Yeah, you bring it up. It's going to come up. It's going to come behind you, Mr. Peterson, in a moment here. I want to direct your attention to the top right, where underneath case assignment record, there's a number that begins with 85. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a number that's assigned by the DCI to items that they receive in connection with a case?
Yes, it is. It's a number that identifies the investigation that the DCI is involved in.
Does the DCI assign their own case number to a case that's separate from the law enforcement department?
Yes, it does.
That's so you can track the items that come into your laboratory?
Yes.
And does the 85 indicate the year when DCI first started receiving items in connection with this investigation?
I think it would establish the year that the DCI first became involved in the case. They may not have received items then.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Can you tell us, if we could scroll down a little bit here. We talked about items F and I and how they're designated. How does the laboratory assign those letter designations as items come in?
The first item that comes in is assigned letter A, and each item after that is just incrementing through the alphabet. Once you get to item Z, then you double up, and you go to item AA and AB.
And does this indicate then on the date of this document then that, as we mentioned before, the dress and the blood were assigned designations F and I, respectively?
Yes, it does.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Handing the witness what's been marked as a 3-page document with State's Exhibit 9A on it. And I'll ask Mr. Peterson if you recognize this document.
Yes, I do.
What type of document is this, if you could describe the type of document?
This is the actual report that was prepared that relays the results of the examinations that were performed to the submitting agency.
And based upon your review of this document, was this report made at or near the time you conducted testing on items F and I, among others?
Well, within the time limits that the laboratory was running in that time, it does. I initially started looking at samples in February of 1997. This report is dated March of 1997.
And just to help you with that and allow for further explanation, can I approach witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
Getting the witness what's been marked as a two-page document with the label 17G on it. Mr. Peterson, you see that?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that item is?
Yes, this is a copy of the notes that I prepared while I was examining items F and through K, the items that were on that first receipt form.
And so do you recognize the handwriting on that document?
Yes.
Is that your handwriting?
Yeah, this is what my handwriting used to look like.
Oh, it's improved or gotten worse?
It has decayed greatly.
Okay, all right. What is the date of that document there?
February 11th of 1997.
Does this contain the notes that you took in regards to the examination of items Exhibit F on page 1 and Exhibit I on page 2?
Yes.
Good. Does this indicate that you began to conduct your examination of the items on February 11th of 1997?
Yes, it does.
And the previous exhibit we saw, 17E, had January 3rd of 1997. Was that a fairly typical turnaround for between when items were received and when you were able to examine them?
Yes, to my recollection, that was typical.
And did the laboratory take measures to make sure that after items were received, they were kept in a properly preserved condition to protect the integrity of the items before you had a chance to examine them?
Yes.
Is this a record of notes you compiled then while you analyzed the items?
Yes.
And are these records that are kept in the regular course of business at DCI?
Yes.
And obviously, does this indicate that those records are often retained at the DCI?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit state 17G, Your Honor.
Mr. Spees, do you have any objection to 17G?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
17G will be received and made part of the record.
And if you have room up there, Mr. Peterson, you can just kind of keep it up there if you want for now. Go back to 9A for a second. I think that's still in front of you. Thank you. And I was asking you some questions about 9A. Is 9A also a record that's kept in the regular course of business activity at the DCI?
Yes, it is.
And after looking at 9A, is that a fair and accurate copy of your report that you compiled as a result of your examination that was sent to the law enforcement department?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit 9A, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Spees?
May I question the witness briefly, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson, does Exhibit 9A contain the conclusions that you reached in your examination of the items that were submitted to you in 1997?
There are some what I would describe as conclusions included on Exhibit 9A.
And maybe I was imprecise, but they also contain your findings from your scientific analysis of the exhibits that were submitted to you.
Yes.
You haven't yet told us how you reached those conclusions, have you?
Excuse me?
You haven't yet told us how you reached those conclusions.
No.
Okay. We object at this time, Your Honor, to the admission of Exhibit 9A until a sufficient foundation from the witness has been established showing the basis for his conclusions and the manner in which he reached them.
Okay. If you'd like to ask the witness a few more questions, Mr. Maybe.
Yes, Your Honor. Does this report 9A then contain an explanation of the findings that you came to as a result of your analysis?
Yes, it does.
You can go ahead and keep that in front of you if you would. You can put it down for now if you want. You have 17G in front of you, so if you need to look at that, let us know. But my next question is, can you tell us about the examination of these items, starting with item F, as to how you conducted the examination of item F, to your recollection from those notes?
Well, item F was a black dress. The way I would have examined that was to open it and remove it from its packaging, place it on my examination space. I took some notes as to, primarily descriptive notes as to what it was, and described briefly in my notes about what sample I had taken. Item F, the dress was submitted to the laboratory with a request that it be the source of the victim's blood typing, grouping information. That we did not have a known sample from the victim at this time in 1997, and so the dried blood on this dress would become that known. For that reason, I selected an area that was close to one of the incisions on the dress, one of the stab holes, and it was an area that was heavily saturated with blood.
And once you selected that area for further examination, how did you conduct your examination?
Portion of the stain was the DNA was extracted from a portion of the stain. A brief assessment of how much DNA present in that extract was made. That's a step called quantitation. And then based upon the quantitation results, a portion of the sample was taken for amplification in the PCR reaction.
In 1997, how was that testing performed for the amplification?
In 1997, we were using a commercial DNA product called Polymarker. It was it was several DNA targets. The reagents necessary to target several DNA locations were included in one reaction mixture, so that we could take a portion of the DNA we had isolated, we could mix it with the Polymarker product, we could perform the amplification, and then examine the amplified results, and it would give us blood typing in several different DNA categories.
After that process, were you able to read and interpret the results in order to put your findings into that report?
Yes.
And does that report then contain those findings from that process?
It does.
Move again to admits 9A, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Spees?
Just briefly, Your Honor, if I may.
You may.
Mr. Peterson, does your report also contain your findings with respect to item I?
It does.
All right. And you've not yet told us about how you obtained the findings for item I, have you?
No. What?
Subject to that objection, Your Honor, we would reserve our objection until it's been offered as concerning item I.
Go ahead, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. And sorry about that, Mr. Peterson. Why don't you go ahead and then give us an idea of how you perform your testing on items I as well.
Item I was a sample of staining that was found on the gear shift lever. The staining was sampled by the submitting agency by using adhesive tape, like fingerprint tape. I didn't actually see the gear shift lever. I saw the tape lift that. The examination process was similar to that on the dress, other than that I didn't have the gear shift lever. Just a portion of the stain that was on the tape was sampled, DNA isolated, and the same process applied to it that was to everything else.
And as a result of that process, then you were able to compile your findings and conclusions in the report?
Yes.
Move again, Your Honor, to admit States 9A.
Without objection.
The court will receive States 9A and make it part of today's record.
So what we're gonna do now then is put the exhibit up on the TV behind you there, Mr. Peterson. Yes, 9A. So this is page 1 here, and with the indicators that we've previously discussed in terms of laboratory case number, I don't think we've mentioned here, but was this report then completed on March 14th in 1997?
Yes, it was.
Let's go to laboratory designation of exhibits, column F, and tell us what you are summarizing there in regards to item F there on this area of the report.
This portion of the report, in essence, merely says that I did the examination that was requested on item F, and the results of that examination are included elsewhere on the report.
Thank you. Yes, and if we could scroll down then to where I is, HNI, it looks like, is the indication here where it says DNA isolated from the tape lift of the shift selector. Exhibit I was profiled as shown in the table. Does that summarize, again, your testimony that you gave today about how you performed that?
Yes, it does.
All right. Let's go down to the table now and look at the results here. Item F first, again, described as a victim's dress. Can you tell us what those results indicate?
Yes.
Okay. You need to use the pointer next to you. You can here too. Yeah.
As I mentioned before, we used a commercial product for our polymerase chain reaction, the PCR reaction. The targeted sites on the DNA that the polymerase, that particular product includes, are these located up here. These are shorthand names for them. LDLR stands for low density lipoprotein receptor. GYPA is glycophorin A. In the DNA arena, when you see something like this, D7S8, the D means that it's a DNA thing. 7 is which chromosome that it is on. And S means that that's the only place it is found. S means single. And 8 is just the numerical sequence at which that particular location was discovered. DQ alpha and D1S80. D1S80 is actually a separate examination. It's not included in the commercial kit that we applied, but was another kit that we would use. Now, on each of these loci, which is kind of the term used to describe them generally, an individual will have the potential of two different kinds of DNA. One that they inherit from their mother, one they inherit from their father. Many times they inherit the same kind from each parent, and in that case they are termed to be homozygous. Sometimes they inherit different kinds from the parent, and then they're called heterozygous. In this table, when you see only a single description for the type, that would be a homozygous individual. They would actually have inherited, in this case, the glycophorin A factor from both their mother and their father. So the only thing we see is the A. On the same person, on the LDR, at that locus, they inherited something from their mother, or something from one parent that was an A, and from the other parent, they inherited the B. Now, the kit is designed so that all of the factors react with similar levels of intensity in the examination process.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we encourage the witness to use the microphone?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Spees.
Does this work? Is that better?
Better, thank you.
Yeah. On occasion, when we examine a sample, we see testing results that show two different factors that are present, but those factors are not expressed in the examination result in equal intensity. And that becomes an indication that the sample may be a mixture of DNA, that we have each person's DNA is being expressed in the testing results, but because we have a mixture, they're not equally expressed. Boy, how did I get into this?
Is this kind of like going back to the Stone Age? With DNA?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yes. So at any rate, the victim's dress gave a nice, what I would describe as a nice, clean, single source profile, and I was able to determine types at each of the loci that were examined. The shift selector, item I, if you would only look at the LDLR loci, it would look like it was a type AB, but the other loci show imbalances and indicate that there's another blood sample mixed with that one, or another DNA source mixed with that sample. And then, so anyway. This is the tabulation of the examination results and provide the basis for any interpretation or conclusions that I may reach.
I want to ask you a couple questions about some of your terminology here, which folks might know, but we just bring the level down to a basic description here. First, what's your most kind of basic way to describe DNA? That's supposed to be an easy one.
Most people think of DNA as being the blueprint for all of the life processes that go on in a living organism. It provides the instructions to build the molecules that are necessary to sustain life.
Many of us, when we think of DNA, we think of the double helix, right?
Yes.
And when we're picturing the double helix, on the double helix, how would you describe where the loci are on that? The areas that you're looking at to make these findings.
I'm attempting to simplify this probably over, perhaps thinking of too much. If you were to take the DNA in a single cell and you were able to uncoil it and hang it in a long straight line, you would have a ribbon of material that is almost 6 feet long. Okay, that's hard to imagine, but yet that's what happens in the cell. And it gets coiled and turned and packed and jammed together and gets included in the cell. That's 6 feet. Contains approximately 3 billion base pairs. A base pair is like the double helix where you have the 2 strands, and where those 2 strands come together, that's called a base pair. In the coding system that DNA has, 3 base pairs define an amino acid. So you can imagine that if you've got 3 billion base pairs, how many different amino acids may be defined in that chunk of DNA. The loci happen to be the place on that 6 foot where this particular amino acid is coded for. In this system up here, the amino acids that go together to form the protein groups GC is one particular place in that DNA length is where that happens, and that's called the loci.
And is that where you're targeting then to analyze and reach your findings?
Yes.
Okay, I think we have another page or two, so let's just go to the second page here, so when the jury looks at that, they'll know what you included. So the explanation section, I think you've given us a pretty good idea of what you were doing there. Is there any other further elaboration that you think would be necessary to help us interpret this?
I don't think so. I indicated on the testing results that one of the signs of a mixture was an imbalance in 2 factors that may be present. This particular table does not describe that as being a basis for a mixture. Instead, it says that the presence of more than 2 factors is indicative of mixture, and indeed it is. But when you're examining typing systems that only have 2 factors, then you don't see more than 2.
And that's what you were doing here, is only examining the 2.
Yes.
Anything else about this explanation here? It looks like you referenced somebody else by the name of Fred Lewis. I guess we should probably talk about that and why Fred Lewis would be involved in this.
And I'm not sure that I know the answer totally, but I believe that during the investigation of this death, there were some similarities to another case that had happened in the state that involved a Mr. Fred Lewis. even though it came from a different police agency, our laboratory did have a sample from Mr. Lewis, and we were asked to compare our typing results against his profile, and we did do that.
And this indicates that he was, at least during this analysis, that there's no indication of his DNA being present.
That's correct.
Go ahead and go to the last page here, I think. What's this? Or do you want to show something else?
No, that's okay. The last page is just a listing of the items that are referenced on the previous pages.
Thank you. We can take this down then, and may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
Handing the witness what's marked as State's Exhibit 17H here, Mr. Peterson. And to the best of your ability, can you describe what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 17H?
Yes. 17H is a copy of what within the laboratory we referred to as the green card. The green card was a inventory control system that was used by our evidence room to document and facilitate the location of items that were in the laboratory.
And does this form contain indication of activity that you were involved in terms of the aforementioned items that you discussed and that are contained in your report?
It does.
Okay. Can you tell us where on that document there's an indication of that? Oh, we can put it up there too if you want. Well, actually, we haven't put it into evidence yet, so let me ask a few more questions. Is this a record that's kept in the regular course of business activity at DCI? Or was?
It was.
Right. And is this something that, through the regular practice, was maintained, copied, and preserved?
Yes.
And you've indicated that this contains, does it have your initials on it?
It does.
And so you're aware, at least, of your activity on this, and based upon what you see on this exhibit, does that contain other activity that was done in the regular course of business?
Yes, it does.
Okay, move to admit 17H, Your Honor.
Have you had an opportunity to review that proposed exhibit?
I have, Your Honor, if I may, question the witness briefly.
You may.
Mr. Peterson, the Exhibit 17H reflects activity occurring in 2002, 2003, 2005. Do you have any personal knowledge about the activity that was conducted during those periods of time?
I have some knowledge about activity that was conducted during that period of time, but I was not involved in that activity.
This document 17H purports to reflect when items were received by the Division of Criminal Investigations Laboratory and when they were apparently checked out, and you don't have any personal knowledge about that information, do you?
No. By personal knowledge, do you mean was I involved in the check-in process?
Yeah, it's not.
No, I was not.
It's not reflected in that. So on that basis, Your Honor, we object to 17H on the lack of a foundation and authentication of this document.
Would you like to ask any additional questions of Mr. Peterson, Mr. Maybank?
Oh, just maybe one or two. Mr. Peterson, does this document contain reference solely to items that are connected to the case number 85-06117?
Yes.
And that's the matter that you testified to here today?
Yes.
And again, does this contain notations that, based upon your tenure at the Division of Criminal Investigation, are done in the regular course of business activity.
Yes.
That's all we have, Your Honor.
Any additional record, Mr. Spees?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Over Mr. Burns' objection, the court will receive State's Exhibit 17H. It will be made part of the record.
Can we publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
And we're going to scroll down just a little bit here, and if you could give us and the jury an indication of your activity, your initials on this document.
Yes. My initials are the MJP initials. They occur on, let me briefly describe the document at first.
Okay, thank you.
The top half of the document is completed by the evidence room when evidence is submitted to the laboratory. The bottom half of the document is completed by examiners within the laboratory when they either check evidence into or check evidence out of the evidence room. So the top half would indicate, well, my first involvement was on, it's 1987, I believe, and I checked out some items A through D and did some work on those. 1997 is when I checked out items F through K, F being the dress and the gear, and including the gear shift samples and some other samples. And then I checked them back into the evidence room on March 30th, February 11th in this case. These little notes on the side just say where the evidence is. Down over here, it says that the evidence items F through K were returned by first-class mail on October 10th of 97.
And would that be returned to the law enforcement department, in this case, the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes.
Just to note then, based upon procedure and protocol at the Division of Criminal Investigations, was proper care taken to ensure the integrity of items when they were placed in the mail?
Yes.
Sealed, packaged, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And all efforts made to prevent any kind of alteration, substitution, or tampering?
Yes.
One more question, since we have this up here. On that top portion you referred to, and we already have a document that has 1/3/97 indicating when items were submitted. On 11/3/97, there's a signature for Dennis Murphy, and then evidence tech, yes, thank you, initials for items F and I. Does that indicate that that was the first time those items were received in the laboratory?
Yes, that's the way I would interpret it.
Okay. Okay, we'll take that. We're going to go ahead and take that down. And Your Honor, may I briefly get out the, I think it's 7A here. Mr. Peterson, if you don't mind coming down here for a second. This is item 7A that's been previously described as the dress that Michelle was wearing on the night in question, the same dress reflected in the exhibits. Towards the top area here, on the sort of right top, there's an indication. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And when you conducted your analysis, did you remember what area of the dress that you looked at? Okay, sure.
My notes indicate an incision slightly left of the midline. Above the breast. I'm guessing. Above the breast.
I'm having a hard time hearing.
Someplace in there. There appears to be a missing piece of fabric right here, so I'm assuming this is where I took my sample.
Okay. All right, and there's also a marking here that has a Q9 on it. We had some testimony yesterday about the dress being examined by another laboratory at the FBI laboratory. Is that not a marking from the DCI?
That's not one that I recognize.
Does that indicate then that another laboratory did the examination of it? I mean, or was it your lab?
It could, I don't know.
All right, and I know you probably don't have an exact memory of it, but any reason to believe, based upon looking at this now, that this dress has been tampered, altered, or substituted anyway, based on your look of it, other than the other examinations done on it?
Other than what looks like additional examinations, I don't think there's any changes to it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. And just to clarify, Mr. Peterson, when you talk about there being a mixture on the gear shift selector, based upon your findings and results and the standards you were using in 1997, does that indicate the presence of another individual?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Thank you. Good morning again, Mr. Peterson.
Good morning.
Mr. Peterson, before we talk about the specifics of your analysis and findings in this case, you described for us in elegant fashion the 6 feet of 3 billion pairs of base pairs of the DNA structure. Do each of those 3 billion pairs represent a separate locus?
Each of them. They could, but in fact they do not. The locus will be a grouping of base pairs that code for something that we are aware of, something we know, and then where it is on the length of that chain.
So, asking you differently, how many loci are there in that chain?
Well, there are potentially hundreds of thousands of loci.
And among those hundreds of thousands of loci, how many do all of us share in common?
We all have those loci. The individual details of what's coded for within the loci may vary and does vary among individuals, but we all have the loci.
And does it vary for each individual at each individual loci?
No.
You mentioned targeting sites.
Yes.
And tell us again how many targeted sites you identified or targeted in your analysis in these cases?
If we include the D1S80 locus, which I examined on some samples but not all of them, that would be seven sites were targeted.
Okay. And maybe this is the same question asked differently, but how many potential targeted sites are there in DNA analysis?
I think I said perhaps hundreds of thousands.
Okay. So each of those loci are a potential target site in a DNA analysis.
Each of the loci are potential target sites. Not each of the loci would be useful to examine.
I think I understand. So getting back just briefly to your experience at the DCI laboratory, when did the Division of Criminal Investigations Criminalistics Laboratory become certified to do DNA testing?
Oh, gosh. I don't remember that date.
Okay.
The certification process is something that was developing about the same time that we were developing our DNA methods. And in fact, I'm sure certification took place after we had brought DNA online.
In your examination of the exhibits about which you testified, and specifically exhibits F and I, I'd like to ask you just some questions about exhibit F first, okay?
All right.
You had before you there exhibit 17G, which I think are your handwritten notes from February 11, 1997.
I have my handwritten notes. I don't think that I have the actual exhibit. No.
17G is two
Yes.
yellow handwritten pages,
Yes, I have those.
back when your handwriting was much more elegant.
Yes.
So taking a look, first of all, at exhibit F. After the letter F in 17G, there's a mark. Is that a colon?
Yes.
Okay. So exhibit F is described in your notes and also in the other exhibits about which you've been questioned as including a dress, pantyhose, and panties. Is that combined exhibit F?
Yes.
So we heard testimony yesterday, Mr. Peterson, with that when these items were submitted to the laboratory, they were bundled or bunched together. Is that why this is considered one exhibit for purposes of your examination?
Yes.
But as I understand your testimony this morning, when you were looking at these exhibits, you only examined the dress.
Correct.
You didn't look at the pantyhose or the panties.
No. Other than that, they were present.
All right. And in your experience as a employee of the State Division of Criminal Investigation, you've also received training in the integrity of exhibits submitted for analysis by the lab, haven't you?
Yes.
And you've also been instructed and probably have taught on the dangers of contamination or cross-contamination of items of evidence that are bundled together.
Yes. Contamination is an issue that we are aware of.
And these items received by you in February of 1997, you don't have any knowledge about how those items were handled before they reached you, do you?
None. That's correct.
You have to kind of rely on the integrity of the law enforcement agency or the investigator that they've taken steps to avoid contamination, alteration of the exhibits before you get them?
Yes.
Again, turning to Exhibit F, or at least that portion of Exhibit F that you examined, the dress, in your notes that you have before you, Exhibit 17G, in describing the dress, at the bottom of 17G, you say, all items show presence of white rabbit hair.
Yes.
I take it you didn't test the white rabbit hair for DNA?
No.
Okay. But it was distinctive enough that there was rabbit hair on the dress that you made note of it?
Yes.
In your further analysis of Exhibit F, you selected one site that you said was heavily saturated with blood. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was an easy spot to check because it was an obvious place where there would be biologic material.
Yes.
In your examination of the dress, I know in past cases in which you and I have been familiar, you've made diagrams or drawings of some of the exhibits. Did you make any drawings in this case to show where on 7A, the dress, you took that blood sample?
No, I did not.
Okay. But in any event, it was an obvious site for you to test because it was saturated with blood.
Yes.
So next, Mr. Peterson, let me ask you a few questions about item I, this lift tape that contained a stain from the ship selector. And during your testimony this morning, you first identified it as a blood source. And then I think you quickly corrected yourself to say it was another DNA source.
Yes.
And could you tell us, in your making that correction, why you chose to say another DNA source?
Well, the only thing that I can safely say, the only biological fluid that I feel confident in saying was present would be some blood crusts that were on the tape lift or blood film. There could be saliva or even skin cells or something associated with that I cannot identify, and they could be contributing their DNA to my testing results.
So stated differently, the mixture about which you testified that you located on Exhibit I could have been a mixture from body fluids other than blood.
In addition to blood?
Yes.
Yes.
We just don't know.
Correct.
Mr. Peterson, thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Peterson, based upon the description of the items contained in Exhibit F, did you have any concerns looking at that in regards to any contamination?
No.
And to follow up on that, is it out of ordinary in your custom or practice and procedure to see items, for example, of clothing submitted from the same individual together?
I can't speak to practice today, but when I was working, it was common for similar items to be packaged together. For instance, victims' clothing, that frequently would be received in one bag, unless investigators, for some reason, had had a purpose in collecting them separately.
And you said just before there was no concern for contamination. Is that your testimony then in regards to this case when this clothing from one person was submitted together?
For my role of examining the DNA of that dress in an attempt to identify the profile of the victim, the potential of contamination was not a factor.
I want to follow up on some of the questions about DNA that you were asked. So you indicated that we as human beings share, was it loci, areas on the helix we share together? I think you said hundreds and thousands or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. That being the case, can you explain what it is about these loci in the 3 billion or so pairs on the helix that makes us able to be differentiated from each other?
I'll try. The vast majority of that 6 feet of DNA that we get from ourselves, were we to examine that and compare it side by side from different people, we would find that it was the same. Now, those lengths of DNA that are all the same may include loci, may include things that code for proteins, but if they're all the same, it's not a useful loci for us to distinguish among individuals because we're all the same. Some loci, on the other hand, show differences. A region that you may be familiar with is perhaps your blood group, your blood type. You may be familiar with what your blood type is. Some people are type A, some people are type B. That is controlled by a locus on DNA for blood type. That becomes useful to us because now we can tell people, we can differentiate people. So that's a locus that's of value to us, whereas many other loci may not be of value to us. Did that answer that?
Yeah, I think so. I think so in part, and as a good answer, are there other areas then as well where we have the ability to be able to distinguish?
Yes, there are lots of areas. In the forensic business, we started out with the ones that were on that table. They were useful, but they weren't quite as useful as we would like. We would like to have improved, and we did do that. And now we're looking at a different battery, a different combination of loci that we examine samples with.
In terms of the areas where we can examine, where we can tell the differences between each other, how many possibilities do exist to in those areas to distinguish ourselves?
I would just be merely making a guess. I have no idea.
Does it fall in the category of infinite?
No, I don't believe it would be infinite, but there would be lots. There would be several of them.
There'd be millions?
No, there could be millions.
Billions?
No, I doubt that there's billions.
So in terms of areas where you can find individual differences, we're talking in the category of millions of different areas.
Yes, I would think so.
And do each of those areas potentially contain different information that distinguish us from each other?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Additional cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Yes, briefly. Mr. Peterson, I had understood you to say that if you were just, maybe I'm paraphrasing you inaccurately, but in response to a question from the government's counsel, you said that contamination was not a factor or would not be a factor in a situation where you're just looking for one, in this case, profile of the victim. Am I paraphrasing you accurately?
I don't want to sound like I'm cavalier about the idea of contamination. Certainly contamination is something that's always considered and considered as a possibility. I would say that for my examination of this particular item, I have no indications of there being a contamination issue.
You can't say that there wasn't, though, can you?
No, I can't say that there was not.
And you would say, as a matter of scientific integrity, Mr. Peterson, that if you're looking at mixtures of DNA, contamination is a very real problem, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Additional redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. You're excused. And counsel, can we make sure that Mr. Peterson didn't inadvertently take any exhibits? He did.
I have one here.
Okay. Just want to make sure before he leaves the building, we've got everything we need.
I think he had his own paperwork, so.
Okay.
Still here.
We out? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Maybanks. The state may call its next witness.
State calls Dean Chiafos.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Watch your step there. Before you take your seat, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. Very good. That was one of the things I was going to ask you to do, is be mindful of that microphone so that you can use that so we can all hear you. I am going to ask you to pay particular attention to allow the lawyers to finish their questions before you begin your answer, and I've asked them to give you the same courtesy to make sure that you are finished speaking before they ask the next question.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. If you'd please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
I'm Dean Chiafos. My first name is D-E-A-N. Last name is C-H-I-A-F-O-S.
Thank you. You may proceed with your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you. First question is, how old are you, sir?
I am 49.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer for the city of Cedar Rapids.
How long have you been a police officer for the city of Cedar Rapids?
28 years.
In the course of that 28 years, what positions have you held with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
I've worked patrol, traffic, detective bureau, narcotics. I think that's the main four that I've done.
Where are you currently assigned?
I'm currently assigned to day traffic.
And you mentioned that you did some investigations, is that right?
That is correct.
Do you remember approximately what time period you were doing investigative work?
I was in the detective bureau from 1997 to roughly 2003, 2004. I can't remember which year.
Okay. As a part of your education, training, and experience as a police officer? Were you trained on the proper handling of items of evidence?
Yes, I am.
And were you trained to ensure that items of evidence were, that the integrity of those items were preserved and that the items weren't altered, tampered, or substitute with when you were handling them?
Yes.
Did you have occasion, based upon your review of documentation in this case, to have become involved in the delivery of items of evidence to the DCI laboratory?
Yes, I did.
May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, the witness was been marked as Stacie Exhibit 17I for identification purposes. Officer Chiafos, can you take a look at that exhibit for us?
Yes.
Is that something that you saw, that you've seen prior to today's date?
Yes, it is.
And is that an exhibit that, based upon your training experience with the Cedar Rapids Police Department, is kept in the regular course of business activity, both with the department and the DCI lab?
Yes, it is.
Is this an item that contains activity in regards to the case of the homicide of Michelle Martinko and the transport and delivery of items to the laboratory?
Yes, it is.
Does this item contain your signature?
It does.
And is it common practice for the Cedar Rapids Police Department to keep these items?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit states 17I, Your Honor.
Without objection, Your Honor.
17I will be received and made part of the record.
We'll go ahead and publish that if we could, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. While that's coming up, Officer Chiafos, can you tell us, is this form essentially a form that's used for what's referred to sometimes as chain of custody or chain of evidence?
Yes, it is.
And is that the role that you played basically in this case, is the chain of custody, delivery of evidence, those type of things?
Yes, it is.
All right. This form, can you tell us what date, first of all, is indicated here?
I believe it's February 15th of 2002.
And we see a case number beginning with 85. Is it your understanding that's the DCI case number?
That is one of theirs, yes.
Indication here about the offense involved being a homicide, Westdale Mall, those type of things. Do you see that?
I do.
Is it your understanding that's a summary of the pertinent facts for purposes of this form regarding the, at that time, cold case homicide of Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
And tracking down on the form a little bit farther here, is that your signature then that appears in the left middle of the document?
Yes.
And then your printed name as well?
Yes, it is.
Tracking down a little bit farther here now, even from that, there's a description of evidence in laboratory designation. Do you see that?
Yep.
And does that include items designated by the laboratory as F and I, among others?
Yes, it does.
And indicated there is some handwriting on it. Would you be able to tell us, to the best of your ability, what that says? For F first.
For F, it would be resubmitted paper package.
And what's the description of item F there?
The description of the item submitted would be victim's dress, pantyhose, and panties.
And under I, what does the handwritten notes there say?
Submitted sealed envelope.
Is that submitted or resubmitted?
Resubmitted, I'm sorry.
That's
I
okay,
misread
thank
that.
you. And my question about that then, is that indicate that these items had been previously submitted and are now being resubmitted?
That is correct.
Okay. And the description of item I then is indicated as what?
Blood from the shift selector.
The, on a table there are designations under agency designation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that the designation that Cedar Rapids Police Department gave to these items?
That would be my understanding, yes.
Okay. Based upon looking at this document here, does this indicate that on the aforementioned date that you delivered these items contained herein to the DCI lab for further analysis?
Yes.
And Were you working on the Michelle Martinko case at that time?
It was assigned to me as a cold case, yes.
Do you remember the purpose of resubmitting these documents, or these exhibits, excuse me?
The main drive behind resubmitting them would be that some of the technologies in DNA had advanced significantly from the last time that they were tested, and we wanted to have them retested.
And the last testimony we heard was that it was originally submitted to the DCI lab, these items, in 1997. So is it your testimony that in that 5-year period there was belief among you and the other officers that there had been developments that could shed some more light?
That's correct.
While you conducted this transport and delivery of these items, did you utilize your training and experience to ensure that the integrity of the items were preserved and that there was no altering, tampering, or substitution that took place?
Yes, I did.
That's all I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Yes, if I may approach.
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, I'd like to hand you Defendant's Exhibit A1 and ask you to just acquaint yourself with that.
Okay.
We've had testimony from a couple of witnesses yesterday about Exhibit A1. Do you recognize A1?
I recognize it as a evidence tag from the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
Okay. And you just told the men and women of the jury that in February of 2002, you submitted some items to the State Criminalistic Laboratory, including what was designated by the laboratory as Exhibits F and I, shown on Exhibit 17I, right?
That is correct.
And if you look at the bottom of Defendant's Exhibit A1, there is a laboratory or a Cedar Rapids Police Department receipt from a D. White identifying the presence in that package of panties, pantyhose, and a dress, right?
Yes.
And also on Defendant's Exhibit A1 shows that it was repackaged in December 31, 1996 by Officer Murphy, right?
That is correct, too.
Now, just above Officer Murphy's repackaged notation is a 2/15/02 date, and beneath that the letters MM. Do you see those?
I do.
All right. You know who MM was, don't you?
I would assume Michelle Martinko.
No. I think it's Marcia Morton.
Oh, that very well could be, yes.
Okay. Marcia Morton is an evidence custodian at the DCI laboratory in Des Moines, right?
Yes, she was.
As a matter of fact, Exhibit 17I, about which you just testified, showed that you turned over these items to Marcia Morton on February 15, 2002.
Yes.
So what I'm getting at here is when you submitted this package to Marcia Morton at the DCI laboratory on February 15, 2002, you didn't unwrap that package, did you?
I did not, no.
And as a matter of fact, it had been repackaged in '96 and submitted to the laboratory on February 15, 2002 by you in the same package.
Yes.
So you didn't know anything about the integrity of the contents of that package, did you?
I did not. I did not open it.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
Briefly, Your Honor, I may approach witness.
You may.
And the witness was marked as 17J1, state's exhibit there. Officer Chiafos, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And do you recognize that exhibit as a document that's also kept and maintained in the regular course of business activity with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes, I do.
Is that a document that originally produced with the knowledge of the Cedar Rapids Police Department by the Department of Division of Criminal Investigations also for chain of custody purposes?
Yes.
Does this contain a marking on this exhibit involving your submission of items that you described here today, F and I?
Yes, it does.
And does that indicate then the same thing as the previous exhibit, that the items were submitted on that February date in 2002?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit 17JI.
Mr. Spies, have you had an opportunity to review proposed Exhibit 17JI?
Yes, and we have, I'm sorry, yes, and we have no objection.
17JI will be received and made part of the record.
And just one more question. Does that indicate that the items were received by Marcia Morton?
Yes, it does.
That's all I have.
Additional cross-examination, Mr. Spies?
None necessary, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're excused, Officer Chiafos. Thank you. Point of clarification, I believe it's 17J1 rather than I?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just, we'll try to keep our record clean. So the court will receive without objection State's Exhibit 17J1.
Right.
The state may call you know what, we'll take our morning recess. We'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. Folks, as always, I remind you again of that admonition. Don't make up your mind or discuss the case amongst yourselves. We will see you back here in about 15 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. You can leave your notebooks on your chairs.
All right, guys, that is, they're going to take a break. So we got through two testimonies. The first was Michael Peterson. He was a crime lab analyst. He was 72. And he was a chemist before he became the criminalist supervisor. He became aware of DNA in the late 70s, early 80s. In January 3rd, 1997, he accepted, and I'm only going to say this once, dress, pantyhose, and panties of Michelle. And February 11th, 1997, he started the examination of said items. Nothing really was blockbuster there. I think as I'm looking through the upcoming feeds, there's a DNA analyst, day 8. There's a DNA analyst supervisor, day 8. There's a forensic DNA. So we're going to get into the DNA, I think, of what actually is going to charge Jerry here. Because right now they're just kind of telling us they're laying foundation. So I get it. So we'll go quick. Cross did include conclusions. He said yes. Has not told the court how he came to his conclusions, so they objected on foundation. So the state continued with some questions, and they laid the foundation of how he removed the blood and processed the DNA, reading polymarkers, and he read and interpreted findings and put them into his report. Then the state, defense objected again to item I. State continues to lay foundation. So basically, they were just laying foundation. He talked about 6 feet of DNA and 3 billion base pairs. A lot of tech talk, low size, locus, targeted sites. Locus and loci. Again, there really wasn't, to me, much blockbuster testimony there other than just laying foundation. I think we're going to get to that of what specifically targeted Jerry in the coming days. Then Officer Dean Chiafos came up. He's 49. He handled evidence 17I, but then the judge clarified that as 17J1. He talked about the chain of custody from Cedar Rapids to DCI, February 15th, 2002. He delivered Michelle's items. He followed all standard procedures, and that was pretty much it. So let us continue on with next testimony. We're in day 3, so let's continue on here. And if you guys have any questions, please feel free to tag me. And Before I sign off, I just want to say, Krista, limited edition, thank you so much for the cups of coffee. I really, really appreciate that. We had a couple yesterday as well. Let's see. Aaron's reminding me. Mandy, yes, Mandy, thank you so much. Mandy Strong, I hope your father is feeling better. Well, good. I hope he made it through. I won't get into too many details, but I just hope your dad is doing okay. And Unbalanced Equation also bought us some coffee yesterday. So thank you guys. Highly appreciate it. It helps. You know, we're demonetized, as you all know. We are on Patreon. We also cups of coffee and Venmo if you want to support us. And Aaron is deleting videos, so we need the eyeballs. So as much as you guys can view our videos, that'd be awesome. What we are going to do, all the videos we're deleting, you know, like Tellus and Steamer, and we're going to rewatch all of those at some point when we have downtime. So don't worry, we're going to rewatch, especially Tellus. There's some good ones I want to rewatch, so we'll rewatch them, but down the road because they're still fresh in my mind. I like to do these older ones for rewatch. So anyway, enough of that. Let's get back to the trial. And Capri Law, thank you for saying that I gave a good summary. Thank you. All right, back to the trial.
Please be seated, everyone. The record should show that the jury, as well as parties and counsel, have returned to the courtroom after a morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we did take a few more minutes than what I had anticipated. Just by way of explanation, we are an electronic court now, so you can see me on my computer. I'm clicking and typing. I'm not making a grocery list. I'm not planning what I'm going to do for the weekend or looking at movie times. The file is accessible to me electronically. So when exhibits are demonstrated or shown for you, I can look at them on my computer, and so that's what I'm doing, looking at filings. And over the break, it came to our attention that there were some proposed exhibits that have been uploaded into the system, and then certain things need to happen before we all have access to them, and we wanted to make sure that everyone had access to the exhibits if they were going to be referred to during this morning's testimony. So that was what we did outside of your presence. So the state may call its next witness at this time.
That was a very cheery way to describe a very hard process.
I aim to please, Mr. Maybanks.
Ron Johnson.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson. Oh, if you come right in front of the bench. And then you're headed over to this witness chair with the red seat. Mind the step. Before you sit down, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. As you may recall, Mr. Johnson, we ask that only one person speak at a time while we're in court. I have asked the attorneys to make sure that you finish your answer before they begin asking you a second question, and I would ask you to please wait for them to finish the question, even if you know where they are going, before you begin your answer. Thank you. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Ron Wallace Johnson, RON-JOHNSON.
Thank you. You may begin your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us first how old you are?
How old am I?
Yeah.
61.
And who do you work for?
Cedar Rapids Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Just over 33 years.
What kind of roles have you had with the Cedar Rapids Police Department while employed there?
After the police academy, I worked a 4 to midnight patrol shift, and in 1994, I was promoted to the position of identification officer.
How long have you been an identification officer? Since then?
Yes, 25 years.
What does that job entail?
As a member of the crime scene unit, I respond to and process serious crimes, which include homicide, sexual assaults, burglaries, robberies, serious assaults. We also process evidence for latent prints, documentation of that evidence, and also other trace evidence.
As a part of that job, as a part of your training to become a Cedar Rapids police officer, and while you've been a Cedar Rapids police officer, have you been trained on the proper handling of items of evidence when they're taken from the Cedar Rapids Police Department to other agencies?
Yes.
And what steps are taken to ensure that those items of evidence are handled properly so as to prevent any alteration, tampering, or substitution?
The evidence, if it's evidence that we collect, we take it to our lab area, and once we are done processing, we package it and seal it and return it to the Property and Evidence Division to be logged in there.
And do those items remain packaged and sealed then while they're in your custody, with the exception of whether it be tested by you on site?
Correct.
Okay. And did you become involved in an incident involving the cold case homicide of Michelle Martinko for purposes of transporting and delivering an item of evidence to the Division of Criminal Investigations in the year 2003?
Yes.
And based upon the documentation that you've had a chance to review in this case, do you believe that you participated in the delivery of those items to the lab?
Yes, I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Hearing the witness was been marked as State's Exhibit 17N for identification. Officer Johnson, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Does this appear to be a document that is kept for chain of custody purposes both by the Division of Criminal Investigation and the Cedar Rapids Police Department in the regular course of their business?
Yes.
And are those items maintained and preserved by those two departments to your knowledge?
Yes.
Does this item contain your signature with reference to the act you took to deliver an item of evidence to the DCI lab on the date mentioned in the document?
Yes, it does.
Move to enter States 17N.
Any objection, Mr. Spees?
No objection, Your Honor.
The court will receive States Exhibit 17N as in Nancy and make it part of the record.
May we publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer Johnson, this exhibit's going to come on the TV right behind you there, and then we're just going to talk about it a little bit more. First thing I wanted to ask you about is, as highlighted there in the upper left portion of the document, on what date were these items delivered to the DCI lab?
June 5th of 2003 at, looks like 11:25 in the morning.
And scrolling down just a little bit here, in the middle, we have a description of the offense involved. Do you see that?
Yes. Yes.
On the right, there's an indication of a case officer. Do you see that, Dennis Murphy?
Yes, I do.
Did you work with Officer Murphy over the years?
Yes, many years.
How many years did you work with Officer Murphy?
Probably at least 10.
And did you and Officer Murphy work together in maintaining the integrity of items?
Yes.
Okay. Scrolling down a little bit farther here, on the left, is that your signature under signature of delivery officer?
That is my signature, yes.
And highlighted under printed name, is that you, Ron?
Yes.
W. Johnson?
Yes, it is.
Going down just a little bit farther here, in the area afforded for description of evidence and laboratory designation number, do you see where it's been designated as item F?
Yes.
And there's some handwritten notation in there regarding Exhibit F. Can you read that?
It says sealed paper package submitted.
And is it submitted or resubmitted? Can you tell?
It looks like there's a mark there, probably resubmitted.
Does that indicate to you that the item here, item F, had been submitted on a prior occasion?
Yes.
And what's the description provided for that item?
Is it Martinko's dress, pantyhose, and panties?
Does this indicate to you then that you delivered this particular item on the date contained in this document?
Yes.
And when you delivered items in the course of your career with Cedar Rapids Police Department, did you do so in order to maintain the integrity of the items and prevent any alteration, substitution, or tampering?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Officer Johnson, we've heard earlier testimony in this case about the handling of physical evidence. Would you agree that it's very important that the integrity of physical evidence be maintained by the officers handling it?
Yes.
And particular attention needs to be made to avoiding contamination of physical evidence.
Yes.
In your work in this case, well, let me ask you this. Is it also important to be able to document where evidence goes, in other words, a chain of evidence,
Yes.
and that items of evidence that are left unattended and for periods of time that are unexplained would not be good police practice, would it?
Correct.
In submitting the Exhibit F to the State Criminalistics Laboratory, in this case about which you just testified, excuse me, you didn't open the package that you delivered to the crime laboratory, did you?
No.
And to that extent, you don't know what the condition of the items were that you submitted to the crime laboratory?
No.
Or whether they'd been contaminated, excuse me, cross-contaminated or otherwise?
No.
No more questions.
Redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
Yes, Your Honor. How long have you been an identification officer?
25 years.
And throughout the course of your employment at the Cedar Rapids Police Department, have items of evidence been stored in the evidence department during that entire tenure?
Yes.
When you have an ongoing case that you've been working on, where you've entered an item into evidence, do you check on the item every day to make sure it's still there?
No.
Based upon the practice at the Cedar Rapids Police Department, are there procedures and protocol in place once an item is placed in evidence that ensures investigators that it's still there?
Correct. Once it's placed into evidence, it's pre-logged into there, and it's not released until we're signed for it.
And when there's activity with an item in evidence, is that something that's documented then?
Correct.
Nothing further. Oh, sorry. Your Honor, can I have 1 second to talk to defense counsel?
You may.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Officer Johnson. You're excused.
Thank you.
The state may call its next witness.
State calls Marcia Morton, Your Honor.
Good morning. You're headed right across over to the witness chair. And you can pause and raise your right hand if you would. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Mind the step as you get up there. And Ms. Morton, there are just a couple of rules that apply when you come into the courtroom to speak. Only one voice may speak at a time so that we have a clear record. So please wait for the attorneys to finish any question before you start with your answer. I've asked the attorneys to give you the same courtesy to make sure that they don't interrupt any answer until you've completed it.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
Marcia Ellen Morton. Marcia, M-A-R-C-I-A. Morton, M-O-R-T-O-N.
And you're doing great so far. I would just ask you to continue to speak into that microphone so we can hear you well. Thank you. You may begin your examination, either Mr. Maybanks or Mr. Harris.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. It'll be me again.
Okay, very good.
Good morning, Miss Morton.
Morning.
Are you currently employed?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Are you retired?
Yes.
Okay. Where'd you work?
I worked for the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, Criminalistics Laboratory.
How long did you work for the DCI lab?
Approximately 30 years.
In what capacity did you work with the lab?
I was an evidence technician.
Can you describe for us what that is?
I received evidence from law enforcement officials, either by mail or hand-delivered, assigned it a lab case number, took in the evidence, marked the evidence with that lab number, the date I received it, my initials, and placed it in laboratory custody.
And were you trained then as part of that duty to ensure that items of evidence that were placed in your care or custody were preserved in terms of the integrity of the items?
Yes, I was.
And were you trained as well to ensure that items placed in your care and custody were not altered, tampered with, or substituted in any way?
Yes.
May I approach a witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Pay the witness what's been previously introduced and received in evidence is 17E. We've already had some testimony on this, so we don't need to start all over with it, but why don't you take a look at 17E and tell me if you see your signature on it.
I do.
And where is your signature, and how can you tell us what that indicates?
This is a receipt form that comes with the evidence from the law enforcement agency, and my signature says I received the evidence.
We're going to go ahead and put it up on the TV here. Scroll down just a little bit so we can see your full signature there. So you see it up on the TV, your signature there?
Yes.
Okay. And does this indicate, as the date states, that on January 3rd of 1997 that you received items of evidence described as being related to the Michelle Martinko homicide, items F through K?
Yes.
And based upon custom, practice, and procedure at that time, were those items then placed in a safe and secure location at your agency?
Yes, they were.
And where would that have been at that point in time?
We have, it would have been in a locked evidence room.
And is that evidence room locked in order to ensure the integrity of the evidence until a criminalist can analyze it?
Yes.
And is the practice and procedure then for that to remain there until the criminalist takes it out to perform their testing?
Yes, it is.
And now I want to show you another exhibit. Your Honor, can I approach the witness again?
You may.
This has also been previously received into evidence. This is marked State's Exhibit 17I. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
And when we get a chance here, Your Honor, can we publish that? as well?
You may.
Do you see your signature on that document?
Yes, I do.
And what does your signature indicate on that document, to the best of your ability to interpret that?
That I received evidence from the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
And if we could scroll so we can see the date up here too, and tell us what date that document indicates you received the evidence.
February 15th, 1902, or 2002, I'm sorry.
Which is not that old. And does that, if we scroll down here, indicate that you received laboratory designated exhibits F through G at that time?
Yes,
And is this essentially a chain of custody document?
yes,
And at the time that this document would have been generated and was used, were you still using those same procedures to make sure that the evidence was stored in a place where it would be free from alteration, substitution, or tampering?
yes, it was.
And was it left in a place to be able to be accessed later by a criminalist to conduct testing on it?
Yes,
Okay. Approach witness again, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, the witness has been marked as State's Exhibit 17J1. And I'd show this to you, Ms. Morton, and see whether well, first question, do you recognize that document?
this appears to be a computer-generated of the receipt form.
And did you maintain records at the DCI that could be entered into a computer system and then generated into a form such as this?
Yes,
Do you see your name on that document?
yes,
And if we can, we have it up here above you as well. We're just going to scroll down a little bit here and start with the third sort of entry. It says submitted by Johnson and received. Do you see that?
I'm not sure where you're at here. Oh, yes,
All right. Does that indicate that you received an item of evidence F in the Martinko case, which was a sealed package containing dress, pantyhose, and panties?
yes,
And that was done on June 5th of 2003?
yes,
We can scroll down a little bit more here. And on the bottom here, we have paper sack containing F through K. You see that?
yes,
Submitted by Chiafos, received by you. You see that?
yes,
Does that indicate that you received items G through K on February 15th, 2002 at 10:49 a.m.?
yes,
And pursuant to the practice involved at that time, would all these items, not just F, but also these items including G, I, J, and K, been stored in with the procedures that we talked about?
yes,
Yeah, Approach which?
You may.
Any witness would have marked as State's Exhibit 17M. That's a document that's also entitled Chain of Custody. Do you see that?
yes,
At the DCI laboratory from approximately 2002 to the beginning of 2006, in times outward of that, were documents kept in a way where they could be generated into a computer form to be read.
we had them barcoded, yes, and that would go on the computer.
Okay. And does this reflect activity that was done at the laboratory involving the receipt, the checking out of evidence by criminalists, and the release of that evidence back to police departments to take back to their custody?
Yes.
Is that a record kept in the regular course of business activity, or at least the original records and the computer-generated forms through the laboratory and the police departments?
I can't answer that. This is new to me, this type of form.
Does that type of form have information that was maintained at the laboratory?
Yes, it does.
Move to Interstate 17M.
Mr. Spies, have you had an opportunity to review 17M?
I have, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection to its admission?
No objection.
17M will be received and made part of the record. And so we're clear, 17M as in Marcia.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Moore, do you see, do you have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. The first entry on 2/15 of 2002, do you see that?
Yes.
What does that indicate?
And evidence was barcode assigned by me to that piece of evidence.
Okay. And that occurred on 2/15 of 02?
Yes.
Going down farther in the document to 8/22 of 02, do you see that?
Yes.
And does that indicate that the item that's described at the top of this document, that being item F, was released to Mark Fisher on that date?
Yes, it does.
And then going down a little bit farther at 6/6 of 03, do you see that?
Yes.
And it has your name again with evidence barcode assigned. Does that indicate that the evidence arrived and you processed it through again?
Yes.
And heading down a little bit farther then to 10/6 of 03, 13/12 hours, or 13/11 and 13/12, does that indicate that the evidence was released to a Robert Haggis, Cedar Rapids Police?
Yes.
And down on the bottom on January 4th of 2006, does that indicate that evidence was released to a Corey Pfeiffer at that time?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Ms. Morton, based upon standards at the Division of Criminal Investigations Laboratory at that time, were the employees there trained to always handle these items of evidence with the proper care to ensure their integrity, that there were no alteration, substitution, or tampering done with them?
Yes, they were.
That's all I have for now, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spies.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Morton, you've been with the Division of Criminal Investigation, or had been with the Division of Criminal Investigation many, many years. Are you in the Hall of Fame there?
No.
Ms. Morton, you've identified for us that you are an evidence technician. In that capacity, did you do any testing, scientific analysis of any of the items of evidence that came into your possession?
No, I did not.
You were what used to be called an evidence custodian?
We've always been called an evidence technician, but it would be the same thing, yes.
Okay, so I apologize.
No, for the state of Iowa, it's evidence technician.
All right, so you're responsible for booking things in, booking things out to make sure that there is a record of the evidence that comes into the laboratory for analysis by others employed in the laboratory.
Yes.
and make sure that when that evidence leaves the laboratory, there's also a record
Yes.
of that as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so when items are brought to you by all the law enforcement agencies around the state of Iowa, you don't know anything about the history of how those items were handled before they came into the possession of the lab?
No, I do not.
In documenting the evidence that came in this case, and in particular Exhibit 17M, do you have that document in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Document 17M, was this a spreadsheet that you devised yourself?
No.
And how did you come about to use this type of spreadsheet to document evidence coming in and out?
I never did. I didn't use this. We had other forms we used.
Okay, so nonetheless, you can attest personally that the places where your name shows up on 17M would correspond with how you would have handled the evidence at the time?
This is probably a generated form from the computers that, and yes, I could. I have other forms.
So, for example, at the very first entry on 17M, February 15, 2002, where it says evidence barcode assigned, did you actually prepare a barcode that would be affixed to item F in that exhibit?
We had stickers that were barcodes that we would put on the evidence, and they would and then we would, I don't want to say zap, to the evidence to the place that I put them in the evidence room.
Okay, and then every time that item of evidence was checked out or checked in, it would be scanned and there would be an electronic record of how that item was handled?
Yes.
Okay, so 17M reflects that down to the minute, there's documentation of when an item was checked in or checked out.
Yes.
And based on your training and your experience as an evidence technician in a situation like this, that would be state-of-the-art proper protocol about how to account for where evidence goes.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
Briefly, Your Honor, may I approach again?
You may.
It was alluded to by Mr. Spies, and so I just wanted to kind of bring it to your attention. This is Defendant's Exhibit A1. There's a couple of markings here. One's dated 2/15/02, and another is 1/3 of 97. Do you see some initials associated with that?
Yes, I do.
And now that you've seen both documents that correspond with that, does this constitute your initials on the package that came into your custody and described as F?
Yes, it is.
Nothing.
Additional cross-examination, Mr. Spies.
No further question necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morton. You may step down. State may call its next witness.
Mark Fisher, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. Mind the step. One point of business is that microphone. We would ask you to be aware of that and speak into it so we can all hear you. Also, please wait for the attorneys to finish any question before you begin your answer. We're here to hear your testimony, and I've asked them to give you the same courtesy to allow you to finish before they begin their next question. So with that, if you'd please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
Mark Fisher, M-A-R-K-F-I-S-C-E-R.
Not sure if your mic's on. There we go.
There we go.
Excellent, well done.
Okay.
Mr. Maybanks, you may conduct your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fisher, what is your current employment?
I'm currently retired.
All right. What did you do before you retired?
I worked at the Cedar Rapids Police Department for 30 years.
What did you do and what roles did you play at the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Initially, I was hired in 1974 as a patrolman. In 1983, I was promoted to detective, and during my years in the Detective Bureau, I worked various criminal investigations, narcotics. 2001, I was assigned to the FBI for terrorism investigations, and then retired in 2004.
Did you work in that capacity then, working for the FBI from 01 to 04?
That's correct.
If we could maybe get a more elaboration on that, did you remain employed by the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes.
How did that work?
I was assigned to the FBI from the Cedar Rapids Police Department. It was called the Joint Terrorism Task Force from 2001 till my date of retirement.
Did you continue to perform duties for the Cedar Rapids Police Department from 2001 to 2004 that sometimes involved the transfer, delivery, or submission of evidence?
To the lab in Des Moines, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. I was on the board of the Iowa Law Enforcement Intelligence Network, which required me to go to Des Moines at least once a month for a meeting. And when I would go to Des Moines, I would check with our evidence people to see if there were any items of evidence either to take to Des Moines, to the lab, or to pick up from the lab to transport back to Cedar Rapids.
And how did that process usually work then, as far as picking up items from the lab to transport back to the police department?
If I had items to take, obviously I would go to the lab, which is a secured facility in the Wallace State Office building, and drop it off. If there were items that needed to be picked up, the procedure was essentially the same. I would go to the same location where I would sign for whatever piece of evidence I was picking up to come back to Cedar Rapids.
Is that something you did on a regular occasion then, during your employment?
It would be monthly, once a month, yes.
And would you have been engaged in that, those tasks at times as needed, on or about October of 2003? I'm sorry, August of 2002.
Yes.
Okay. Based upon your review of documentation associated with this case, the case of homicide involving Michelle Martinko as a victim, do you believe that you participated in transporting some evidence that had been at the laboratory, the DCI laboratory, back to the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Well, I reviewed the written log, and yes, that's correct. August of 2002, I did transport it back to the PD.
May I approach a witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Yeah, I'll be handing the witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 17H. May we publish that while we discuss it?
You may.
Mr. Fisher, do you see your signature on this document?
Yes, I do.
There's a pointer behind you there. There's a stick. See that? Can you show us?
Yeah. This is my name, my CRPD PIN number, the date.
Okay. And what does that signature indicate in terms of what's contained on this exhibit?
Well, it indicates I picked up these following designated items from the lab.
And for the record, that's F, G, H, I, J, K.
That's correct.
And that was done on August 22nd of 2002?
Yes.
When
Yes.
you, go ahead, I'm sorry. Yes. When you transferred those or delivered those items back to the Cedar Rapids Police Department, what procedure did you undertake when you did that?
Well, I don't remember this specific incident because I've done it so many times, but the procedure was that the items would either go back to the evidence locker, where there would be an evidence technician that I would check it in with, or there was also a locked, it wasn't a box, it was, I believe, mounted in the wall that you could unlock, place the items in there, lock it up, and then dispose of the key inside. So, and again, I don't remember specifically that long ago just which manner I used.
And both of those manners of delivery and transfer of items of evidence done to ensure that those items are not tampered with, altered, or substituted in any way?
Absolutely.
And was that the procedure and practice that was done at the Cedar Rapids Police Department for your tenure?
Yes.
And when did you start the police department again?
2004. Oh, excuse me, 1974.
Okay. All right. And through the course of your employment at the Cedar Rapids Police Department, were you and other officers trained on preserving the integrity of evidence?
Well, that's training that comes through the police academies. It's not a separate course or anything, but yes, during the continuity, the chain of evidence of the evidence is very important. That is an item that we, are taught in the academy.
I want to ask you about another signature on this document right beneath yours. If you could look there, it's dated 10/6/03. Do you recognize that signature?
Yes, that's Robert Haggist, Bob Haggist, who is identification officer with CRPD.
Did you work with Robert Haggist while you were at the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Was he also a sergeant, to your recollection?
He may have been. I know he worked in the Identification Bureau. I don't know if he was a sergeant or what his rank was.
And pursuant to your testimony about your signature and the dates noted there, in your experience as well, does this indicate that Robert Haggist signed out those items on 10/6/03 to take back to the police department?
Yes.
Do you know an officer by the name of Corey Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Did he work for the Cedar Rapids Police Department, to your knowledge, while you were there?
I remember his name because the last years I basically were not at the PD very often. I don't know if I'd recognize him, but I recognize the name.
Okay, we can take down 17H now. May I show the witness another exhibit, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm not sure what happened to it. Maybe it's up there. This is 17M, which has been introduced into evidence as well here. Mr. Fisher, do you see, as noted in 17M, 8/22/02, explained by Marcia Morton just moments ago that the evidence was released to you on that date?
Yes.
And you see farther down where on 10/6/03 the evidence was released to Robert Haggist.
Yes, I do.
And do you see even farther down here on 1/4/06 the evidence being released to Corey Pfeiffer?
Yes.
That's all I have for now, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Officer Fisher, in retrieving items of evidence from the Division of Criminal Investigation Laboratory in August of 2002, you didn't open up the package and see what was in there, did you?
No, I never do.
Or the packages?
That's correct.
And aside from retrieving those items of evidence from the Division of Criminal Investigation, was that the sole involvement that you had insofar as handling any evidence in this case?
Yes.
And you don't have any personal knowledge about how those items of evidence were handled by other officers in the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
I do not.
You made reference to referring to a written log, what written log did you refer to?
Basically, item or exhibit 17H.
The log from the Division of Criminal Investigation?
Yes, that plus this 17M. I reviewed both of those.
Okay. You didn't look at a separate written log at the Cedar Rapids Police Department to see how these items of evidence had been handled?
No.
Are you aware that there is one?
No, I'm not. I would assume there is, but I don't know.
Thank you. No other questions, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Fisher, you may step down. Counsel, approach, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. State may call its next witness.
State calls Cheryl Shipman.
Good morning, Ms. Shipman. Good morning. If you'd please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Mind the step as you take the witness stand. And I'll just remind you, there are a couple of rules when we come into the courtroom. Only one voice can speak at a time, so we have a clear record. So I would ask you to please allow the attorneys to finish their questions before you begin your answers. They will give you the same courtesy by allowing you to finish your answer before they ask a question.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
Cheryl Shipman, Cheryl Shipman, Shipman.
Thank you. Last but not least, if you'd be aware of that microphone so that we can all hear you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Oh, Mr. Maybanks, you may proceed.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good
How are
morning.
you? Can you tell us what your current employment is?
I'm retired.
Before you retired, what did you do?
I was an evidence technician for the DCI Criminalistics Laboratory in Ankeny.
And how long did you do that? From what year to what year?
1972 to 2010.
As an evidence tech for the DCI Criminal Laboratory, were you trained on the way the laboratory would handle items of evidence that was submitted into its custody?
Yes, it was on-the-job training.
And were the items that were submitted to the DCI laboratory for analysis by law enforcement departments, was that activity documented there?
Yes, it is.
Were all efforts during the course of your employment made to ensure that the items were handled with integrity and there was no alteration, substitution, or tampering?
Yes.
May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
And the witness what's been marked as state 17-0. Ask you, Ms. Shipman, whether you've had a chance to review that document prior to today?
Yes, I have.
And generally speaking, what is that document?
This is an evidence receipt form that was received from Cedar Rapids Police Department on 10/4 of '05 at 10:32 in the morning. I received it from Detective Larison of the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
Okay. Is that a record kept in the regular course of business activity through the Cedar Rapids Police and the DCI?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit 17-0, Your Honor.
Without objection.
17-0 will be received and made part of the record.
And we're going to publish that really quick here with permission of the court.
You may.
It'll appear behind you, Ms. Shipman, on this TV here in a moment. And Ms. Shipman, You testified earlier, but does this document indicate that the action involving the transfer of the items in this from the Cedar Rapids Police to you took place on October 4th of '05?
Yes, it does.
And does this describe then as the underlying incident a stabbing at Westdale Mall with a victim of Michelle Martinko?
Yes, it does.
And scrolling down a little farther here, does this in the middle area contain your signature on the right?
Yes.
And the name also of the individual who submitted that to you, Douglas Larison?
Yes.
As far as the items that were submitted to you, does that include item laboratory designated item number F?
Yes, it does.
And is that your handwriting on that?
Yes, it is.
And how was item F described in your handwriting there?
Item F was described as a sealed paper sack containing dress, pantyhose, and panties, and it was resubmitted.
Is that indicated in lab terminology that it had been submitted on a prior occasion and now was being submitted again?
Yes, it does.
And based upon your experience with the DCI lab, do you have confidence that these items were handled to ensure their integrity?
Yes, I do.
All right, we can take that down, and may I approach witness Shona?
You may.
And the witness will be marked as 17M here, and like Ms. Morton before you, we understand this was maybe not something that, a document that you used, but indicates information taken from your logs and put into a computerized format so it's easier to read.
That's correct.
Do you see an indication on that? It would be in, I think, October of '05, where there was some activity with the evidence that involved you.
Yes, I do.
What's that describe?
It says 10/7/05 at 14:02. I barcoded and retired a barcode for resubmission. And on 10/7/05 at 14:04, the evidence barcode was assigned.
Can you explain that a little bit, kind of what happened
Sure.
there?
When the evidence came in again, at that time, we had a barcode system where we would remove the old barcode and reassign a new barcode to it so we could barcode it to the shelf in the evidence room.
So you guys improved some kind of technology or just,
Yes, yes,
that was something that was being done with all items evidence during that time?
that's correct.
Based upon your recollection of what took place during that time period, would those items then have been submitted into your evidence storage area until obtained by a criminalist for testing?
Yes, they would.
I approach you witness again.
You may.
We can take that down now. This is 17J1. There's indication here down on the second entry where an item was submitted to you. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what does this chain of custody form indicate?
It indicates that the evidence, Exhibit F, was submitted by Larison and received by myself on 10/4/2005 at 10:32 by personal delivery. The item submitted was a sealed paper package containing resubmitted Martinko's dress, pantyhose, and panties.
And does that mirror the information in 17O?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Ms. Shipman. I do not have any further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Shipman, as I asked your colleague, Marcia Morton, just a short while ago, as an evidence technician at the at the Division of Criminal Investigation Laboratory, you didn't separately analyze or submit to scientific examination any of the evidence that came into your possession, did you?
No, I did not.
Your role was to properly document the arrival and the departure of evidence that was examined by others in the laboratory.
That's correct.
And in that capacity, you had no individual or personal information about how things were handled before they arrived. And by things, I mean items of evidence, before they arrived at the DCI laboratory.
No, I did not.
And the documentation about which you've just testified, clocking in, clocking out by the minute, information and evidence coming to the laboratory, that would be accepted industry practice in the handling of scientific evidence, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Any additional questions for Ms. Shipman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Members of the jury, we will take our noon recess at this time. We will recess until 1:30 this afternoon. I would ask you once again to keep in mind that admonition whenever we part ways. So we'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury. You can leave your notebooks on your chairs.
All right, guys. While they take their lunch, we're going to do a little recap of what we saw for day 3. We heard from 4 witnesses, and they were quick. We actually, well, so far we've heard from 6, but we recapped the first 2. Now we're going to go back and recap the last 4. So it was Officer Ron Johnson, who is an identification officer or an ID officer. He's 33 vet at Cedar Rapids. Basically, he's CSI. June 5th, 2003, he delivered items to the DCI lab from Dennis Murphy. And then that was basically it. The cross was, he questioned the handling and the contamination, talked about cross-contamination, the chain of evidence. He did not open the packaging, so he did not know the condition of the item. So that's going to be kind of a running theme with the cross with these guys, with this series of witnesses. And then we got 2 very generous donations. Lisa McAnich, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name, but thank you for that through Venmo. And then Chanel Capri 2, I think I might know who you are, gave us some cups of coffee. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate that. So then witness number 20 was Marcia Morton. She's an evidence technician at the DCI lab. She received items from law enforcement and logged them in. She made sure nothing was tampered with. She received and logged in Michelle's items, which were those 3 items, which I said I was only going to mention once. She received the chain of custody items. So they were talking a lot about chain of custody here, making sure things weren't cross-contaminated. She reviewed the documents and released it to Mark Fisher and Robert Haggis, which is the Cedar Rapids Police. And then the cross talked about did not do any testing, and he said, "You're an evidence custodian." And she's like, "Well, no, Iowa calls us technicians." So, yeah, he kind of tried to be a snot to her. She's like, "No, Iowa calls us technicians, not custodians." So the next up was Mark Fisher, retired officer at Cedar Rapids. A lot of these people are retired as you're watching this. But he worked for the FBI from 2001 to 2004. He remained employed at Cedar Rapids as part of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. He basically delivered and picked up the items. That was his main thing in all of this. He transported evidence from the lab to the police department. And he did that for a long time, but specifically he delivered Michelle's 3 of her items. He confirmed items were not tampered with, and he followed standard protocol. And again, Cross went with, did you open up the packages? No. The only involvement was transporting items. Did you know how the items were packaged? So that's going to be a common theme. We heard that again with Cheryl Shipman. She's retired evidence tech for DCI Lab. She dealt with the evidence receipt received on October 4th. She talked about Michelle's items being resubmitted, and then she also assigned barcodes. So not really much spectacular, nothing big happened there, in my opinion. So the DNA analysts are going to be coming up later. These guys are basically just the techs, custodians, techs, whatever you want to call them, transports. They took the 3 items of evidence from Cedar Rapids over to DCI, which is Department of Criminal Investigations, I think. I'm not quite sure. I wrote it down, but I don't have it handy. All right, so let's get to continuing with day 3. Let's continue on. Of Iowa versus Burns.
Very good. Please be seated, everyone. The record should show that the members of the jury have returned to open court. Counsel and Mr. Burns are also here. We are ready to hear the state's next witness.
The state calls Doug Larison.
Stand all the way in the far corner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Larison.
Hi.
Please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. Obviously, there is a microphone in front of you, and thank you for positioning that so that we can hear you. Please keep in mind that it's important that only one voice speak at a time, so wait for the attorneys to finish those questions before you begin your answer. They will give you the same courtesy of waiting for you to finish before they ask the next question.
Okay.
Okay? Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
It's Douglas Larison, Douglas. Larison is Larison.
Thank you. You may proceed with your examination, Mr. Maybank.
Thank you, Your Honor. How old are you?
I'm 58.
And where do you currently live?
I live in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
How long have you lived there?
Pretty much all my life.
What is your current occupational status?
I'm retired from the Cedar Rapids Police Department, and I'm driving a school bus part-time.
Sounds a lot better than doing this.
I enjoy it.
How long did you work for the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
33 years.
How many years did you spend in law enforcement?
34.
So when did you start the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
It would have been August of 1983.
And when did you leave?
June 1st, 2017.
What positions did you hold with the Cedar Rapids Police Department when you were there?
I was a patrol officer, a traffic officer, and an investigator, and then promoted to detective.
Can you tell us how long you held the position of detective with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
I think I got promoted in December of 1994.
Did you hold that position then until your retirement?
Yes, I did.
Can you give us a description of the job duties and of the being a detective for the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Well, we investigate all types of crimes. We have different divisions within the Detective Bureau, such as financial crimes, violent crimes, sex crimes. There's narcotics, there's the DEA task force, FBI task force. Whatever criminal activity there is, we investigate it.
Does that include, at times, being assigned to investigate cold cases?
Yes, it does.
Did you work for a period of time on some cold cases while you were a detective with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, did you work on the case involving the homicide of Michelle Martinko?
Yes, I did.
And as a background matter, did you know Michelle Martinko?
I went to school with Michelle Martinko at Kennedy High School.
When did you graduate?
I graduated in '79, so I was 1 year ahead of her.
So were you aware then, in December of 1979, about what had happened to her?
Yes, I was.
To your knowledge, throughout the course of your employment at the Cedar Rapids Police Department, did the murder investigation of Michelle Martinko remain open?
Yes, it was always open.
Did you have an opportunity to do some work on the case?
I did.
Can you tell us under what circumstances you became involved in the investigation?
I became involved in 2004 when I was assigned to follow up on a tip related to the Martinko investigation.
All right. And were you working in your capacity as a detective in 2004?
Yes, I was.
So basically, you started by getting involved and following up a tip.
Following up a tip and started researching the reports and felt that the case could be investigated and followed up on further.
So basically, when you were assigned this tip, you just decided to look into the case a little bit more and read the reports?
Well, exactly. To follow up on the tip, I needed to know some background investigation and try to read as many reports as I could.
So while gathering that background information, did you find that you had some interest in reopening the case and trying to look at some more possible investigation?
Right. What I discovered in researching the case was the partial DNA profile on the gear shift selector of Michelle's car. And the gear shift selector had a blood stain that was collected, and there was 2 DNA profiles mixed together in the blood on the gear shift selector. One was a full profile of Michelle Martinko, and the other was a partial male profile. And my thinking at the time was that we could start going through the case and identifying potential suspects and eliminating them from that partial profile through DNA analysis.
Did your investigation also involve obtaining some items of evidence from your evidence department or your evidence room in preparing those to be resubmitted for further analysis?
Yes, it did. We obtained the dress and the clothing that she was wearing the night she was discovered and submitted those back to the lab for more analysis and investigation.
I'm going to ask you a little bit more about that here in a moment. I want to ask you, Detective Larison, how long did you work on this case?
Well, it would have been over 10 years to the point that I retired. I worked on it close to 10 years and eventually requested that they find somebody else to take my place because I was getting a little bit burned out on it. And I told the supervisors that they should find somebody, get some new blood in on the case.
Okay. And is that person who took over the case here today?
Yeah, Detective Investigator Matt Denlinger.
The gentleman down here on the end of the table?
Yep.
Okay. So after 10 years, did you brief Matt on what you knew and then basically hand it off to him?
Yes, and he consulted with me frequently after he took over the case.
Back to retrieving the clothing worn by Michelle. Can you tell us, kind of take us through what you did to retrieve that clothing and prepare it or access it in order to take it to the lab for more testing?
Sure. I was working with another investigator, Detective George Abowd, and we agreed that we needed to send that evidence back to the lab, so we went down to the Evidence Bureau. We checked out the evidence. We took a look at it, repackaged it, relabeled it, did another lab form, and delivered it to the lab.
And so we're specific about this. When you access the evidence, what evidence are you talking about?
I'm talking about the clothing, the dress, the pantyhose, and the panties.
So you actually took those items out of the package it was in to examine it?
I recall taking the dress out and taking a quick look at the dress, yes.
Okay. And why'd you do that?
We thought it was important that if we're going to investigate the case, that we should at least take a look at the evidence without disturbing it or contaminating it. So we pulled it out, took a quick look, and put it back in its original packaging and then repackaged around that.
What steps did you make sure you took when you reaccessed this item of evidence, took it out to examine it to make sure that the integrity of the item was preserved?
Well, we wore rubber gloves for one thing, and other than that, we tried not to disturb the clothing items, just to get a quick look at them and then reinsert them back in their original packaging and repackage it.
And you said that included a dress, pantyhose, and panties, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. What did you then do with those items of clothing?
We drove them to the state lab and submitted them to the state lab.
I approach the witness, Your Honor. I'll be handing the witness what's been marked and received as State's Exhibit 17O initially here, and I'll have you take a look at that, Detective Larison.
Okay?
And what is that document?
That's the lab form that I filled out to document the chain of evidence on the dress and the clothing items with instructions for the lab.
And we saw this earlier this morning, but can you tell us the date you submitted those items to the laboratory?
October 4th, 2005.
And what items did you submit?
The dress, pantyhose, and the panties, and also her rabbit fur coat, the headliner from her car, the inside door handle from her car, 2 visors from her car, and then a buccal DNA swab from Douglas Caden.
Who was that?
He was a potential suspect in the case that I discovered early on in reading the reports.
And tell us about the transport of that item and how that transported.
George and I just drove those items to the state lab, and they allowed us entry, and we checked it in. They had us sign the form. I wrote my name on the form and signed my name, and the lab analyst doing the intake work signed the form and took the evidence and gave me a copy of the form.
Did you undertake all the procedures that you had been trained on in the Cedar Rapids Police Department when packaging and then transporting that item to the DCI lab to ensure that the integrity of the item was preserved and there was no alteration, tampering, or substitution?
Yes, we did.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
This is a 17JI1, I'm sorry, J1. Have you seen that item of evidence, that document before?
Yes, I have.
Does that indicate you on that DCI chain of custody form / Cedar Rapids chain of custody form, again, submitting those aforementioned items in October of 2005?
Yes, it does.
Can I see that for a second?
Yep.
And specifically here on item F here, it says it was submitted by you, received by Ms. Shipman, who we heard from this morning on October 4th, 2005 at 10:32.
That's correct. That's correct.
Detective Larison, is there anything else that occurred of any kind of note at this point in time during the preparation, packaging, and transport of those items?
No, nothing unusual.
Okay. That's all I have for now, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Larison, in your testimony, you just referred to the men and women of the jury that in preparing to submit material to the DCI laboratory that you opened, examined the address, and then repackaged it. Would you recognize the original packaging if you saw it again?
I might, yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what is marked in the blue box in big letters with D1, and up in the upper right-hand corner, F1. Take a minute to look at this exhibit and let us know if you recognize it.
I do recognize it.
And tell us what it is, please.
That's when George and I repackaged her clothing items, and that's George's handwriting, and we did this together. And CRPD Exhibit J and DCI Lab Exhibit F, and it's got the case number.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, I think in the lower right-hand corner are a date about which you just testified, October 4, 2005, right?
Correct.
And that would have been the date that you would have submitted to the lab.
That was the date we submitted it to the lab, correct?
You recognize the initials below the date?
No, I don't.
I think it's Cheryl Shipman.
Okay.
Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. She was a lab technician that was a custodian of the material he submitted.
Correct.
When you opened up the original packaging of the dress, the panties, and the pantyhose, were the items all bundled together?
As far as I recollect, they were, yes.
Okay. So they were, the dress, the panties, and the pantyhose were in contact with one another?
They were in the same package.
In contact with one another?
I don't remember if they were packaged separately or individually and then packaged together, but they were in the same package that we opened to examine.
If I may approach again, Your Honor.
You may.
Handing you what in the blue box in large letters is Exhibit B1, and up in the upper right-hand corner, D1. Do you recognize what's portrayed in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
Over here are the pantyhose, and this is like a wrap or a shawl or a scarf that went with the dress.
Okay. And does that resemble, Officer Larison, what you saw in preparing to submit these items back to the lab?
Yes.
After you submitted these materials, namely the dress, the pantyhose, and did you submit the scarf or the shawl as well?
Yes, it was part of the dress.
Okay. After examining those, repackaging them, sending to the DCI laboratory where they were examined by the professional staff there, did you have a conversation with the professional staff after that testing was done? Specifically, did you speak with Linda Sawyer
Yes,
about her findings?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Redirect Mr. Maybanks.
Your Honor, if I could, just briefly retrieve proposed Exhibit 7A.
You may.
Detective Larison, have you had an opportunity prior to the day to examine proposed Exhibit 7A?
The dress?
Yes, it's addressed. Yes.
Yes.
And when you had an opportunity to examine proposed Exhibit 7A, the dress, does this dress, besides the various areas indicated where DCI testing was performed, appear to be in same or similar condition as to when you submitted it to the DCI laboratory for examination in October 2005?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, we have no further questions at this time, however, and as I've brought up with Mr. Spies, we will be requesting to recall Detective Larison at a later date in the trial.
Okay. Additional cross-examination at this time,
Just
Mr.
one
Spies.
question. Officer Larison, when you submitted the dress, proposed Exhibit 7A, to the criminalistics laboratory, did you notice that it had rabbit fur on it?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Anything further at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Detective Larison. You may step down.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Linda Sauer.
Good afternoon. You can make your way over to the witness chair. Careful of the stairs. Thank you. Good afternoon. I would ask you to please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Couple of rules that we have in the courtroom. Only one voice can speak at a time, so I would ask you to please wait for the attorneys to finish any question before you start your answer. They will give you the same courtesy of making sure that you complete your answer before they ask another question.
Thank you.
And be mindful of that microphone. We want to hear what you have to tell us this afternoon, okay? And you can adjust that so that it's comfortable for you. Very good. And if you'd please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Linda R. Sauer. My first name is spelled Linda. My last name is spelled Sawer.
Thank you. You may proceed with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can I call you Mrs. Sawyer or Linda? Or
Whatever.
okay.
Linda's fine.
Well, I was raised to ask.
Oh, yes.
Okay, Linda, can you tell us where you're from first?
I live in Ames, Iowa now. I grew up in Des Moines.
Are you currently working or are you retired?
I am retired.
And where are you retired from?
My last place of employment was the Iowa Criminalistics Laboratory. At that time, it was part of DCI. Now they've reorganized, and I think it's just part of public safety.
Okay. So, what do you do with your time?
What do I do with my time?
Yeah.
Well, I read. I do a few crafts. I'm on the computer a lot. But that's mostly it.
When we came to your house to talk to you, you said you also did some neighborhood watch?
Well, yes. Just one family has a young family, and 3 of us around them that are retired.
Oh.
So we have them covered.
All right, Linda, thanks. I'm going to have you tell us a little bit about your background here. Did you spend your entire career with the DCI lab?
No, I didn't. I started my career as a teacher in the Peace Corps in Ghana, which is in West Africa. And while there, I met a gentleman I liked, and so I married and stayed 9 years. Then we returned to the States, and my first job was at the University of Iowa, Des Moines Branch Hygienics Lab. And they are the environmental and health testing facilities for the state of Iowa.
What'd you do there?
I did blood lead screening on children and just blood lead screening on children. And the neonatal screening that they do on newborns, they take the little sample from the heel. So we did that. And then the last 2 years I was there, I was an industrial hygiene chemist.
Okay. Did you have an educational background in chemistry or biology?
I had a degree in biology.
So what happened with the University of Iowa Hygienics Laboratory? Did you stay there or move on?
No, I moved upstairs in the same building to the DCI crime lab.
All right. What was your first position with the crime lab?
I've always been in the same section. It was first called the serology section. Serology is the study of blood and other body fluids. And so we would do what we could at that time in terms of differentiating blood. We used the ABO system, the MN system, secretor status, but we couldn't do very much.
Well, you were just kind of learning that area then? Or that area's just beginning, I guess?
Oh, that area?
Yeah.
No, it kept expanding. They would find more possible markers. Sometimes you'd only find them in one fluid, though, so it didn't help you as much. That also included hair analysis. I should say hair comparisons.
You said hair?
Yes.
Okay. What did that involve at that time?
Well, sometimes we would get animal hair, and from a conservation officer who wanted us to see if it was deer hair. Those were important cases, deer out of season.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys do everything there then?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And then sometimes we would have questionnaires from a crime scene, and we would be asked to compare them to knowns from certain individuals. Hair is not uniform on your head, and they're not even uniform from near the head to the tip. They kind of change their features. So the best we could ever say was that a hair was similar to and could have come by from that person. It wasn't until DNA that we could establish identity.
What other kind of positions did you hold at the laboratory?
I was always in the same section. We just switched from serology to DNA.
When did that take place?
Where did the
switch from serology into DNA?
when?
Yeah.
Well, it started in the 90s, early 90s. But I don't think we were online for full DNA testing until maybe 95 or 96.
Tell us a little bit about your memory of how the DNA forensic technology and science came to the lab and what you guys did with it, over the years.
Well, it's been 15 years since I did any of that, so I might be a little rusty. We started out using a technique that was called dot blot. And you had, I think we had 6 different areas or loci of DNA that were spotted on a little strip of very thin paper. And you would apply your sample at one end of that, and then it would be processed, and where the feature was present in that person's profile, a blue dot would appear. So it was a way, so for each of the systems, we would have one strip, and so we would probably have, I think we did maybe 4 or 6 of those at a time. We didn't do that for very long.
Okay. As that technology then was replaced, what came next?
What came next was STRs, and STR stands for short tandem repeats.
And I want to ask you a little bit more about that, but if you wouldn't mind, can you give us a rundown sort of the training that you received in that DNA area?
Oh, well, in addition to the in-lab training with Mike Peterson, also went to the FBI Academy for a 2-week course in basic DNA technology. And later I attended another 2-week class in California, run by the people who made the instruments that we used. And there again, there was, some theory and explanation of the STR process. Attended various workshops on the reagents, the interpretation, other types of things at professional meetings.
May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Behind the witness, what's been marked as State's Exhibit CV, as in Victory, 2. I ask you, Linda, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Hey, what is that?
This is my resume or qualifications, including basic education and then whatever forensic science workshops and courses I attended.
Does that document include a summary of the trainings and of the various qualifications that you earned in the field of DNA forensics and testing as of, I think is it April 28th of 2008? Is that the date on the front?
The date on the front. April 28th, 2008, yes.
Okay. And was that the last time then it was updated?
Yes.
Okay. That was near your retirement then?
Yeah, I retired in 2009.
Okay. At the time that you conducted DNA analysis in this case, which we'll get to here shortly, in 2002, 2003, and 2005, had you received the necessary updated training in the matters of testing that you employed on the evidence in this case?
Yes.
First, we'd like to move to admit C, V as in victory, 2.
Any objection to CV2?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
The court will receive and make part of today's record states CV2.
And we request at this time that that Ms. Sauer, that Linda be recognized as an expert in the fields that she testified to today and is contained in her CV2 for the years that I just mentioned.
Any objection to that designation?
Your Honor, I don't think the court's recognition of the witness as an expert is necessary. It's up for the jury to determine the weight of her evidence.
Absolutely. Okay. But you may proceed to testify in the areas in which you have experience and training.
Thank you.
I'll take that from you there. I think we had gotten up to the point where you were going to tell us about the STR testing and what you had learned about that method.
So the name itself kind of describes what type of DNA we were looking at. They were relatively short pieces of DNA. We have literally hundreds of thousands, maybe billions of those pairs, the A, the T, the C, and the G, that make up the code for the DNA. And so if you were looking at like maybe 150 length, that would be considered a short length. It says tandem because we're talking about units that were next to each other, just like in a tandem bicycle. And they're repeats. So one repeat would have its code, and then that segment would be repeated a certain number of times. And so people do not differ in the code, they differ in the number of copies of the code. So this type of DNA fills space between the type that we call genes, and so it doesn't code for genes.
And how were you trained in accessing or being able to view these short tandem repeats? What process was used for that?
Okay, it's called PCR, which stands for polymerase chain reaction. Polymerase is the name of the enzyme that works to allow fragments of DNA to be replicated. And the advantage of STRs over the early techniques was that you don't need as much DNA to start with. When DNA first started, they used an X-ray method, and you had to do gels and all sorts of transformations. And they needed maybe a blood stain the size of a quarter in order to be successful. With STRs, because we're making copies of the DNA that are present in that sample, a blood stain probably a quarter an inch across will work. So it was faster, it was cheaper because it required less lab time, and it could do smaller samples.
How were the how was the DNA, you said it was put into a repeat mode. How was it amplified so you could see it?
I think maybe I should start with how we find the DNA sample.
Go ahead.
And sometimes we would receive a stain or a swab from an individual. And we called those knowns because we knew the person they came from. And then we would have the question or the samples we received from the evidence. If it was an object like it was fabric, we would locate the stain and then take a sample of it. First, we would screen it for the presence of blood to make sure it wasn't something else. On the black dress, or on any black item, it's very difficult to see a blood stain. And so usually we would look at it with a very strong light source. And if you kind of shine it across the surface, you can then sometimes see changes in the texture of the fabric. And so we note those and see whether or not they are blood. For fabric, take a cutting of a suitable size, and then by a method that is called extraction, we would get the DNA from the fabric, which we would call the substrate, into solution. So then we would know, or if we had DNA, that's where it would be in the solution from the fabric. After that, it was best to have at least a ballpark idea of how much DNA was there. Was it very concentrated or was it dilute? The reagents that we purchased for the testing had a window of like what the concentration was best to be. So that's what we would do next step. We called it quantitation. Based on the quantitation, we would then add a certain amount of our sample to a reagent mix. And it would go into, looks like maybe like a big printer, but it had little areas in a metal plate to put these tiny little tubes. So the tubes were pretty much, except for the top, surrounded by metal. And what the machine did was to heat the sample to the point that the DNA would separate into the two strands. So we start out as a double helix, a ladder that's twisted. And then when DNA is going to replicate, it straightens itself out, and the bonds on the rungs of the ladder split apart to give us the two different sides. During the next stage after they were broken apart would be to cool it down to about 60 degrees centigrade, and that was a suitable point for the reagents which included the items needed to replicate the DNA. And they would fill in where there wasn't a pair. So if on one side you had had before TA, then you would now have, this side had T's, but no longer has is buddy, the A. So A's would fill in this side, and T's would fill in this side. So at the end of one amplification, you would have two copies instead of one. And that was repeated over and over. I don't quite remember how many cycles. I think it was 28 or 30, and that would give you enough DNA to then run through an analyzer.
So basically, you're making multiple copies of that same DNA. So you took something that was small, but with multiple copies, it's easier to see.
Right.
But it's the same DNA.
It would be the same sequence.
And the sequence is how you read the DNA.
Yes.
And interpret it, correct?
Yes.
Was that the process, this PCR, polymerase chain reaction, short tandem repeat that you were using then on or about 2002?
Yes.
I want to get into the testing here shortly, but when Mr. Peterson was here, we gave him a chance to answer this question, and we're not going to let a DNA expert leave here without getting a shot at it. So why don't you tell us in your terms how you describe what DNA is?
DNA is a long molecule that carries the information that we call genes. It has areas that control reactions within our body, and some of those reactions are visible on us and some aren't. We all have things that produce our hormones and our enzymes and things. We also have genes that tell us which type of muscle, because we have 3 different types of muscle. We have skeletal muscle, we have smooth muscle that we have like in our intestines and stomach, and then we have cardiac muscle. So it doesn't say just make muscle, it's which type. And so it's truly marvelous what DNA controls from when an egg is fertilized until it becomes a baby. All of those instructions are there in the DNA. And each cell in your body has a complete set of these instructions, except for what we call the germ cells, which would be the egg and the sperm. And they only have half. They have 1 strand of the DNA, so that when the egg is fertilized, it will again have a complete copy.
And along those lines, you basically have answered it, but what would you say it is about DNA that makes us individuals and who we are?
Well, we do vary, as I say, in this particular type of DNA that we were looking only at the length of a segment. And at that time, we didn't know of any particular use that had, other than to maybe separate genes and make the molecule stable. I don't know whether they found since then or not. But then there are the other kinds that will code for traits that we can see or that we can test for. And one example is sickle cell anemia. If you've heard of that, it is a special type of very painful anemia that is found mostly among sub-Saharan Africans and people in the Mediterranean region. The hemoglobin from people with sickle cell differs from the normal hemoglobin in only 1 letter. And yet just that 1 letter difference makes a huge difference to the individual. Likewise, genes are responsible for the pigment color, in your eye, your ABO blood type. those things.
Okay, on a related but somewhat different viewpoint, what is it about DNA, for instance, that would make individuals who are related, like brothers or sisters or cousins, different?
Well, when you look at that each parent will have 2 genes for each characteristic, and only one of those goes into the reproductive cells. So you can figure out that for a particular trait, the mother would have 2 types of eggs, with one of her types in one egg, one in the other. The sperm would also do that. So they could be combined in a number of different ways. They could have combined in the same way that one of the parents' type was, or they could be a mixture of the 2 so that they would have a different type than either the mother or the father. So each of the children in a family would essentially have the same 4 copies as possibilities, but they probably would not have the same combination. And I've simplified it by saying a copy. And actually, since we're looking at segments that repeat the letters over and over, then there are many ways that people could be brothers and sisters and not have exactly the same. But we expect that, there are parts of the DNA that will be the same.
Through your tenure at the DCI, did you perform DNA analysis for a variety of criminal investigations?
Yes.
And were the analysis methods that you used, that you just described, generally accepted in the area of DNA forensic analysis by other laboratories across the nation?
Yes.
As a DNA criminalist, did you testify in court as an expert on those matters?
I did.
And for the record, as of February of 2002, what method of DNA analysis was the DCI laboratory doing?
We were doing the STRs using the PCR technology.
In 2002, do you recall receiving a black dress that was associated with a victim of a homicide by the name of Michelle Martinko in your laboratory for DNA analysis and testing?
Upon reminders, when people came to ask me about it, seeing photographs, I did remember it. But without a nudge, I didn't.
Well, you tested this dress more than once, right?
Yes, I did.
So after being reminded of the work and seeing that documentation, did you remember the dress then?
Oh, yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Handing the witness what's already been received as State's Exhibit 17M. And I'm just going to point out a couple of things in here, Linda, on this exhibit. First, it looks like on March 15th, if we could get that up to, of 2002, there's a note that what was described as item F, the dress in this case, was ready for you to pick up to analyze. Does that coincide with your review of the documentation when you first analyzed the dress?
Yes.
And then again in June 16th of 2003, there's another 2003, excuse me, there's another indication that the dress was ready for you to pick up. Does that coincide with your memory of the second time that you reviewed the dress?
Yes.
And then finally on October 13th of 2005, there's a note here that the dress was ready for you to pick up to analyze. Does that coincide with your recollection of when you analyzed it the third time?
Yes.
May I again retrieve State's proposed Exhibit 7A, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm not going to make you get down, Linda. I'm just going to bring this over to you right here and show you State's proposed Exhibit 7A, which is been described as the black dress that Michelle Martinko was wearing that has been tested and has been described by other witnesses in this case. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And after looking at this dress, did you have an opportunity to note on the dress areas where you took notes of where extractions or testing were done?
Yes.
And does that include the front area of the dress as well as the back of the dress?
Yes.
Does this appear to you to be in relatively the same condition as when you tested it after it coming into your custody in 2002, 2003, and finally in 2005?
Actually, my memory is mostly from 2005. And yes, it does look the same.
Okay. Do you also recall, after reviewing documentation in this case, that you performed a DNA examination on an exhibit described as Exhibit I, blood from the gear shift selector?
Yes.
After receiving the dress on 3 occasions and conducting an analysis of it, do you recall that you completed reports regarding your findings?
Yes.
And same for the blood from the gear shift selector. Do you recall, after receiving that you compiled a report for your findings for that in 2002?
I remember.
Prior to conducting your own examination of the dress and the blood from the gear selector, had there been previous testing that had been conducted by an analyst by the name of Michael Peterson?
Yes.
May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Have a copy. Yeah, just 1 second here, Linda. Would you have reviewed the report by Mr. Peterson as part of your review and testing of the dress when you received it?
I don't think so.
Have you had a chance to look at it before today's date?
No. I had Mr. Peterson right there,
Okay.
so he could tell me what he did.
All right. So did you talk to Mr. Peterson about what he did with the dress then?
I probably did,
Okay.
and I probably asked his opinion as to what he thought would be appropriate to do with it.
May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. And here the witness must have been marked as State's Exhibit 9B. B is in boy. 2-page document here, Linda. I'm going to ask you first if you've seen this before.
I have.
Okay. And generally, what is State's Exhibit 9B?
It is a report issued with my signature on 7/31/2002, describing the analysis and observations on, looks like there are 5 exhibits here.
And what 5 exhibits does it show analysis and observation for?
Exhibit F, Exhibit I, which was the gear shift selector knob, Exhibit J, which I believe was a hair, Exhibit H, which I don't remember what it was, but it didn't have any DNA on it. And then K was cigarette butts.
And in this report, does it indicate that you performed the STR testing that you described for us previously?
Yes.
You mentioned Exhibit F, but based upon your review of the documentation, does that refer to the dress?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us how you performed the analysis of the dress in 2002 to the best of your recollection?
I don't think I did. Did I do DNA on that? Yes. The blood sample I obtained from the dress the first time gave me a complete result. All of the different segments that we normally would test for, there were 15 of them. I believe that the purpose was to establish what was most likely the DNA profile of the owner of the dress, Michelle Martinko.
And were you able then, I think you indicated, to develop a complete profile from the dress?
Yes.
And was that profile then determined based upon your investigation to be the complete profile of the victim, Michelle Martinko?
That's an assumption I'm making.
And that assumption was based upon what?
The fact that she had had injuries that resulted in bleeding, and she was wearing the black dress at the time.
And did you conduct some analysis of the item Exhibit I, the blood from the gear shift selector?
I did.
Can you tell us how you conducted that analysis?
Okay, so that was a hard surface, and my memory tells me it was not a heavy stain that you could like scrape off, but rather was a smear, like it had been touched glancingly, not held tightly. And so I used a cotton tip swab that had been moistened with distilled water to collect the stain, the smear.
And once you did that, did you perform the STR method of analysis that you described for us?
Yes.
Does this report contain your findings and conclusions from that analysis?
It does.
And does this report also contain findings from your analysis of the other items that you mentioned as well as done by the STR testing?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
And is this something that was kept in the regular course of business activity by the DCI lab?
Yes.
Move to admit 9B as in boy.
Have you had an opportunity to inspect that proposed exhibit, Mr. Spees?
Yes, I have, Your Honor. We have no objection.
The court will receive and make part of today's record States Exhibit 9B as in boy.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And Linda, you can keep that exhibit in front of you so you don't have to turn around and look at it, but it's going to appear over the top of you as well,
Okay.
so we all can follow along. And before we talk about this, I just have a couple other questions. Could you tell us, based upon your training and the protocol and procedure that you use at the laboratory, about how you ensured that the items of evidence that you handled was done in a way to preserve the integrity of the items and to prevent any alteration, substituting, or tampering?
All right. First of all, we would always place white paper underneath the exhibit we were going to examine. So even before opening the package, we have a like butcher paper. And then after opening it, first thing we do is to put an identity tag on it, our initials and date, the case number, and the exhibit designation. So it was one item at a time would be examined. If an area of interest, an area that stained positive for blood, and blood was what I was looking for, then I would select areas to extract DNA from. To do this, we just take a cutting, usually with a pair of scissors, and the scissors are cleaned with alcohol between each use. If it's a swab, cotton tip swab, we would use a single edge razor blade, and we would cut that in half and peel off part of it using forceps. We always wore gloves. Gloves were changed between each item. For the extraction, the sample would be put in a little tube about this high, and it had a narrowed at the bottom. They could be centrifuged to spin them down to separate solid material from that in solution. But each one came to the laboratory DNA-free. And we would open the tube using a special tool, which wasn't very difficult. And it actually, the closest thing to remind is like a beer bottle opener, where it had an edge that you could put under the lid and flip it open so that you didn't touch the inside, of the tube. The cutting would then be placed in there, and the lid would be closed, and that would be set aside until you had another sample to add.
Thanks, Linda. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Just briefly, the previously received evidence was State's Exhibit 17I. This is a DCI form that has already been described as the chain of custody form involving Exhibit F and Exhibit I here as submitted to the laboratory. You'll see that it's described as victim's dress, pantyhose, and panties. Does that cause you any, the fact that these items were all what the victim submitted together, does that cause you any concern or just on the face of it?
Generally, if items are in a dry state, they are not moist, material will not be transferred, like DNA or a blood stain, from one piece to another. And so that was the usual state. Sometimes items would be packaged separately. Other times they would be packaged, together.
And when those items were packaged together, was it sometimes under the circumstances such as this, as involving items from the same individual?
Yes.
Moving down then with the exhibit here, you already described to us your findings involving the dress. So in that paragraph where it says F, I, and J, that first sentence, does that describe that you found the complete profile from the dress that you determined for the reasons you stated was Michelle?
Yes.
And then From that testing, were you able to perform or able to determine whether it was a female or male profile?
Yes, it was female.
And going down then to Exhibit I and your findings in Exhibit I, what can you tell us what those findings mean and how you reached them?
Okay, so I described how I would have taken some of the stain off the gear shift selector, put it on a swab, then you wait for the swab to dry, and then cut portion of the swab and put it in for extraction. Then the same DNA technology, reagents and everything that were used for the stain on the dress were also used for the blood collected off the shift selector. The results were not as complete. There were only results at 9 of the STR loci. Loci just means place. And what we call the sexing locus amylogenin. So male and female differ in their amylogenin results. That's how we can tell whether it's a male or a female.
And so did you find, as this report indicates, a mixture of DNA from Exhibit I?
I did.
And the report says you found at least one male and one female contributor to those results. Is that right?
Yes.
Explain what you mean then by the donor of the DNA from Exhibit F cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
So it means of the loci that were developed, the results found matched the same loci on the dress F. Now, since it's not a complete, the eye sample was not as strong, there were other areas that just didn't appear. So it wasn't as good a match.
And how were you able then to determine that the mixture also involved a male? Did it have a result at the sexing locus? Is that?
Yes, so I believe it would have shown an X, which is the female marker, with a taller peak than the Y, and the Y is the male.
So were you able to say with confidence then that you were able to find the mixture that had both a male and female contributing?
Yes.
And you wrote in here that you eliminated James Sturtz, presumably a suspect that was provided as a known. You were able to do that from comparing it to the male contributor?
Yes.
So what you were able to gather from the profile that you developed involving the male, was that enough for comparison purposes then?
Well, yes, you only have to find one difference in a blood that sample you're comparing it to say that this person couldn't be the source, because the unknown sample has results that are, say, 15 units and 17 units long, and the known only had 13. So someone who has the result of 13 cannot donate a 15 or a 17.
Okay. Makes sense. So what it's done is a matter of protocol at the DCI lab at that time once you're done with the testing of these items.
Okay, when the analysis is completed, usually after each item is completed, it will be at least stapled shut. If you think you might have to take another sample from that item, you don't go ahead and tape it. But it would be stapled shut, folded over, a paper sack. And so the items would have been basically replaced in the packaging. But I would wait until after the report was complete before I would return them to the evidence room.
Were there, and after the return to the evidence room, was that then when they were held until returned to the agency, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Were there situations when there were samples that were retained at the laboratory?
Yes, if an item had a very limited amount of a sample and I was consuming most of that in the analysis, the extract would be saved in a long-term storage freezer.
And was that freezer that was on site at the laboratory?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to conduct another examination of Exhibit F, the dress in this case, in 2003 at the date that we discussed in your previous testimony?
Yes.
Yeah. As a result of receiving that item, again, did you conduct further DNA analysis and testing on it?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Beginning the witness, what I've marked as 9C, and ask you, Linda, do you recognize that? I think it's just a one-page document, right?
Yes, it has my signature.
Okay. Is that a report that you compiled as a result of your second analysis of the dress in 2003? I think our date is September 8th of 2003.
Okay, that was the report date.
Okay.
It would have been examined earlier.
And I think one of our other exhibits, it looked like you checked it out maybe in June and did some testing on it. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that a report, too, that's kept in the regular course of business at the DCI?
Yes.
Let's talk about the analysis that you did in that instance there, and let's just focus, if we could, on the dress.
All right. I believe I was asked to test multiple areas, if I could, to see if the stains were consistent with each other. And one of the stains was a relatively crusty area. When blood has been thick and it dries, it forms like paint chips would come off of things. So I used that one. And then I was able to view another possible stain. And so that one was screened for the presence of blood, and it did show the sign of blood. So that was another area that I selected. And I also examined the dress using a high-intensity light that is called an alternative light source. And you can use different wavelengths, and some things fluoresce under the light, like saliva. If you have a saliva stain on your shirt, I may not be able to see it, but it will fluoresce. It will light up. Blood does not fluoresce, but you can sometimes tell a difference in the texture of the fabric by shining the light horizontally across the surface. And I identified 2 additional areas of interest, and they also showed the presence of blood.
And when you were able to identify those areas that showed the presence of blood, did you do the screening test on it to see if it was blood?
Yes.
Okay. And was it?
Yes. That's how I knew it was blood.
Okay. And so once you did that, did you conduct further examination to attempt to identify a DNA profile?
Yes, I did the regular testing, extraction, quantitating, amplifying, and analyzing.
And so we don't have to go back over that. Was that the same procedure you used in 2002?
Yes.
Okay. And after you conducted that testing, were you able to reach some conclusions and report some findings in that report?
Yes, it said that the 3 blood-stained areas from the front and 1 from the back were sampled, and they developed female profiles that match each other and the profile from the earlier testing in 2002.
We move to admit State's Exhibit 9C, Your Honor.
Any objection to 9C?
No objection.
The court will receive and make part of today's record State's Exhibit 9C.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Hey, the witness, what I marked as 9C1. Linda, do you recognize 9C1? It appears to be a stapled together two-page document here.
Yes.
Is that, what is that exhibit?
These are my bench notes, notes that I would take while I was examining the item.
And what's the purpose of taking those notes, or what do they
Well,
document?
to describe what you're doing, what you're observing, and to be a basis for memory later on if you need to recount.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review that today?
Yes.
Well, so did it serve its purpose? Does it help you remember?
Well, at least I understand it, yes.
All right. And tell us then, on your report that we just looked at, you described the items in your report as a black dress, a black scarf, a pair of pantyhose, and a pair of underwear, right?
Yes.
And is that what you found when you opened up the package to examine it?
Yes.
Okay. And is that noted in your notes as well?
Yes.
And how would you describe that scarf?
I felt it was an item that had been used as a wrap. And I don't remember whether the fabrics were exactly the same, so it could have come from the dress or it could have been something purchased separately.
Did it look like it was an item of attire that's worn with the dress?
Yes.
And other than the findings that we talked about with regard to that submission in 2003, where you found 3 bloodstained areas from the front and 1 from the back that matched the profile of the earlier one in 2002, did you find anything else with respect to the dress?
No.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
We handed the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9D as a dog. Yeah, leave it out so you can look at it. Here you go. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is report number 3, issued in 12/05 of 2005, and it does bear my signature.
And so, again, is this a report that you authored?
Yes.
Does this contain the results of DNA testing and analysis you performed on various exhibits submitted to you by the Cedar Rapids Police Department? That also includes, again, Exhibit F, the black dress worn by Michelle.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
Can you tell us, if you could, how the dress was examined when you received it, as indicated by previous exhibits in your testimony in October of 2005 through when you completed the report?
Well, again, I examined the dress using the intense light beam to try and locate additional possible stains. I was selecting stains from as wide an area as I could, not like all together. So I found some from the side, some from the front, and some from the back. And 4 additional stains that did screen positive for blood were cut for DNA analysis.
And when you conduct the DNA analysis of those 4 additional stains taken from 4 additional areas, did you perform the same STR testing that you described for us earlier?
Yes, I did.
And I didn't ask you this before, I'll just ask it to cover it. Were all the same safety procedures taken in
Oh,
all
yes,
these?
all the same.
As a result of that, analyzing them through the STR method you described earlier, did you come to some conclusions and findings regarding your further analysis of these 4 additional areas of blood?
Yes.
Okay. At this point in time, you're going to remove to admit State's Exhibit 9D as in dog.
Any objection to 9D?
Without objection.
The court will receive and make part of today's record State's Exhibit 9D. And we are going to give everyone a break. We're going to be in recess for about 15 minutes. Please bear in mind that admonition, folks, and we'll see you back in about 15 minutes. We'll be in recess.
Please rise for the jury. You can leave your notebooks on your chairs.
Is it okay if I just sit here? Is it okay if I just sit here? Yeah, I can sit here.
All right, chat. So they're going to go into a short recess. I'm not going to do a recap until after they finish with Linda. She's adorable, right? Well, actually, you know what? I am going to do a recap. Let's do a recap. Let's do a recap of where we are so far. I am going to do a recap because she had said a lot. She has definitely said a lot. All right. So since the last break, we heard from Doug Larison, who is a retired officer, and he's only 58 years old, and he actually went to Kennedy High School with Michelle. He investigates cold cases, and he found a partial DNA profile on the gear selector. He said there was two DNA profiles. One was a full profile of Michelle, and one was a partial of a male. So that's the first kind of time we've heard about that. He went through the case and tried to eliminate suspects. He and Detective Matt, I didn't catch the last name, but he's at the state table. He took over the case. So this guy, Detective Matt, took over the case. He looked at the evidence and repackaged it and delivered it to the lab. Took the items out. He and this guy, Matt, they took the items out, looked them over very quickly, and repackaged them carefully so as not to contaminate them. And they wore rubber gloves, and they try not to disturb the items. They drove those items to and this is Michelle's items that we've heard all about. They drove that to the state lab, and there was there was DNA samples of a visor, a door handle, and they checked out this guy named Douglas Caden. First time we've heard about Douglas Caden. And then Cross, of course, is really hammering about the cross-contamination and how the police handled it. So he talked about opening and repackaging. He hands him an image of the original packaging, and he says that's when they repackaged the items. The items might have been touching, not sure if they were packaged separately. So he wasn't a part of the original packaging. He's part of the repackaging. He submitted a scarf and a shawl as they were part of the dress. So that's the first time we heard about the scarf. Remember, some people in the chat are trying to, where's the scarf? Where's the scarf? So it was part of the shawl, I guess, and it was probably to cover her shoulders, of course, to make it less revealing and to offer some sort of warmth as well as cover up. He spoke with Linda Sawyer and her findings, and we heard from Linda earlier. I'm sorry, no, Linda comes later. Linda's the next witness. And then he did not notice rabbit fur on the dress. So that was all for Cross. And then Linda Sawyer comes up, and she's cute. She's like 3 foot tall, but she's sweet. She retired. She's a DNA analyst at DCI. So she retired in 2009. So she was a teacher. And I think the way she's explaining everything, DNA process and her whole process, it just shows you that she's a teacher, and she was a teacher. I think she's a teacher at heart, and she explained everything just so beautifully. So she started at the University of Iowa Hygienics, and then went upstairs to the DCI lab, and she started in serology, the serology section, which is the study of blood and other bodily fluids. She then switched from serology to DNA in the early 90s, and she said they came online 95 or 96. She talked about the dot blot, which is a strip of very thin paper, and you apply the DNA sample to that. She talked about short tandem repeats, which is STRs, and they talk about that going forward. She trained with Mike Peterson. She went to the FBI to train, and she also went to the people that actually created these machines. She also received updated training in 2002, 2003, and 2004. Just showing her expertise in her field. She talked about I'm going to get this wrong, PCR, polymerase chain reaction, which finds DNA sample from a known source. She received samples from objects, stain on the clothes. She does say it's difficult to find blood on a dark surface, so she's talking about this really powerful light that they had to use on the black dress. She talked about extracting DNA from the fabric. You use a substrate, and then you place that into the solution. Then you place that into tubes, you heat them up, and the DNA replicates and straightens them out from the helix. So the gentleman before, a couple witnesses before, he was talking about the 6 feet of DNA and the 3 billion, and then she explained it a little bit differently. So then after the strands cool down, the reagents fill in where there were missing pairs. So she talks about TA, TA, TA. So then you have these strands, and where the A is missing, the T will fill in, and where the T is missing, the A will fill in. She said you would then have 2 copies instead of 1, and it would be repeated 28 to 30 times, and then you can run it through an analyzer. So the prosecutor then said, so you're basically taking something small and you're enlarging it so you can see the sequence. And she said yes. DNA is basically a long molecule that carries the info that we call genes, and that just ripples out to everything that who we are. She testified she's an expert before, and the test she explained, the test that she explained is used across the nation. She tested Michelle's dress 3 times. She said she compiled a report on the dress and the gear shift blood. And then there were cigarette butts. So I don't know if Michelle was the smoker or somebody was smoking cigarettes. She said the blood sample first time gave a complete result. I guess she said 15 of them. Not quite sure what that was. She did establish it was Michelle's DNA from that blood. And then here was the big thing again. She established that there was female and male contributors on that gear shift. So that's why I think these guys are like, the police are now saying, wow, there's a male involved. We have to figure this out. And then they mentioned James Sturtz. They eliminated him as a suspect. So not sure what, never heard his name before, but all right. So then they take a break, and then we come back. So this is the last part of day 3, and this is 1 hour and 19 minutes. So we're going to pick up on day 3. And I will see you on the back end of this. Let me squeegee myself over here to the corner. Sorry, Michelle. All right.
We're waiting on one juror.
Please rise for the jury.
Please be seated, everyone. The record will show that the jury has rejoined counsel and Mr. Burns in open court. And Mr. Maybanks, you may resume direct examination of Ms. Sauer.
May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Beginning the witness, what's been previously introduced as 17J1. Briefly. Linda, this is that laboratory receipt, that chain of custody document that refers to items of evidence that were submitted in 2002. You see where it says item H?
Yes.
You had some trouble remembering earlier what item H was, so.
Yes, I didn't have this particular sheet, so that was this blood from the steering wheel.
Okay, blood from the steering wheel. Thank you. We were talking before we went to break about your findings in regards to the third time the dress was submitted to you. The exhibit that we introduced into evidence was State's Exhibit 9D as in dog. So I want to talk a little bit more about that analysis here, and if we could publish that again, Your Honor.
You may.
You said in your report that the previous testing had, on the black dress, had developed matching DNA profiles at 4 locations. Is that in reference to the 2003 report?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did testing at these additional locations, these 4 additional locations, what number did you attribute to those?
Oh, they were stains number or cuttings number 5, 6, 7, and 8.
And are those described there in your report as number 5, lower back?
Yes.
Number 6, left front below side shearing?
Yes.
Number 7, left of center on front below the waist?
Yes.
And number 8, upper left back?
Yes.
Okay. And by shearing, do you mean that the kind of what's on the waist of the dress?
Ruching, yeah.
Okay. I don't know what that is either.
Obviously, you don't watch the bride shows.
I don't wear dresses. And that's true. Okay, so with respect to these areas here, were you able to confirm by the screening test that they all indicated the presence of blood?
Yes.
Okay. And your report here says that female profiles were developed from 6, 7, and 8. Is that right?
Yes.
And did those female profiles all match the profiles from the earlier reports we talked about?
Yes.
And are we operating under the continued belief here, given the nature of the offense and the finding of blood now in numerous locations, that this is the blood of Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
You also indicated in this that this finding that fewer than 1 in 100 billion unrelated individuals would have the same. Oh, that's too fast. Okay. All right. We're going to skip that for now and go down to stain number 5 anyway. So let's talk about stain number 5 here. You indicated a partial male profile with complete DNA results at 11 STR loci and partial results at an additional 2 loci were obtained. Can you describe that finding, if you would?
Well, it meant that I had what I felt were complete results at 9 of these 15 areas, and 2 results that were weak, and so I couldn't say whether or not they were a homozygous, which is when an individual has a repeat of the same number, or whether there was something that had dropped out, a result that didn't show. So I called them partial instead of complete.
I think you just said that you had 9, but your report says 11 on stain number 5?
11. Okay.
All right. And that's 11 STR loci out of how many you tested for then?
15 is what the kits test for.
So when you applied this kit, you could obtain a full profile if you had 15, like you did with Michelle's blood, right?
Yes.
Or you could find it at 11 of the 15, which you indicated, right?
Yes.
And then, as you described, a partial result at an additional 2.
Yes.
When you say a partial profile, you also told us that you believed that it was complete DNA results. Can you explain just kind of what that means, that terminology?
Okay, complete profile means you have results at all 15 loci. On this particular sample, some of the larger DNA segments did not show in the testing. So I felt I had complete profile, the 2 alleles, or I could say that it was 1 allele that was the profile at the 11 loci that I said were complete.
Can you tell us, and I'm not sure we explained this term, but what do you mean by allele?
Allele is what we call the options. So each of the numbered repeats would be called an allele. So if you, for any gene or whatever, the 2 possibilities are if there's a major or a dominant and recessive, then we call the 2 alleles.
Okay.
Okay.
So the loci is referred to as the location, and
Yes.
the allele is the result.
Yes.
And with regard to state number 5, and this finding continues on the next page, see if we can get it to we're not going to be able to see the whole thing, but you were able to translate that finding into a statistic. So my question is, what, if any, statistical significance was generated from this profile that you found?
Okay, from a statistical standpoint, the probability of finding another or more than one individual with that particular profile would be greater than 1 in 100 billion. That was the largest number we decided to use.
Tell me about that. How you came to 100 billion.
Well, you mean how we decided?
Yeah.
I don't think I decided. I think it was DNA analysts in general, and probably with statistical help from a statistician.
And was that a finding that was one that was employed on a regular basis with the laboratory and generally accepted?
Yes.
Okay. So the statistical finding means that there's the probability of finding more than one individual with this profile would be, did you say greater?
Yes, would be greater.
And based upon this finding, tell me, is this similar to a conclusion that you had found somebody who you believed, a profile that you believed belonged to one individual?
Repeat that, please.
Does this equate to a finding that you could say that you developed a profile of an individual from that?
It would be likely that it was. Just because we say the chances are very slim doesn't mean that, it couldn't happen.
Okay.
We're talking statistics.
Okay. All right. So in the report, you say fewer than 1 in 1 billion unrelated individuals would have the same partial male profile. Is that right?
Yes.
Did I say 1? I said 100 billion, right? Okay. It's not me. All right. In terms of DNA analysis and STR testing at that time, why is this a significant finding?
Most people would say that it assumes identity. That if you have a result that is found in fewer than 1 in 100 billion, and we only have 3 to 4 billion people on Earth, that the probability of finding 2 unrelated individuals is so small that it can be discounted.
With this type of profile being developed as you just described, does that provide you as a DCI DNA criminalist to be able to compare what you developed to known profiles?
Yes.
And did that provide you the opportunity that if you were to compare this to known individuals, you could potentially find what could be deemed as a match to the profile?
Yes.
The report also notes that Exhibit I was compared to stain number 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about your finding in regards to Exhibit I when the male contributor from stain number 5 was compared to it?
Results from a second minor contributor. The donor of the F5, the major donor, I think could not be eliminated from the shift selector.
And when you say could not be eliminated, what does that mean in terms of what you found when you actually compared what you had for a profile from F5, from stain 5, and from Exhibit I?
That there were no alleles or results present that would indicate that the donor of sample F5 could not have given or provided.
In those terms, then, when you compared the profile you developed from F5 in the profile developed from Exhibit I, where you could compare those profiles at the alleles, was there a match?
It gets a little dicey. I wouldn't say necessarily matched because we had two contributors. And there's nothing in the analysis. If I have three, like peaks, it indicates 3 alleles, and any one single individual can only have 2. But it doesn't tell me which came from the male and which came from the female. So while the stain from Michelle Martinko's dress, that was female blood, could not be eliminated, and so too could this eye sample not be eliminated. But it doesn't mean that I can assign identity or probabilities or anything.
So with what you had to compare, you could say that the findings were similar and consistent between the profile, the male profile in I and F5, but because of Michelle's presence, you can't make the ultimate finding.
Right. I can say that it's consistent with. I'm not even sure on I that I had sufficiently strong sample to definitely say it was Michelle's. I mean, it seems logical in that she was bleeding, but that doesn't necessarily mean there couldn't be another explanation.
Okay. And when it comes to Exhibit I, I'm glad you brought that up. Was the DNA profile, the mixture you developed, one that was screened positive for blood?
Oh, yes.
From blood?
We always determine that there's some sort of source of DNA, at least I did, before performing DNA analysis, because it is time-consuming and expensive. So there really isn't any point in just finding a stain and running DNA to see what you get.
Now, in terms of stain number 5, and you've already kind of spoken to this, but was there a second minor contributor found with stain number 5?
Yes.
And was that second minor contributor compared to the stains from the profile developed from Exhibit F that was presumed to be Michelle's for the reasons we discussed.
Yes,
And what was found in that regards?
that she was a possible contributor.
So in that sense, did you find evidence that the blood from the profile you were able to develop from the male individual was within or contained within also the blood of Michelle? Or was found to be present as a contributor?
I can say that I was able, at most of the loci, to determine what was the profile of what we called the major contributor, and I could say what were the alleles contributed by the minor contributor, but I don't know that that would be the only explanation.
Yeah. Let me approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
You may.
And this is State's Exhibit 9D as in dog 1. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this exhibit as you look at it?
My bench notes for Exhibit F, examined on 10/31 of 2005.
And does this contain notes that you made at the time you examined the dress in October of 2005?
Yes.
Did you note the description of the areas where you found the blood stains that you talked about today on this document as well?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate document of your notes?
Yes.
Move to admit 9D1.
Any objection to 9D as in dog 1?
No objection, thank you.
9D1 will be received and made part of the record.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Any witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9E for identification. Do you see that, Linda?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what 9E is?
This is a summary of the 16 loci that were tested by the kit. And it's called a PowerPlex kit because that's what the manufacturer called it. And it says F5.
Does that indicate the findings then that you compiled and came up with in regard to the testing you performed on stain F5?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate document of those containing those findings?
Yes.
Was that then generated at the time that you made those findings?
Yes.
And was it kept with the DCI records as a business record?
Yes.
Move to admit State's 9E, Your Honor.
Any objection to 9E?
If I may question the witness very quickly, Your Honor.
You may.
Ms. Sauer, in State's Exhibit number 9E, does this describe, in part, the populations to which you referred in making your calculations about the probability?
The calculation, it does not involve the different groups, but the statistics could be figured for the different groups. And for a while, DNA was being reported as what the statistics were in 3 major groups, which were Caucasians, African Americans, and Hispanic. Now, I wasn't pleased when I learned how the companies who did the testing to make the statistical analysis, they used blood samples that had been submitted for other reasons to a large research lab. And they only knew, in the case of what they called a Hispanic individual, that they had a Hispanic name. And not everyone who has a Hispanic name, especially if you're a married female, should be included in that. So eventually, we found that there really were not significant differences in hardly any group. So we only report it as just one number. It does list the 3, because that's what they were doing at that time.
In 2005?
Yeah. And see, there's nothing on the stain that tells me anything about the individual who donated that blood.
In what manner did you use those 3 columns, Caucasian, African American, and Hispanic, in making your calculations?
I didn't. That's just how the statistical program had been set up. All I do is to type in the numbers.
You didn't do the calculation yourself?
No. In fact, it says that this page was created on 7/9/02 by MJP, referring to Michael J. Peterson.
So State's Exhibit 9E is not something that you produced?
The page I produced because I put in the results, the alleles, the second column, there on the left. So it gives the calculation for that particular sample. But no, I did not individually do the calculations. A computer did.
And did Mr. Peterson do this for you?
We did it for the whole DNA section.
So, stated differently, is 9E going to be helpful to the jury in understanding either the calculations leading to the statistic about which you testified or the testing that you did?
It depends on how much time they want to spend trying to figure it out. It's not readily, evident, I don't think, to a layperson what is being done. It does, however, give a summary of the results in a clear fashion.
Given the witness's testimony, Your Honor, under Rule 5.403, we find that the exhibit is not helpful to the jury, and so we object.
Any response to the objection, Mr. Maybanks?
At this time, we believe that the witness has established that would be helpful to the jury, and that she entered the information that came from the testing that she conducted on it in regards to the findings on the loci and the alleles for the DNA profile.
Okay. Based upon Ms. Sauer's testimony that there is an accurate description of the analysis and results that she arrived at, the court will accept and receive into evidence State's Exhibit 9E.
And to follow up with that, as we, can we publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
To follow up that as it's being published, Linda, can you explain to us then, based upon the testing materials that you had and how you conducted tests, that figure that you talked about earlier, that 1 in 100 billion, is that figure that you put in the report then something that coincides with your training and how to report these findings?
Yes.
Okay. Now, above you is State's Exhibit 9E. That has some information on it. So could you just kind of tell us, in the first column there is an indication of the locus. Is that the loci areas of the...
Yes, plural of locus is loci.
Yes.
And they have different names. Some of them are named by their location on a chromosome. So you'll see a number that says D, and so that means that it is from a DNA molecule rather than from an RNA molecule. And then it will have an S number, which refers to the site. And how they started naming, the nomenclature they were using when they were locating different important areas on chromosomes was really not like a map to tell you exactly where it was. It was rather that this was the 1358th locus that had been found on the chromosome D3. Kind of disappointing that it's not a map.
Linda, then, is this document then meant to set forth the findings that you made as a result of your DNA testing, so it could be used at a later date to potentially compare to the findings of a known profile?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, may I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Linda, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9F for identification. And do you see that document? Have you seen it before?
Yes.
And what does that document indicate?
This is the summary of the minor donor from the shift selector.
And is this, as you indicated in the previous reports, then the minor donor from the shift selector believed to be the male contributor to the mixture?
Yes.
And is that a document that was also similar to 9E, used to compile your findings along the loci so it can be preserved and compared to future profiles that may be developed?
Yes.
Okay. And is that also a fair and accurate copy of a record kept in the regular business at the DCI?
Yes.
And with respect to the matters involving the calculations and whatnot, it appears to be the same as the previous document?
It is, but it's nowhere as rare as the earlier one because there are many fewer results.
And right, yeah, and we talked about that in terms of the minor contributor to Exhibit I being compared to F5 and in matching out those loci and whatnot before, but not being able to have to calculate the same statistic. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, thank you, Linda. Actually, can we publish this really quick here, so we can all take a look at it? No, I'm sorry. No. I'd like to offer in evidence, Your Honor.
Okay. 9F.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Any objection to 9F?
On the same basis, Your Honor, that it's not held to the jury under Rule 5403, we object.
Over defendant's objection, the court will receive 9F. You may publish it.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that, Your Honor.
That's okay.
Late on a Friday. And do you still have that in front of you, Linda?
Yes.
Okay. As we see here on State's Exhibit 9F, that contains, again, the markings and the findings that you compiled as a result of your analysis on the minor donor shift selector.
Yes.
In that first column under the alleles, is that intended to represent your findings from the DNA analysis process?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
Andy, what is what's been marked as 7B as in boy to 7N? If you would just take a look at those briefly there, Linda, and or if you've seen them before today, do they represent pictures of the Exhibit F address?
Yes. The photograph was taken pulling the skirt full out so that you could see the distance and location of the various stains.
And I haven't offered it quite yet, so if you could put it down, Cheryl, I'm sorry about that. The 7B and 7C, are those photographs of the front and then in 7C the back of the dress?
Yes.
And then we have in 7D and 7E here, do you recognize those photographs?
I think they probably were my photographs.
Those photographs you took at the time of your analyses of the dress?
Yes.
And do those photographs indicate locations where you took the extracts and did the DNA testing that we've discussed here in court today?
Yes.
Okay.
Except,
And then in state's exhibits, well, let's stay with those for now. 7B, C, D, and E. Okay. Do those represent fair and accurate depictions of the condition of the dress as indicated by the various areas of testing that you did on the dress?
yes.
Move to interstates. At this point in time, 7B, C, D, as in dog, and E.
Mr. Spees, have you had an opportunity to review those proposed exhibits?
Yes, I have, Your Honor. We have no objection.
The court will receive and make part of the record states 7B as in boy through and including 7E as in excellent. They will be made part of the record.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Yeah, we'll take a look at 7B as in boy first, Linda, if you still have that in front of you. Does 7B then indicate a photograph of the front of Michelle's dress, indicating areas that where you performed DNA testing as marked?
Yes.
And does that also include towards the top there a tag with I think we looked at it before, a Q9 on it?
Yes.
Okay. And we can look at 7C now.
Got it?
Okay. And does 7C show, as indicated by the card next to it, the back of Michelle's dress, again with areas indicated where DNA testing was performed by you?
Correct.
And if we could go to 7D. And this looks like a photograph, as you described here, of that you took. Is that right?
Yes.
And does this photograph describe by number the various areas contained in the reports that we discussed and that you described for us today that you tested and performed DNA analysis on?
Yes.
And if we could look at 7E now. 7D containing a photo of the front of the dress. Does 7E show the back area of the dress?
Yes.
And is that a photograph that you took as well?
Yes.
And does that show, again, the areas where you performed the DNA testing that we talked about here today?
Yes.
May I retrieve proposed 7A again, Your Honor?
You may.
Do those photographs, Linda, coincide with what is on State's proposed Exhibit 7A, as indicated by you, the same areas that you examined on Michelle's dress that you talked about here today and that's contained in the reports.
Yes.
And as you testified to earlier, the dress appears in similar condition.
Yes.
At this time, we'll move to enter State 7A. Your Honor.
Any objection to 7A at this time, Mr. Spees?
I'm sorry, ma'am, what into it?
You may.
Ms. Tower, please take a look at State's Exhibit 7C.
Yes. I mentioned that earlier, not in court, but it shows,
Mentioned it to whom?
oh, just when I was reviewing the notes.
No, who did you mention it to?
The county attorney.
Mr. Maybanks?
Yeah.
What did you mention?
I mentioned that there were multiple cuttings from Area 5.
And you didn't do that?
No, I only did one cutting.
You object to 7A not being in a condition with which the witness is familiar. There's been no adequate foundation laid.
Response to the objection, Mr. Maybanks.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will withdraw its motion to admit the evidence for the time being.
Okay, thank you.
If we could, then, the remainder of the exhibits. We'll start with 7F and 7G. First in 7F here, does that indicate to you the area of F5 on the back of Michelle's dress?
Yes.
And is that representative of the area where you obtained the blood stain that was discussed here in court, referred to as F5?
Yes.
And on 7G, does that also refer to that area?
Yes.
And on proposed State's Exhibit 7A, is that area contained on the bottom of this dress?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm reminded that I don't believe the state made a formal motion to admit 9C1. We did. That's great. We make that motion now.
Okay. And by way of reminder, Mr. Spees, 9C1 is proposed exhibit. They are bench notes referring to the 2003 examination of Exhibit F, of what was marked as DCI-F, I believe?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review 9C1?
Yes.
And do you have any objection to 9C1?
We do not.
9C1 will be received and made part of the record.
With that, we have no questions, further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spies.
Yes, Your Honor, just before doing so, for clarification, 9F and G have not been offered, right?
Correct. That's by my record, yeah.
Yes. Have we removed 7A so I have a clear view of the witness?
Oh, yes, of course.
Good afternoon, Ms. Howard.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ms. Howard, in the analysis that you did and about which you testified this afternoon, in all of the work that you do, the work that you do is on evidence that you receive from law enforcement agencies that are delivered to the DCI laboratory, right?
That is correct.
And so you may not know the history of the exhibits that you eventually receive and analyze.
That's correct.
You get
Mr. Spies?
description from the submitting agency, the DCI laboratory gives it its own designation, and off you go with your work.
Yes.
Okay,
Mr. Spies, I apologize for interrupting. Could you turn your mic on?
there you go.
Thank you.
So as far as the integrity and the presence or absence of any contamination of the exhibits that you look at, you don't know about that.
No, I really don't know how it has been handled. Many times, though, the packaging is in some way sealed and with tape put across it so that if it has been opened before I get it, then I would note that.
Correct. And so your first analysis in this case was conducted in 2002, and we know from testimony from Michael Peterson earlier in these proceedings that he examined some of the same things in 1997, right?
Yes.
And by the way, did you confer with Mr. Peterson in the course of your work?
Yes.
He's a colleague and also an examiner that did DNA testing, right?
Yes, he is the supervisor of the DNA section,
Okay.
or was. He's retired too.
So what I wanted to ask you about first, in directing your attention to 2002, you examined item F, which was submitted as the dress and pantyhose and panties, right?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. In examining the dress, and by the way, was Exhibit F just a conglomeration of all those three exhibits?
Yes, they were all in the same container.
Okay, and we've heard that from other witnesses as well. When you examined the dress, did you notice hair on it?
No.
And I think earlier in your testimony that at some point in your work at the laboratory there was a section that examined hairs, right?
Yes.
But you didn't notice any hair on Exhibit F, the dress?
No.
Let's turn to the number of spots on the dress that you looked at in 2002. How many did you identify in 2002?
In 2002, I only selected one heavily stained area so that I could just get a profile.
Gotcha. So you had a mission in mind to determine what the profile was of that one spot.
Yes.
And you also in 2002 looked at the Exhibit H.
Yes.
And Exhibit H is shown in State's Exhibit 9B was what?
It was blood stain from the steering wheel.
And in your analysis of the blood on the steering wheel, which was Laboratory Exhibit H, you weren't able to determine a DNA profile on that, were you?
No.
And was the reason that you weren't able to develop a DNA profile on the steering wheel blood was that there just wasn't enough blood to test?
I believe so.
Next, you analyzed Exhibit I, which you called the shift selector.
Yes.
And was the item I that you examined the actual physical knob on the shift selector?
I believe so, yes.
You believe so or you know so?
Yeah, I swabbed the area, so I transferred it to a swab. It had to be the object.
And was this the same Exhibit I that Michael Peterson examined in 1997?
Yes.
Wasn't it true, Ms. Sawyer, that in 1997, Mr. Peterson examined a tape lift from the shift selector?
Perhaps. I don't know what Mr. Peterson found.
If I were to show you his report of that examination, would that help you know?
Would tell me what's in the report. Would still not give me independent knowledge.
This is Exhibit 9A, which has been received in evidence when Mr. Peterson testified. And can you tell us what he examined as Exhibit I?
DNA isolated from the tape lift of the steering wheel was insufficient for analysis.
I'm talking about Exhibit I.
DNA isolated from the tape lift of Exhibit I was profiled as shown in the table.
The tape lift of the shift selector.
Yes. So it indicates they were both tape lifts that he examined.
All right. And in fact, in his report of 1997, on page 3 of Exhibit 9A, what is Exhibit I identified as?
Sealed envelope containing blood from the shift selector.
Not the shift selector itself.
Apparently not.
So is the Exhibit I that you examined the same Exhibit I that Mr. Peterson examined?
I would assume that it is because of the designation of the letter. I don't know whether I had the item submitted to me or not. I mean, he obviously did not have the item.
Well, there was only one Exhibit I, though, wasn't there?
Yes. But, yes. But I'm not sure whether I did tape lifts. I'm sorry, I really can't remember.
I didn't catch your answer. That you can't remember.
I can't remember what Exhibit I looked like in 2002.
You told us that you took a swab from...
I thought that I did because I had written down that I cut a swab. But I still could have taken a swab from a tape lift.
But I understood your testimony you had taken a swab from a hard object.
That's what I thought that I had because I used a swab.
You've told us this afternoon that the mixture from Exhibit I, whatever it was,
Yes.
was blood.
Yes, it did screen positive for blood, so it did contain some blood.
But you don't know that it was all blood, though, do you?
No, no.
So this earlier today, Mr. Peterson was quick to correct himself when he first said blood, and he said it was a mixture of DNA.
Well, it was a mixture of DNA, but it also screened positive for blood.
But you can't tell that everything that was on Exhibit I was from blood, can you?
No.
Let's turn to your work in 2003, okay?
Okay.
In 2003, you this time had both the pantyhose and the underpants and the dress, and this time the scarf came with it, didn't it?
Yes.
And was the scarf again bundled together with the other items?
They were all in the same package.
Bundled together.
I think so.
But in 2003, you did not examine the scarf or the pantyhose, did you?
No.
In examining the underpants, though, you did detect some spermatozoa, didn't you?
I did.
And did you test the spermatozoa?
I attempted to do a DNA analysis, but did not develop a profile.
Just what, that there wasn't enough material there to test?
I believe so, because the number of spermatozoa were not plentiful.
But it would be safe to say that that would have, if there had been enough, it would have generated a male profile of some sort.
Yes.
In 2003, when you looked at the dress, did you look at both the front and the back of the dress?
Yes.
And you told us that you were using an alternative light source.
Yes.
And was this just a high-intensity light, or was it?
It's a high-intensity light. Before we had alternate light source, we would use a high-intensity beam from a flashlight.
Okay. Would this be similar to like a black light?
No, it wasn't a black light, because black light gets fluorescence from a certain wavelength, and blood does not fluoresce.
Okay. So when I use a black light to find where my dog is urinated in the living room, that's different than the light source that you used?
Yes, it might be, what should I say? There were several different wavelengths so that you could look for the fluorescence at different wavelengths of light. When you use a black light, that will just be one of the wavelengths.
Okay, so in using this alternative light source in 2003 to look at the dress, did you use that both on the front and the back of the dress?
Probably. I
it
don't
was-
have independent recollection of that.
And it was by use of this alternative light source that you were able to identify some additional blood spots on the dress that you hadn't seen in 2002.
Yes. I really didn't, I don't think, record how many blood stains I saw. In general, on the black dress, I cannot just say by looking at it that it is blood, because the color of the dried blood blends too much with the black fabric. So if I see something that appears to be a difference in texture or smoothness on the fabric, then I would use a swab to get a small portion and check that for blood. After that, then I could say it was a blood stain.
And in fact, you did testify about using a screening test.
Yes.
And a screening test is also called a presumptive test.
It is.
And a presumptive test helps you identify whether something may or may not be blood, but it's not what would be called a confirmatory test.
We use more than one screening test. We do two. And you have to have both of them positive to be sure that it is blood. Now, it still doesn't tell you whether it was human blood or deer blood or some other source of blood, but the two confirmatory tests does confirm at least the presence of blood.
But you used presumptive test.
Either can be used as a presumptive test, but together they make a definitive test.
What two presumptive tests did you use in 2003?
Phenolphthalein, and I can't remember the name of the blue one. Phenolphthalein goes from colorless to pink, almost a fuchsia, and the other one turns like a teal green.
In 2002, did the Division of Criminal Investigation have a procedure for using the presumptive detection of blood in suspected stains?
Yes,
And is that the test about which you're testifying?
the tests?
Yes.
Yes.
Did that procedure call for 2 tests?
Yes, unless, well, since both have to be positive, if you test using one and the test is negative, you don't go ahead and do the second one. Because the reason for doing the 2 is so that you do not have a reaction from another substance that could possibly give you the color change. And so since the 2 work the same but are different chemicals, you're very unlikely to find, in fact, I don't know, I was taught that it is confirmatory when you use 2 because they don't have the same false positives.
But you would agree with me, though, that there was a procedure in 2002, effective November 6th of 2002, that talked about the presumptive detection of blood in suspected stains.
Yeah, we always had. Probably was one before that, too.
So with that, let's turn to 2005, okay?
Okay.
All right. In 2005, you re-examined the dress, item F, and item F, this time, did that include the pantyhose, the dress, the underpants, and the scarf?
Yes.
All right. Bundled together still?
Yes, but I think I might have wrapped them each in separate white paper when I analyzed them the first time.
Any rabbit fur on the dress this time?
I don't remember seeing any rabbit fur.
At any time?
No. But then I will admit that I wasn't really looking for hairs.
Well, anytime you examine an item of evidence, you look for trace evidence as well, don't you?
Not nearly as much as we used to, because the DNA testing is so much more precise than anything you can do with trace evidence.
I believe I understand that, but if you saw some foreign matter on the dress, you would make note of that, wouldn't you?
I probably would make note of it, but I don't think I would attempt to analyze it.
No, I'm not saying whether you would analyze it, but whether you would note that it was there.
Yes, I don't remember seeing hair.
And again, in 2005, did you do the same presumptive tests again?
Yes.
And this time, you detected some spots on the dress that you hadn't identified in 2002 or 2003.
I can't say that I hadn't identified them. I had not selected them for testing. So I may have seen something with the bright light, but I was attempting to cut stains from a variety of areas. So my goal was just to find out what the profile I could obtain from various spots on the dress. I was not attempting to identify every stain on the dress.
Yeah, and I think you've answered my question, but in 2002 and 2003, you didn't denote more than 4 stains.
I said that I sampled 4 stains.
Did you note in your bench notes that there were more stains than that, or you just
I knew that the one on the back that I did the first time was a broader stain. I don't know that I ever attempted to determine the boundary of it. I just took a portion.
In 2005, did you make an effort to denote the boundaries of the stains?
I did, because 2 of them were not visible to me just by the eye.
And which stains did you make a notation or identify a boundary in 2005?
They all had the circles were the areas where the testing was done on the photographs. Again, it is hard to mark areas on a black fabric, so I had used a white marker. But even with a white marker, I don't know how complete.
Do you recall whether you marked spot F5 with a marker?
No, I don't. It doesn't seem to have any marker on the photograph, the color photograph. I did not see, I only could kind of point to what the area was on the photograph that I took.
And so, just to make sure I understand, you did not mark a boundary on F5?
Not that I remember, or not that I have a photograph of, so I couldn't really tell you.
Would looking at proposed 7F help you remember?
7F is here.
Alternatively, let me show you. Apologize, may I approach?
You may.
First, we'll take a look at 7C, which has been received into evidence.
I do not see any marking there, but then I'm not seeing markings on the other ones.
Beg your pardon?
I don't see markings on the other stains on the back of the dress.
Yeah, I'm just asking about the spot F5. It doesn't appear that there's any marking to identify a boundary, is there?
No, but this photograph was also taken years after I examined the dress. Those were not taken by me.
Well, let's take a look at 7B. You see a marking around those?
Yes, some of them. There are.
So the 7B, the front of the dress, does show markings that you made to identify the perimeter.
On some. There are two here.
Just let me finish the question.
Sorry.
That show the perimeter of the stains that you identified on the front of the dress.
The stain was contained within that area. I didn't attempt to determine the boundary of the stain, but simply the area on the dress where the cutting was taken.
So at least on the front of the dress, as shown in Exhibit 7B, your white markings still appear.
Yes.
Would it be accurate to characterize what you detected at site F5 as being a mixture of DNA?
Yes, there were signs of a second contributor.
And because it was a mixture, as you identified, there was a major contributor and a minor contributor at F5?
Yes.
And you've already told us that the male profile was a partial profile, right?
Did not have results at least two loci and incomplete results at another two.
And importantly, Ms. Sawyer, the male contributor profile at F5, you cannot say whether it came from blood or from sweat or from saliva, can you?
No, I can only say that there was blood present in the area that was cut.
And again, the male profile, you cannot say it came from mucus or from blood or from saliva?
No.
Just turning very briefly to the statistical probability about which you testified this afternoon.
Yes.
The statistic that you gave is really a statistical probability of coincidence, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's not a statistical probability that only one person on Earth could have that profile.
Well, it's an estimation of how many different individuals you would expect to examine before you found a coincidental match.
A probability of coincidence,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, you talked about the 3 potential population configurations that are shown in a couple of the government's exhibits. Did you or did the computer, in calculating that probability, use those 3 populations as a foundation for this?
The program was written to calculate the statistics in all 3 of those groups.
Okay. So finally, Ms. Sawyer, just as you can't say what kind of biological source, what the biological source was of the male profile in F5, you can't say when that biological material arrived on that dress or how, can you?
No, only that it was there before it came to me.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Counsel, could you approach quick? Thank you, counsel. Redirect Mr. Maybanks.
Yes, Your Honor. Linda, so with regard to the statistical probability, Mr. Spies referred to it as, it could also be viewed as a coincidence. Based upon your training and experience dealing with these statistics, when you described it in your report and on the stand, you said that you would only expect to find this profile and individual profile and, based upon the statistics in 1 in 100 billion people, right?
Correct.
And was it your testimony that the 100 billion, could that be an underestimate?
It could. In looking at the statistical sheets, I don't remember the notation that was being used, but I think it was decimal points.
Okay. And so, based upon the calculation that you did at the time, is that the statistic then that was generated from the technology and that was generally accepted in the field and still is?
Yes. I will have to tell you, though, I don't know exactly where Mr. Peterson obtained his statistics. I don't know if he was using FBI statistics. We kept some of our own, but we certainly didn't have enough people in ours to say that it was, we had a good statistical sample.
But it came from a database that was being used on a regular basis for your findings,
Yes.
and being used in other criminal investigations as well?
Yes. And it was the one that had been determined by, the section leader, that this is how we would report statistics.
And is that done then also to reach a point with the profile where you can have enough information, enough confidence that you can be able to compare that to a known profile for further examination?
Yes.
With respect to the finding of blood on the dress, when Mr. Peterson testified earlier, he said that, in the record I will speak for itself and what the jury recalls, that he said that there was blood, but he didn't know what else there could be in that finding. Do you believe that to be an accurate description of the
Yes.
finding? And with regard to Exhibit I want to show you a document that's been already entered into evidence as 17I. And in fairness, I don't think you had a chance to see this document with respect to I before you testified about how you performed the analysis on it. I is described as blood.
From the steering wheel.
Blood from the shift selector. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and so previous testimony in this case has been received that blood scrapings were taken from the steering wheel, placed in an envelope, and submitted.
Okay.
All right. So, and it maybe wasn't exactly fair for you, but given the description here in that previous testimony, do you believe that you did the testing on blood that was obtained from the shift selector based on these?
That's really all I know, is that it contained blood.
When you receive a dress, when you receive this dress, I guess, we'll just talk about this dress, and it comes into your custody on these 3 different occasions, did you attempt or endeavor to try to test every location where you found blood each time it came in?
No. In fact, I never even endeavored to find every blood stain on the dress. I was only looking for areas that looked different that might have blood to be a sample.
So you receive it in 02 to develop the profile of the victim, receive it in 03, test a few more areas, receive it in 05, find a few more. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So was the test in 03 that you did meant to be comprehensive of the entire dress? Was the test in 03 meant to be comprehensive of all possible blood stains? Is that practical?
No, it was meant to represent different areas of the dress where blood was found. Can almost never test every area on such a large object to know whether or not, there was blood there. I assume that I would have been asked to do more stains if I had not found something foreign to the other blood.
Okay. Really quick here with regards to State's proposed Exhibit 7A. I want to indicate on the bottom area here where it's been noted in the pictures as F5. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in this area F5, you noted when on the stand earlier that there were some additional cuttings taken from the one you did. Were there any additional cuttings taken after you did your examination in 05?
Well, that would be an assumption, but I did one cutting and now there are 5.
Okay, so what you're saying
And
is
I didn't do it.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also did some testing on cigarette butts, right?
Correct.
And you weren't able to gather a DNA profile from a couple of those cigarette butts?
Correct.
And we talked a little bit about the steering wheel, but you weren't able to get a profile from that, too.
That's correct.
So you were asked about sperm in Michelle's underwear,
Yes.
but you didn't find anything from that, right?
I didn't find any DNA profile. I did find microscopically a few spermatozoa.
But did that, without a DNA profile, is that an important or significant finding for you?
Well, I don't know what is significant because I'm not the investigator.
I'm just saying, there were other areas where you didn't find a DNA profile, but you were asked about the sperm, so, but you didn't find anything on that, right?
No.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Additional cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
No further questions necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You may step down, Ms. Sauer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will adjourn for the day and for the week. I apologize for keeping you late. I could see that, or I was hoping that we could finish with a witness today rather than have her come back next week, but I do apologize for taking more of your time than I told you we would. But we will adjourn for the weekend. It is essential in order for you to abide by the oath that I gave you at the start of the evidence, that you not discuss this, that you not make up your mind, that you keep an open mind, that you not discuss it with amongst yourselves, with any loved ones. I'm sure your family members are dying to know what you're doing all day long. But as a juror in this case, each of you is a judge of the facts, and until you have received all of the evidence in this case, it's essential that you abide by that oath until you have an opportunity to deliberate together at the conclusion of the evidence. So please bear in mind all weekend that admonition I've been referring to all week, and we will see you at 9 o'clock on Monday. Thank you, folks.
Please rise for the jury.
9:30?
9 o'clock. We're good, but thank you for the reminder.
You can leave your notebooks on your chairs.
All right, chat. Rachel B. coming into the chat. How are you? Should I change my name to that chatter? Rachel, you've missed a lot, but she's wearing a blue robe. You don't have to wear black. You could wear blue. You could wear, but in Florida, Supreme Court issued, you have to wear black because it's Florida, and that's how draconian they are down here. So yeah, she's rocking the blue. I love it. Judge Faye, who has retired. All right, so let's go through the rest of day 3, and then we'll get into day 4. So Linda Saar was back on the stand when they took the break. And wasn't much going on. There was 3 objections. Mandy, you must have been happy because they mentioned the LLs. So I know I put that in the chat and you were very happy about that. Her bench notes were admitted after much objections. All 3 objections were denied. Yes, trial junkies, at least they don't have to wear wigs like in the UK. Oh, well, Unbalanced Equation might have something to say about that. Hey, Dwayne, good to see you. Didn't see you come in. Thank you for joining us. All right, so then cross came up. There wasn't enough blood on the steering wheel to test it. They did detect sperm. And again, that's going to be a nagging point. You know, so far we've heard that a couple times, but then there wasn't enough of a sample for them to get a DNA profile. So was she assayed? Was she not assayed? It's tough to, well, I don't know. It's tough to, if there was sperm detected, then I guess we have to assume that. They attempted DNA analysis but couldn't develop profile due to lack of sample. The blood does not fluoresce, and there was no rabbit fur on the dress. He keeps going back to that. There was no rabbit fur on the dress. So she's wearing the coat, and she's getting, chuckied. Why is there no rabbit fur on the dress? I don't know. Not sure about that. So that was pretty much it for Linda. We're going to now get into day 4, which is about 3.5 hours. So we're going to be done around 5:30, 6 o'clock. And I know, Krista, you were asking when we're going to be done. So we're going to be done around, I'd say, between, let's say, 6 to 6:30, and then we'll take a break, and then we're going to carry on with our Shoot the Shit with Squeegee with Karen Cole. And she is a lawyer from the UK, so stick around for that. I'm looking forward to that. All right, let's get into day 3 as promised in the thumbnail. Excuse me. Trout Junkies, is he trying to say they cleaned the dress? I guess so. He's been going on and on about how the packaging, the repackaging was sus. So that's really his only defense at this point. Any other questions? It is a nice color. I agree, Rachel. That's a nice color blue. Let's see, Dwayne. Yes, hello. Good to see you. My robe would have been a massive train. I don't get that. Massive train wreck. Oh, it's Sharon, not Dwayne. Excuse me. Hey, Sharon. Good to see you. Where's Dwayne? Why is he not with us? Is it because the dress is silky and the rabbit fur doesn't stick to it, Red Pen? Maybe. Could very well be. And thank you, Unbalanced Equation, for more cups of coffee. Thank you so much. You are keeping me, you said intravenously, so yes, I IV'd it right to the main line. All right. Let's get back to, well, let's start day 4 of Iowa versus Burns. Michelle what is her last name? Martinko. Michelle Martinko. All right. Let's get back to Iowa versus Burns. I'll pip squeegee myself there. And back to court.
Please be seated. The record should show that the jury has returned to open court. Lawyers and Mr. Burns are also present. We are ready to resume direct examination of Investigator Denlinger. You may proceed, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Denlinger,
All right, something happened. I got the wrong feed. Hold on, guys. They're saying they're continuing. Let me try this one instead. I may have done something wrong there. Let me try this one instead, guys.
Mr. Bitterman, you make me smile every time you come in the courtroom when you take your hat off. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, members of the jury. Again, the attorneys and I had some items that we needed to take up. I wasn't sure how long they were going to take. My hope had been that we weren't going to delay you this morning. We did take a little bit of your time, and I apologize. But we are at this point ready to resume the state's case. Mr. Maybanks or Mr. Harris, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state recalls Matt Denlinger.
All right, sorry guys. It looks like I did not get a certain part. So we're just going to go back to where we were. They just said recalls. So I apologize for that. We're going to go back. I guess I may have missed or it wasn't available. So we're going to go back to this.
All right, please.
We're going to go back to this.
Be seated. The record should show that the jury has returned to open court. Lawyers and Mr. Burns are also present. We are ready to resume direct examination of Investigator Denlinger. You may proceed, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Denlinger, when we broke, we were talking about the collection of covert DNA from the three Burns brothers, and we had gotten through Ken, we're kind of wrapping up discussing collection from Don Burns. Is it your understanding from reference to the investigative file that the items that you described were collected from the garbage at Don Burns, on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
So at this point in time, you had collected covert DNA, as you described, from Kenneth Burns and Don Burns, is that right?
Correct.
I want to take you to October 29th, 2018. Do you remember what you did on that date?
That was the day we decided to try to collect some from Jerry Burns.
And what did you do then to attempt to collect covert DNA?
All right, sorry guys, I missed a whole section here of testimony.
The record should show that the jury has returned to open court. Counsel and Mr. Burns are also present. We are ready to hear from the state's next witness.
State call Stacie Prall.
Just bear with me for a second, guys. I can't believe I missed all of this. That's the thing when it's not played in order and you just have these chunks. So I apologize, just bear with me and I will pull this up. I'm pretty sure this is 4. I don't know. It's really weird. I don't know what was first. Well, we're just going to go with this. So we're just going to go with this one, and it might not be in order. So just bear with me.
The record should show that the jury has returned to open court. Counsel and Mr. Burns are also present. We are ready to hear from the state's next witness.
State call Stacie Prall.
Good afternoon. You're headed right over to the chair with the red seat. Please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Go ahead and be seated. And I will acquaint you with just a couple of rules in the courtroom. Please wait until the attorneys have finished the question before you begin your answer. They will give you the same courtesy of waiting until you have finished before they ask the next question. And please be aware that microphone, we want to make sure that we can all hear your testimony. That's why you're here. And if you would please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Stacie Prall, Stacieprall.
Thank you. You may conduct your direct examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your current occupation?
I'm an evidence technician with the Division of Criminal Investigation at the Criminalistics Lab in Ankeny, Iowa.
How long have you done that?
I have been there since 2005.
Do you work with the other lady who testified today, this morning, Nicole Kaufman?
I do.
She told us a little bit about the duty of an evidence technician. Does she have the same title and position as you?
She does.
And she also told us about the procedures and protocol that is used at the laboratory to ensure that items that are received by outside agencies are handled with the proper care to ensure the integrity of the items. Are you and she trained in those same procedures and protocol?
We are.
May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
handing the witness what's been previously marked and discussed by other witnesses as State's Exhibit 11A, and ask you if that's a document with which you're familiar.
It is.
And State's Exhibit 11A have your name indicated on it as evidence tech receiving some evidence from the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
It does.
Does this indicate that in your capacity as the evidence tech at the DCI laboratory, you received items on October 30th of 2018 that are described herein?
That is correct.
And those items refer to lab numbers 49, 50, 51, 52, 53.
That is correct.
And have you had an opportunity to check your other documentation as it relates to this case?
I have.
And in collaboration or in combination with this document and the other documentation, did you find that all the proper procedures and protocol were handled to ensure the safekeeping of these items when they were checked into the laboratory pending the testing by criminals?
Yes, they were.
Approach witness again, Your Honor.
You may.
You hand the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11B, which also has been previously discussed in these proceedings. And I'll ask you, Ms. Prall, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And does this also contain?
Correct.
But you didn't ask the officers to, for example, check.
Yeah, laboratory on the date mentioned therein.
It does.
And
Yeah, chat, I messed up. I can't find, sorry about that. I fucked up. This is the problem with these cases where they're not in order. So I really wanted to hear that Matthew Denlinger, because he talked about the Burns brothers and cousins. I can't find that, so we are out of order. So we're just gonna have to go with it. Do your best to follow along. Sorry.
Does that indicate that those items, or that item was received on October 26th of 2018 with a lab number of 48?
That is correct.
And have you had a chance again to check your documentation with regards to this case to ensure that in connection with this document that item was handled appropriately to ensure the integrity of it while checking it in pending testing by the criminals?
I have.
And were all the proper procedures followed that you could tell?
Yes, they were.
That's all I have for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Prall.
Hello.
Ms. Prall, other documents that have been examined during the course of our trial here have referred to custody logs, and you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
And custody logs maintained at the Division of Criminal Investigation show when an item is checked in, when it's checked out to be examined by a criminalist or another investigator, when it's returned to your custody or the custody of another evidence technician. You're familiar with what I'm talking about?
I am.
And these custody logs document down to the minute and the date, of course, when something is received into your custody or the custody of the evidence technician, when it's checked out, when it's returned, transported, down to the minute.
Yes, they do.
And would you consider that to be the standard of care in the handling of evidence in criminal cases?
That's how our system is set up. So anytime that evidence is transferred from one person to another, there is a time stamp, stuff like that.
And similarly, it would not be good investigative practice to leave items of evidence unattended, unexplained, or unaccounted for.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. It would not be good investigative practice to leave items of evidence unaccounted for missing.
I would agree with that.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Anything further, Mr. Maybanks?
Ms. Prall, when, for example, in this case and other cases similar to this, when you receive the item of evidence from the law enforcement department and place it for safekeeping, pending the criminalist reviewing it, is there someone who's with that 24/7, or does it just remain in that safe place until checked out again?
So when the evidence comes into the lab, it's given a barcode, and that's when that timestamp is generated. That evidence, that piece of evidence has a barcode on it, and then it's tracked throughout the lab. Some days it could be on a shelf waiting for the criminalist to request it. Other days it could be in somebody's custody. If it's in the shelf, that's within a locked room within a locked laboratory, within a secure laboratory. So if it's in our evidence vault or there's not very much access that's able to get to that piece of evidence.
When an item of evidence is in the custody of the governmental agency, the Division of Criminal Investigations Laboratory, is there a documentation to show that that's where it remains until it leaves the facility?
That is correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything further from this witness, Mr.
Nothing
Spees?
else. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, prior to calling our next witness, the parties in this case reached a stipulation in regards to a witness's testimony. I hope I got this marking right, but I marked it as 19 and uploaded it. States 19. But it was been signed by myself, Mr. Harris, and Mr. Spees. A stipulation regarding Ron Johnson, who was a prior witness in this case, and States Exhibit 11B, which has been discussed and will be further discussed.
Mr. Spees, any comments regarding, shall we call it Joint Exhibit 19?
That was going to be my proposal, Your Honor, yes. Aside from that, no other comments.
The court will receive, and to the extent that I am able, designate it as a joint exhibit, that being the second stipulation that the parties have reached, number 19. And then do you want to read that or publish that, Mr. Maybanks?
Yes, I will go ahead and read it with the permission of the court.
Okay. And so, sorry. The exhibit will be received and made part of the record. Go ahead, Mr. Maybanks.
Comes now the State of Iowa by and through the undersigned First Assistant Linn County Attorney Nicholas G. Maybanks, Assistant Linn County Attorney Michael Harris, and Counsel for Defendant Leon Spees, and submit, upon agreement, following stipulation in lieu of testimony from Ron Johnson, Cedar Rapids Police Identification Officer. On October 26, 2018, submitted the following item: Lab number 48, Agency number K, B as in boy, 1, to Stacie Prall, DCI Lab, as set forth in States Exhibit 11B. This witness followed the proper protocol for delivery and transfer of items as required by the Cedar Rapids Police Department in the Division of Criminal Investigations Laboratory to ensure no altering, substitution, or tampering occurred to the item described as a, quote, straw Kenneth Burns drank with, period, close quote.
Thank you, Mr. Maybanks.
With that, we can call our next witness if the court
Yes, you may.
permits. Michael Schmit.
Good afternoon. We're headed right around the front of the bench here, over to the witness chair with the red seat. If you'd please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and be seated. As you get situated, there are just a couple of things I want to remind you about in the courtroom. As the attorneys ask you questions, please allow them to finish the question, even if you have an idea where the question will end up, and then take a breath before you begin your answer. We want to make sure that we're able to hear you as well as the attorneys. They will return the favor by not asking a question before you finish the answer on the preceding question. Also, there's a microphone in front of you. Be mindful of that so that we're all able to hear you as you testify. And last but not least, if you'd please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Michael Nathan Schmit, S-C-H-M-I-T.
And Michael, M-I-C-H?
M-I-C-H-A-E-L.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
You may proceed with your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schmit, first, who are you employed by?
I'm a criminalist. I work for the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation Criminalistics Laboratory in Ankeny, Iowa.
How long have you been so employed?
Since June of 1998.
You told us your current position as a criminalist. Can you describe what duties you have as a criminalist for the Division of Criminal Investigations Laboratory?
I work in the DNA section of the crime lab. My job is to look at items of evidence collected from crime scenes, and I'll examine those items, usually looking for blood or seminal fluid, semen, sperm, saliva, any biological substance where we may be able to develop a DNA profile from that sample. And besides looking at items of crime scene evidence, I will look at known samples, known blood samples or known mouth swabs, known buccal samples from victims and suspects in crimes, and try to make comparisons between the profiles developed from the victims or the suspects and compare those to the samples collected from the crime scenes, and to see if the samples match or if we can make an elimination.
Do you also engage in putting certain profiles that are developed from known samples or samples from evidence at crime scenes and placing them into the state database or the Iowa portion of CODIS?
That's correct.
And can you explain a little bit about that process and what you do?
In some cases, the police don't always have a suspect. They don't know who committed the crime. Right now, we have a national database, and it links all 50 states. There are DNA databases in the 50 states. And so if we have a DNA sample from a crime scene, we don't know who committed the crime, or the police have a suspect and they're eliminated, we can put that profile into the database to see if it matches either samples left at other crime scenes or samples of people convicted of crimes, unrelated crimes, or we can see if those samples match crime scenes or convicted offenders or people that are arrested in other states.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Be handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit CV3, Sub 1. Mr. Schmit, what is that document?
This is my statement of qualifications. It just lists the continuing education I've had since I've been employed at the DCI Crime Lab.
Does this, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Also where I attended college, approximately how many cases I've testified in, presentations I've given, basically resume items.
Does this contain a fair and accurate rundown of your statements of, or statement of qualifications to testify as an expert on DNA profiling and DNA analysis?
Yes.
Move to enter State's CV3, Your Honor.
Any objection to CV31?
No objection, Your Honor.
CV31 will be received and made part of the record.
Mr. Schmit, we have the CV31 for the jury to reference further in the case. However, While you're on the stand, I want to ask you just a couple of questions about your background so we know more about you. First, tell us about your educational background.
I graduated from the University of St. Thomas in St. Paul, Minnesota, with a Bachelor of Arts degree in biology in May of 1997. I also had minors in chemistry and psychology. After graduation, I had an internship at the Iowa DCI lab in the drug section of the lab. This was an unpaid internship. And I worked there that summer, and then at the DCI headquarters doing computerized criminal history background checks for nursing home and job applicants until they had a full-time position come available in the crime lab in June of 1998. And I've been in the DNA section of the crime lab since then.
Can you provide to us a summary of the specialized training that you've had and that you've received in forensic DNA analysis?
We're required to get at least 8 hours of continuing education every year for forensic DNA analysis. And I've gone usually to regional forensic meetings. A lot of those are hosted by the Midwestern Association of Forensic Scientists. There's also a private lab in Missouri called the Paternity Testing Corporation, and regional labs from Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Midwestern states usually attend these meetings, and there are speakers there from large crime lab systems like the Missouri State Patrol or the Michigan State Police, and they will present the latest techniques and DNA kits that we use in forensic DNA testing.
Your Honor, may I encourage the witness to either attend to or bring the microphone a little bit closer to him?
Thank you, Mr. Schmit.
Sure.
Thank you.
Turning to your CV, that states Exhibit CV3, one that's been received into evidence, do the first pages, I believe, maybe 1 through 5, provide a summary of the ongoing training that you've received in DNA forensic analysis as well as other areas?
Yes.
Can you point us to a few examples of the training that you've received, in particular some of the more recent trainings you've received that have contributed to the analysis that you've done in this case?
Okay, in January of 2017, we had training on our Armed Expert DNA Mixture and Statistics software training. That's currently what we're using to report random match statistics when we make a DNA match. Also, in 2018, I went to Madison, Wisconsin. It was called the Promega Tech Tour. Promega is a corporation that provides some of the DNA testing kits that the forensic community uses. They had speakers there from the California Department of Justice, the Johnson County, Kansas Police DNA Lab, and various other forensic labs giving presentations on the latest DNA techniques and items that we can use.
And are those but just two examples then of the type of training you've received in conducting modern DNA forensic analysis?
Yes.
Do you perform DNA analysis for a variety of criminal investigations?
Yes. The majority of the cases I work now are sex assaults and death investigations, but we also do burglaries, robberies, sometimes body identifications, and theft cases, vehicle thefts.
Does that sometimes involve working on cold case homicides?
Yes.
Was there a period of time with the DCI where you were assigned, I guess I wouldn't say exclusively, but primarily to cold case homicides?
Yes, from 2009 until 2012, my job was to basically work cold cases. I was also on call for the crime scene team at the time, so that wasn't everything I did, but it was at least 70 to 75% of the work at the time.
After 2012, has that work on cold case homicides continued on a kind of case-by-case basis?
The cold cases are now spread a lot more throughout the section, the DNA section. Right now we have 21 people in the DNA section. Well, not that many people working cases, but the casework section combined with the DNA database section, we now have 21 people. Back in 2009, there were only about 9 or 10 people working cases, and I was the one specifically assigned to cold cases. Now we spread those out more evenly among the caseworkers in the lab.
Based on how the DCI crime lab assigns cases, can you tell us, what their method is to assign criminalists like you to certain cases that may be prolonged in the investigative stages or that may not result in an immediate sort of like prosecution, I guess?
In the past, the casework assignments were basically made at the beginning of each month. And if you had a backlog of cases, you probably wouldn't get a really huge time-consuming case. We try to spread those around and to try and make the individual backlogs even. Right now, we have a different case assignment system. We're only working about 5 to 10 cases at any given time. And we're able to get those cases out a lot quicker than we could in the past. But at the time I was assigned this case, it was just, it could have been assigned to anybody. My supervisor decided to assign it to me. There were a group of cases that were split up and divided throughout the section, and this is one of the cases that I received. Would have been about 2016.
So you just got lucky?
Not really.
Mr. Schmit, are your analysis methods at the laboratory accepted and used by other forensic DNA laboratories across the nation?
Yes, the FBI sets the rules for what loci or what areas on the human DNA genome that we're going to analyze. Right now, they've selected about 20 STR loci that each lab is supposed to develop results for, and for eligible profiles, enter that data into the national database. In the past, it was only 13 different locations we were looking at. Earlier in this case, we were looking at 13 to 15 different locations. Now we're looking at 21 different locations.
What about the kits that you use from the manufacturer? Can you give us kind of a summary or a description of those that you use that were related to this case and whatnot?
In the past, there have been 2 or 3 companies that pretty much manufacture all the DNA kits used by at least the United States government-funded crime labs. Promega is one of the companies, and Thermo Fisher is the other one. QIAGEN also makes a kit that has the current 21 loci that we use. We have a state bidding process. The kit that was selected for use at the DNA lab went through that bidding process, and so we ended up with the Global Filer kit, which is made by the Thermo Fisher company. In the past, previous analysis on this case used a kit from the Promega Corporation, which was called PowerPlex 16.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in forensic DNA analysis?
Yes.
How often do you testify as an expert witness?
On average, about 2 trials per year. There are additional cases that make it to a deposition stage but a lot of these cases are either pushed back or are settled or plead out.
According to your CV, state CV 3-1, looks like in state court since March of 2000, you testified in 74 cases, is that right? You page 5, I believe.
Yes, and that's not 74 trials, that's 49 trials, and then 51 depositions, 74 cases in all. Like I said earlier, not every case that I testify on a deposition makes it to the trial stage.
And when you testify as a expert witness in the realm of DNA, have you ever had any issues or concerns qualifying as an expert witness?
No.
If someone disagrees with your DNA results, is there a scientific way to check your work?
Yes, the FBI requires us to retain or return part of every sample that we test. So, for example, if there's a blood stain on an item, I'm not going to cut the entire blood stain and test it. I'm only going to test a portion of that, usually half or less of the actual stain that I will consume in my DNA testing. That way, if there are questions later on and the defense has the option to take what's left of that stain and send it to a lab of their choice or do what they want with the evidence.
And are the records that you compile as a result of your testing and analysis also retained at the laboratory for review by defendants or by other individuals that want to check your work?
Yes, we often have to fulfill discovery requests. We'll make a copy of our case file and all the papers we have for a case and release it to the county attorney, who in turn gives it to the defendant for examination.
And to your knowledge, has your work ever been reviewed by an outside agency like a laboratory or criminalist like yourself?
Yes.
Have your DNA test results ever resulted in eliminating a suspect in a criminal investigation?
Yes.
Mr. Schmit, you're the third criminalist we've heard from, and I asked the other two this question as well, and it should be an easy one. I want you to tell us, what is DNA?
Okay. DNA is a molecule that's found in the nucleus of just about every cell in your body. Every cell that has a nucleus is going to have DNA in that nucleus. You get half of your DNA from your mother and the other half from your father. And we're looking at enough different locations. In the past it was 13, now we're 21 different locations in the DNA profile that we're able to tell differences between people. We're able to eliminate DNA, as coming from a defendant or a victim if we compare enough different locations.
Mr. Schmit, did you provide our office, myself, and the others at this table a demonstrative type of exhibit that would allow you to better explain to laypersons or, for example, jurors about what you're looking at when you look at a DNA molecule and the helix and whatnot?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I use the demonstrative exhibit that has been provided and shown to Mr. Spies before today?
Mr. Spies, have you had an opportunity to review the demonstrative aid?
I have, yes.
Do you have any objection to the state using
I do
that?
not.
Okay. You may, Mr. Maybanks.
Yeah. Is it back?
Sure.
And if you need to come down here too, feel free. It's helpful. I just ask you then, tell us just kind of what we're looking at here in terms of the DNA molecule and guide us into how you use these features to be able to conduct your analysis in terms of identifying profiles and comparison.
Your body is made up of cells.
Wait a minute. I'm going to have to move down to the
Okay.
right.
I can move that, Mary, if you want.
That'd be great.
Out here?
Please.
Yep, absolutely.
Please. Can you put my phone on? Can you stand on the other side?
Sure.
Brother, could we ask the witness to stand on the other side so we can see what
It's a tug of war between you and Miss Thompson.
I can move it?
Absolutely.
Okay, I think we're ready for you, Mike.
Okay. Your body is made up of cells, and in the nucleus of the cell, that's where the DNA is going to be located. These are chromosomes. This is on a very small, this is blown up, this microscopic level. Chromosomes, so you have 23 from your mother and 23 from your father. So you have 46 chromosomes in the cell. This is blow up of a chromosome, and if you keep going down, getting smaller and smaller, zooming in on the chromosome, you'll see that it's eventually becoming a double helix, which is the shape of the DNA ladder. And that double helix is made up of bases, adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine. Adenine pairs with thymine and guanine pairs with cytosine. Now, if you look at the letters TGCA, thymine, guanine, cytosine, adenine, for short, we're looking at differences in the length of these segments of DNA. We use a process called PCR that makes many copies of certain areas of the DNA, enough copies so that the instrument we use can detect a person's DNA, and with computers we're able to put together a DNA profile of that person.
Mike, we use different language inside the reports and throughout this trial, but in terms of, if we call this a ladder here, the rung of the ladder, or the area where the rung of the ladder is, what's that refer to?
Well, the ladder is made up of a sugar phosphate backbone on the outside and then bases on the inside.
And what are the measurements that you're taking in here? What are those referred to?
Right now we're looking at short tandem repeats. That's repeating short sequences of DNA. For example, TGCAGT. Now, this can be repeated a number of times, and depending on the number of times it's being repeated in the sequence, there are going to be differences from person to person. Like, one person might have this sequence repeat 3 or 4 times, and then another person could have it repeat 7 times. And so we're looking at small differences in the length of DNA between each individual.
In terms of the terminology we've heard involving a loci and allele, how does that fit into the DNA molecule and the process you're explaining?
Loci is plural for locus, and a locus is a location. And it's a location somewhere in the genome, somewhere on this chromosome. Somewhere in all these chromosomes, right now we're looking at about 20 different locations and measuring the differences at those locations between people.
And then what is the allele in terms of that?
An allele is basically a DNA factor. For each of the 20 locations we're looking at, you get one DNA factor or one DNA allele from your mother, and the other DNA allele comes from your father.
So when you're performing the analysis and you complete your report, do you refer to your findings in terms of conducting a measurement of the alleles at each loci that you're examining?
We're looking at the alleles at each loci. Not everybody's going to have the same allele at all the loci that we look at. If you look at enough different locations, you may have people that match at 6 or 7 or sometimes even 8 loci. But if you look at 13 or 15 or 20 loci, they are not going to match at every single one of those loci, with the exception of identical twins. Identical twins will have the same DNA profile.
All right, thanks, Mike. I think that's enough for now. Oh, yeah. Mike, you explained to us a little bit about the PCR, STR method of analysis for DNA profiling, how did that, the emergence of that, lead to changes and improvement in DNA forensics?
In the early days of DNA, the process of developing a DNA profile from a crime scene item, it took a long time. It was very labor intensive. They used what's called restriction fragment length polymorphism. And that was basically just taking the blood stain that was there and trying to get DNA from it. In about the early 1990s, at least at the DCI, we used the polymerase chain reaction. It wasn't just looking at the DNA that was present in a blood stain, it was taking that DNA and making millions and billions of copies of the DNA that may be present in the stain. So you're able to detect DNA in samples with the new PCR technology that you couldn't previously with the restriction, the RFLP technology. You're able to basically have a lot less DNA and be able to develop a profile from it compared to years past.
So in terms of something maybe we can all relate to in layman's terms, could you compare what you're able to see through this PCR-STR method of amplification to, for example, what we would be able to look for and have seen in terms of satellite images of Earth from a long distance away?
If you have one brick, you're not going to be able to see it if you're sitting on top of a satellite, looking down on the Earth. But if you take millions of copies of that brick and make something like the Great Wall of China that's hundreds of miles long and made, I don't know how many bricks, but a lot, you are able to see something like that from space. And that's kind of like what we have with our DNA analysis instruments. When we make enough copies of the DNA that are in a certain sample, then usually that's enough to be detected by the instrumentation that we're currently using in the crime lab.
So you've used the STR or the PCR-STR process, done this amplification, developed profile by conducting the analysis and making the requisite measurements and such. When those profiles are developed and compared, how are the results reported in terms of statistics in order to help explain the significance of those findings?
In our DNA reports, we'll say that the DNA either matches a sample from a suspect or a victim, or we'll say that they're eliminated. But we're not allowed to just simply say that the DNA from the crime scene matches the suspect. We also are required by the state Supreme Court to give a statistical statement about the match. And right now, we're using the random match probability. It's one of the acceptable statistical calculations that are used throughout the United States, one of the acceptable methods that the FBI allows us to use.
What does that mean, the random match probability statistics?
Okay, if I have a sample that matches a person and I'm going to pull at random somebody from the population of unrelated individuals, the chances of me pulling another person that would have that same matching profile would be 1, out of 100 billion. It'd be a very small number, a very small chance that I'm going to pull at random somebody that's going to have a matching profile as that which was found at the crime scene.
Thank you. How does the DCI lab ensure that the statistics you report are scientifically based on generally accepted principles in the field of DNA?
The random match probability has been in use in the forensic community, especially by crime labs in the United States, since at least the 1990s.
Is your laboratory required to maintain standards, including strict adherence to these FBI promulgated and statistical analyses in order to maintain your accreditation?
Yes, the FBI requires that all forensic DNA labs be audited annually, and every other year that audit needs to be conducted by an external agency or basically an outside crime lab or an outside private organization that has qualified individuals that are able to do a forensic DNA audit.
When DNA is isolated from a crime scene and a profile is identified, how can you be assured through your process that the loci you're examining in the allele you're measuring come from the same strand or the same individual?
At each of the locations that we're looking at, I would, if the DNA was only coming from one person, I would expect to see one peak or two peaks. And these are the factors or alleles I was mentioning earlier. You get one from your mother and one from your father. Now, if your mother and father have that same allele, like a 5 allele, then you're only going to see one peak. But if your mother has a 5 allele and your father has a 6 allele, then you're going to see 2 peaks, one for the 5 and one for the 6. So I'd only expect to see 2 peaks at the loci that we're looking at. If there's going to be 3 peaks or 4 peaks or 5 peaks, that's a clue that there's DNA there from more than one person.
If you were to obtain a crime scene or analyze a crime scene sample and develop a profile, and there were substantial number of areas where there was more than 2 peaks, would that then not be presumed to be an individual profile?
Usually, yes. We usually require more than one locus to have more than 2 peaks. But if you're having several loci where there are 3 peaks, then you're probably looking at a mixture of DNA from 2 people, at least.
In your role as a criminalist at the DCI laboratory, did you receive evidence from the Cedar Rapids Police Department in connection with the homicide investigation, the victim of Michelle Martinko, that took place on December 19th, 1979?
Yes.
And was that, how long was that your case, or how did that become your case, if you remember?
It was assigned to me in 2016.
Who had that before you, do you remember?
Amy Polpeter.
And who else worked on it?
Paul Bush and Linda Sauer and Mike Peterson.
And when you were assigned that case in 2016 through 2017 into the fall of 2018, did you complete some reports involving DNA analysis and comparison before you received the straw that was used by Jerry Burns?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did that involve eliminating numerous potential individuals as the source for the suspect male DNA profile from stain F5?
Yes.
Explain, if you would, so we know, how the laboratory is able to affirmatively eliminate an individual as being the contributor or the person donating the suspect profile.
When Linda Sauer looked at this case in 2005, she determined the crime scene profile, the allele calls made in that particular profile. She documented those allele calls in a worksheet that we use in the crime lab that calculates the statistics for us. So when the years passed and various persons of interest, known samples from those people were sent to me to either try to include or eliminate to the crime scene profile, I was able to do that because Linda had already determined what the crime scene profile was. So all I had to do was develop DNA profiles from known samples from possible suspects and compare those to the work that Linda Sauer did.
And so when you're performing that work, how do you reach a point where you feel with confidence you can say that a certain suspect is eliminated?
That a suspect would, unless they're matching at every single location that we have results for, they're going to be eliminated.
Conversely, how do you reach a finding in the laboratory that a suspect cannot be eliminated?
In order to not be eliminated, the known DNA profile from that individual would have to match all of the results that were developed from the crime scene profile at all of the loci.
So did you perform many comparison tests that resulted in eliminating individuals as sources of the crime scene profile F5 in this case?
Yes.
Were you involved in some discussions with investigator Matt Denlinger regarding ideas for developing more potential leads for suspects?
I was not really in the initial stages of the investigation. Matt communicated with my supervisor, Paul Bush, about that.
Were you aware of the discussions between Matt and Paul?
Yes.
Were you aware that Matt was consulting with Parabon involving developing suspects?
Yes.
And was this being done with the blessing of the DCI crime lab?
Yes.
That's not something you guys were able to do at that time?
No. And we still can't. We don't have that technology in place at the Iowa Crime Lab.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that answer.
We don't have that technology in place at the Iowa Crime Lab.
Is that something you might be able to get if the legislature decides to fund it?
Don't put me on the spot like that.
I'm trying to let you do a pitch here.
Yeah, with enough money, I think anything's possible as far as that goes.
Good answer, Mike.
Thanks.
Well, I want to get into some of your findings, but first I want to ask you if you did some additional work at the laboratory to see whether any of the crime scene evidence that was already there and had been analyzed had been tested, profiled, and determined whether it could be matched to any of the profiles that had been developed. Did you do some of that work?
Yes.
And with respect to an item previously described as item J, it's a hair root found on a screw inside the vehicle. Did you have an opportunity to compare that, the profile from the hair root, to an individual's known profile in the case?
Yes, I did.
And did you find a profile that matched that hair root?
Yes.
You remember who that was?
That was Michael Wierig.
And believe that comes from report 28.
The partial DNA profile, 10 out of 15 STR loci, developed from the hair root item J, was consistent with the known DNA profile of Michael Wierig. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 4.2 billion.
Thank you. By October of 2018, had you received numerous items of evidence of discarded items from individual collected for purposes of attempting to develop a profile and compare it to the crime scene profile F5?
Yes.
Need to witness what has been marked and previously discussed as State's Exhibit 11A. Do you have your own copy there, Mike?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize State's Exhibit, 11A?
Yes, this is a DNA report I issued on November 5th of 2018.
And was this report completed upon the request of the Cedar Rapids Police Department to examine a straw used by an individual identified to you, or on this report, as Jerry Lynn Burns for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
Was this report made at or near the time you analyzed this straw to develop a profile for comparison?
Yes.
And was it this report then completed at or near the time of November 5th of 2018?
Yes, it was.
When you completed the report, did you have knowledge of the matters contained therein?
Yes, I knew what I wrote in the report.
Is this a record kept in the regular course of business activity at the DCI Criminalistics Laboratory?
Yes.
Is it still practice to keep and maintain these records?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a fair and accurate copy of your report dated 11/5/2018? I believe it's report 39.
Yes, it is.
And would this report be helpful to be able to explain your testimony regarding your findings?
Yes.
Explain, if you would, the process that you used to complete the examination, first of lab number 49, agency number J, B as in boy, 1, described as the straw collected immediately after being used by Jerry Burns.
For DCI item 49, which was a straw that was reportedly collected or used by Jerry Burns, the weak DNA profile developed from the ends of the straw indicated a male source. The DNA donor could not be eliminated as the major contributor to the DNA profile previously developed from stain number F5 on DNA report dated December 5th of 2005 from the black dress described as item F1 on the DNA report dated September 8th of 2003. I went on to say that further interpretation may be attempted if a known DNA sample from a potential source is submitted.
Appreciate that. Did you use the PCR, STR, the process of examining this item?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if you could just kind of give us a general idea of how that was done.
In the lab, I took the straw and I took a swab, which is basically a Q-tip with cotton on the end. I have sterile water that's DNA-free that I put on that swab, and I'll swab the straw, attempting to swab up any cells that may be on the ends of the straw. Sometimes I know which end of the straw the suspect used because sometimes the police have a plastic cup lid, and so you swab the end of the straw that's up, but sometimes we don't. And so sometimes we'll just swab both ends of the straw. That way we're covered. And then I'll take a cutting of that swab and develop a DNA profile from it and compare it to Linda's results from 2005.
And was the same process that you just described used to examine the other item on this, item 53? One of the other items on this, item 53, agency number D, B as in boy, 1, D as in dog, the toothbrush collected from Donald Burns' garbage?
Yes, DCI item 53 was a toothbrush collected from the garbage of Donald Burns. The DNA profile developed from the toothbrush bristles indicated a male source, and the DNA donor of this profile was eliminated as the major contributor to the DNA profile previously developed from stain number F5 of the dress.
So the toothbrush that was identified as connected to Don was eliminated. The DNA that developed from that was eliminated as a source for F5, but the straw used by Jerry Burns could not be eliminated.
That's right.
Okay. Move to enter 11A, Your Honor.
Have you had an opportunity to review 11A?
I have, Your Honor, yes.
Do you have
no
any
objection?
Okay. 11A will be received and made part of the record without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
And we're going to go ahead and go to the results section under 49. And I believe you read for us the results of your examination here. Again, this indicates that the weak DNA profile developed from the ends of the straw indicated a male source. So you were able to confirm that this was male DNA on the straw, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the DNA donor could not be eliminated as a major contributor to the DNA profile previously developed from stain number 5 from the black dress. Some notes to previous reports there. I want to ask you, Mike, after the work you had done on this case up till that point, what was your initial response when you were interpreting these results?
At this point, I'd had probably at least 30 people that I already eliminated as being a DNA donor to the stain on the dress. When I came to this straw, and I was making matches at each of the loci that we had results for, it was kind of unbelievable, that the type of technology to get us to this point even existed. It seemed kind of science fiction to me.
But yet, the results are right in front of you.
Yes.
As you went down that profile, did you begin to come to the conclusion that this required some additional investigation?
Yes, that's basically why I put that statement in the report. The further interpretation may be attempted if a known DNA sample from a potential source is submitted. At the DCI lab, we like to have buccal swabs or swabs of the inner cheek of victims or suspects, or a blood sample, a blood draw spotted onto a card. There's going to be a lot of DNA in that kind of sample, so we're going to definitely know that we have whoever gave us that sample will have their DNA. Now, a straw collected at a restaurant, we don't know the history of that straw. Is it like straws like they have at Chuck E. Cheese with a box of straws, and you've got 20 kids reaching their hands in there, grabbing a straw out? We can't be as sure that the DNA that we would get from that straw is coming from the person that we want it to come from.
And so that's why you suggested that a known sample be obtained?
Yes. And in fact, there was another item in this case submitted on the same report, DCI item 51, which was a drinking glass that was collected after being used by Donald Burns. Now, on this drinking glass, I had DNA from at least 4 people on that glass. So that just goes to show, that sometimes straws aren't the best source of getting somebody's DNA profile from. You just don't know the history of that glass, how well it was washed in the kitchen, who else drank out of that glass before it was brought to the table to be served. So that at the DCI lab, we like to have a known, usually buccal or blood sample from the person that we're trying to get a DNA profile from. The DNA testing we're using right now is so sensitive. Perhaps in the past, we wouldn't have had like the last 4 people that drank out of that drinking glass, but with the technology we have now, it's really sensitive.
Regardless, did you see this, as you described earlier, as unbelievable, as a pretty significant break in the case?
Yes.
I want to ask you about some words and terminology you used in explaining the results and conclusions. And first, you described the profile that you developed from this straw as weak. Could you explain what that means?
A lot of the profiles will have known samples. We're measuring in relative fluorescent units. Like in a known buccal sample, I would expect each of those DNA alleles in a person's profile to be around 4,000 to 10,000 or more relative fluorescent units. When I say a weak profile, I'm talking a lot less than that. We're talking about 1,000 fluorescent units or less than that. 600 fluorescent units is our stochastic threshold. If we see a peak that's lower than 600, then there's a chance that there's DNA there that's not being detected. There's just not enough there to be. There's not enough copies of there to be detected by our instrument. So we have to be careful with weak DNA data.
Given that, did you still find that you were able to develop enough of a profile there to be confident in your assessment that you couldn't eliminate Jerry Burns?
Yes. Even though the data was weak, the DNA data that I did have was matching up with the known DNA profile of Jerry Burns.
And to clarify, when I asked that question there, we're talking about the profile developed from the straw Jerry Burns used, not Jerry Burns himself. We haven't gotten to that yet, right?
That's right.
Is it protocol at the laboratory to have another analyst review your findings?
Yes, that's another requirement of the FBI. Anything that I do has to be reviewed by another qualified DNA analyst. It's what we call a technical review. All DNA reports going back to the year 2000 have to be reviewed by another qualified analyst before they can be finalized.
If you would, since we have this up and we can maybe scroll down the page a little farther here, explain, if you would, the results that you obtained from item number 53.
Okay, I developed a male DNA profile from item 53, which was a toothbrush collected from the garbage of Donald Burns. And whoever's DNA is on that toothbrush is eliminated from the crime scene sample, stain F5.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Be handing the witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 11A1. Top of this document says Powerplex, 16 loci and stats on it. Refers to criminalist Linda Sawyer, or Sauer. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is that document?
This is a copy of the results that Linda Sauer developed in 2005 from stain F5 on the dress. It's the DNA profile that she interpreted from that sample.
How do you use that in reaching your findings that you compiled in this report that we just looked at?
After I developed the DNA profiles from the straw and the toothbrush, I would take my results and compare them to Linda Sauer's results and just look and see if I had a match or an elimination at each of the 12 areas where she had results for.
Are the markings on Exhibit 11A1 and contained on that ones that you made on it while you were performing this comparison process?
Yeah, this is a copy of Linda's results. So I have some check marks and some OKs, and I've circled some things. I've made my initials. There, you can also see Linda's initials and whoever reviewed Linda Sauer's report at the time, which looks like it would have been Erica Eng. And then also Scott Stocksleger's initials at the bottom right corner of this page. He reviewed the work that I did in this case.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the document you used in order to reach your conclusions that we just saw in the Report 39, State's Exhibit 11A?
Yes.
Is this also a record kept in the regular course of business activity, available for discovery purposes and available for review?
Yes.
Does this actually show you confirming that the profile that you developed from the straw could not be eliminated?
Those are my check marks over on the left side of the page as you're going down the loci next to the alleles at each locus. I made those check marks as just an indication to me that it matched what was developed from the straw.
And is that helpful then in demonstrating the process that you use to compare the profile you developed from the straw to the crime scene profile F5 developed by Linda?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit States 11A1, Your Honor.
Have you had an opportunity to review 11A1?
I have, Your Honor. If I may question the witness briefly, please.
You may.
Mr. Schmit, the notations about which you've just testified on Government's Exhibit 11A1, all of those notations, with the exception of some initials in the bottom right-hand corner, are yours. Is that accurate?
Yes, Erica and Scott Stocksleger's initials are in the bottom right corner, and Linda Sauer's is in the upper right corner. The rest of the markings are mine.
And of particular interest to me is the notation that you made in the column dealing, the fourth column, the far right column at the bottom, where you have written, it appears like FBI database do not use. Am I reading that accurately?
That's correct.
And why did you write FBI database do not use?
About 5 years ago, it was discovered in the FBI's database that we used to use for statistical calculations. There were errors in that database, some transcription errors. And so that was with the Hispanic population of that database. And so we stopped using that database because basically the calculations are wrong or will be slightly off because the data is not accurate that is in the database. So we can't use that, the stats on the Hispanic population for this sample. However, the statistics for the Caucasian and African American statistics for this sample are okay because we did not use the FBI's database for those population groups. For those population groups, we used the allele frequencies that were provided by PerkinElmer Biosystems based on LabCorp of America's data. And to my knowledge, they did not find any errors in that database.
So what year was it that the FBI database was not to be used?
For our crime lab, I think it was about 2015 that we stopped using that database until corrections were made and we were able to use another database.
Well, I believe Linda Sauer testified that she did use that database in 2005. Would that comport with your understanding of the institutional use of that database back in 2005?
Yes, we would report whatever number was smallest in our reports. So if the frequency was found in like 1 out of 100 billion Caucasians, but it was only found in 1 out of 400 Hispanics, we would give the benefit of doubt to the defense, and we would report the smaller number, the 1 out of 400. So in this case, the Hispanic number was actually higher. It's a 4 with 13 zeros behind it, whereas the number that was used for reporting what came from the Caucasian database is a 5 with only 12 zeros behind it. So even if she had used the Hispanic numbers at the time, for this particular sample, the Caucasian still gave the smallest number, and so this still would have been okay to use this worksheet.
Based on that detailed explanation, I have no objections to this exhibit.
The court will receive states 11A1. Is that where we are?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The court will receive that and make it part of the record. And on that note, we are going to give everyone a break. We're in thick in science class, so we're going to give everybody about a 15-minute break. Okay? Please bear in mind that admonition, folks.
Hey, chat. Just want to pop in here real quick. And Baker, thank you for the raid. I hope you guys are still around. Appreciate the raid. I'm going to be on Broken Baker tomorrow at 9 in the morning, just so you guys know. I will be talking to Baker. He's kind enough to invite me onto his show, his 12 days of content creators, I believe he's calling it. So I'll be, I'm very thankful and grateful that I have been invited on, and I will be joining the Baker tomorrow at 9. So let's see, we're talking, Michael Schmit. We're thick in science class here with Michael Schmit. Let's see, Michael Schmit is a criminalist, a DCI criminalist. He processes DNA. I did ask about DNA problems. Yes, unbalanced. So the majority of the cases he deals with is with SA and death. He said 70 to 75% of his work before 2012 was cold cases. Locus is a location, and they say loci. Locus is locus, location, loci. So I thought that was kind of fun to, the more you know. He talks about the straw used by Jerry Burns. Now, because I screwed up the videos, I think I got that sorted out. I hope I got that sorted out. But yeah, I think what I was playing was the second part of Doug Larison's, and I think I got the first part. So that's when I think he talks about the brothers. So we'll probably get to that tomorrow. I'm not sure. Well, we'll see. We'll see how far we get. Anyway, so yep, they collected from the garbage of Donald Burns, which was one of the brothers. The DNA profile developed was strong enough that they couldn't eliminate Jerry Burns. So again, mic drop moment here. The noose is tightening. It's like a constrictor. That snake is slowly tightening around Mr. Jerry Burns here. And then the defense popped in with a question. He questioned the initials, and this is when they said the FBI database. He had a note that says FBI database do not use, because 5 years ago, which would have been about 2015 for him, the databases for the FBI were discovered to be in error because the Hispanic population was not accurate. However, the Caucasian and African American group was. Okay, so they took a break because she said the the science class, they were thick in the science class. I thought that was pretty cute. All right, so let's get back to it. Back to court. And hopefully this is in the right order. I hope I got the order right, because it definitely helps when the order is right. All right, hopefully this is the right order. All right, so this is 1 hour and 21 minutes. So this will take us to about 5 o'clock. So I may end, because then I have 2 more hours. So I may end after this, and then we'll pick up Douglas Larison. But anyway, let's get through this, and then we'll talk about that. Back to court.
Please rise for the jury.
Please be seated, everyone. The record will show that parties have all returned to the courtroom. Our jury has rejoined us, and we are ready to resume direct examination of Mr. Schmit.
Your Honor, we I think we moved to admit 11A1. Now we request to publish it.
You may.
Mr. Schmit, then, we were talking about 11A1 here before the break. It's now on the TV behind you there, and I think I left a copy of it in front of you as well. But was 11A1 then a copy of the profile developed from F5 by Linda Sauer that you used then to compare to the findings that you made on the straw?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave us a description, but now that we're looking at it, can you tell us then what the check marks represent?
The check marks are check marks that I made, and that check mark indicates that the profile from the straw matched the crime scene profile at each of those locations. On the left, it lists the DNA locus or location where we have DNA results. And then the numbers next to that are the alleles or DNA factors present for that locus. And the check mark by those two factors indicate that it matches.
There's a couple indications here on Penta E and Penta D where there appears to be no results. Is that right?
That's right. Linda Sauer did not develop results at those loci. And also FGA was a third locus where she didn't have results from the crime scene sample.
So then at 3 loci, then did that make it, impossible for you to prove, to compare because she had not developed a result to what you developed from the straw?
I could not compare the results at FGA because she didn't have any results from the crime scene sample for that locus. The Penta D and Penta E loci were loci that we were using in the kit at the time of the crime scene sample was analyzed in 2005. Those two loci are not in the kit that we are using nowadays, the Global Filer kit. So I couldn't make comparisons at those loci. Anyway, she didn't get results at those loci, but the kit we're using now doesn't have those loci in them.
At every available loci where there were results from F5, were you able to compare results that you were able to get from the straw to F5?
Yes.
And at every location you were able to make a comparison, did you find there to be a match?
Yes, there was one locus where I had partial results from the straw, and that's the TPOX locus.
Yeah.
It's at the very bottom. It has the circle around that 9. Now, the crime scene sample has the 9 factor in that profile. The straw, I do not have that 9 factor. It's possible that it could be there, but it's dropping out. It's one of those weak samples. I left the possibility for the 9 to be there or some other allele. The 8 is definitely there in the profile I have from the straw, but the 9 is dropping out. It's not present in the profile from the straw.
And again, does that mean that the 9's not there or just not detectable from what you were able to develop from the straw?
Our instrument didn't detect it.
May I approach a witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Again, the witness what's marked as State's Exhibit 11A2 for identification purposes first. Mike, can you tell us what that is?
This is a statistic worksheet I made if we were ever to get a known sample to be compared to that straw in the crime lab. These were basically my allele calls that I developed in the DNA profile of the straw.
And how was this used in reaching the findings you compiled in your report?
I didn't use this statistics sheet until later on, until we received an actual known sample from Jerry Burns. And in that DNA report, I made the match of Jerry Burns to the straw.
Okay.
And I used this number from this sheet to report that.
Okay, all right. So when you developed a known sample, then you further used the documentation that's in 11A2?
Yes.
Okay. Can I approach a witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
Again, the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11C. I ask if you recognize this exhibit, Mike?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
This is a copy of a DNA report that I issued January 9th of 2019.
And was this report then compiled and issued at the request of the Cedar Rapids Police Department to examine an item containing a known buccal swab of the defendant Jerry Burns in order to develop a profile for comparison to the profile developed from the crime scene F5?
Yes.
Was this report made at or near the time you analyzed this known buccal swab from Jerry Burns, or what was described as such, in order to develop a profile for comparison?
Yes.
And was it completed on January 9th of 2019?
Yes.
And obviously, you being the author of that, did you have knowledge of the matters contained therein?
Yes.
And is this a record kept in the regular course of business activity at the DCI Criminalistics Laboratory?
Yes, it is.
Is it still practice to maintain and keep these records?
Yes. For homicide cases, we keep them at least 80 years.
Okay. This case isn't that old. But.
Right.
Does this appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the report?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe this report would be helpful in explaining your testimony regarding your findings therein?
Yes.
And first I want to ask you to again explain, just for now, explain the process you used to complete the examination of item lab number 54, agency number J, B as in boy 2, item containing known buccal swabs from Jerry Lynn Burns.
DCI item 54 was a known buccal sample from Jerry Burns. It's basically Q-tips that they swabbed the inner surface of Jerry Burns' mouth with. I took a cutting from one of those and developed a DNA profile from that cutting. I compared that DNA profile to the results that Linda Sauer had from the dress from 2005.
Okay. And was that process you used, again, the method of analysis, the PCR-STR method that you described that you used for analysis of the items contained in State's Exhibit 11A or the previous report 39?
Yes.
So the same process used as you did on an examination of all these items?
Yes.
Right? Okay. Move to enter State's 11C, Your Honor.
Any objection to 11C?
No objection.
11C will be received and made part of the record.
And if we could publish that too, Your Honor?
You may.
So on this document, 11C, we see, again, the description of the item containing the known buccal swabs from Jerry Lynn Burns. In the explanation section, is that just meant to explain the testing that you did, that you explained for us in court?
Yes, our DNA reports are required to report basically which loci we were using for our DNA profiles. It's one of the requirements of the FBI DNA standards.
Underneath the results of examination, first, you noted a result of examination that you did on the buccal sample of Jerry Burns. Explain to us, if you would, that result.
I had a known buccal sample of Jerry Burns, and I developed a DNA profile from that sample. I compared that to the weak DNA profile previously developed from the straw, which was DCI item 49. And the profile from the straw was consistent with the known DNA profile of Jerry Burns. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 38 quintillion. I also compared the known DNA profile from the buccal sample of Jerry Burns to the crime scene profile, which was stain F5. The partial DNA profile results at 12 out of the 13 corresponding common STR loci between the two kits, the Global Filer kit and the PowerPlex 16 kit. Of the major contributor previously developed from stain F5 from DNA report dated December 5th of 2005, from the black dress, described as item F1 on DNA report dated September 8th, 2003, was consistent with the known DNA profile of Jerry Burns. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 100 billion.
Okay. Thank you. I want to ask you just to back up a second here in regards to item number 49. Essentially, are you reporting here that the profile from the straw was consistent with the buccal swab?
Yes.
And so, if you could explain, because it's not a number we deal with very often, the number 1 out of 38 quintillion?
It's basically a 3 with a lot of zeros behind it. The national debt is in the trillions of dollars. This is a number that's far beyond that. So the number quintillion, there would be a 3, and then it would have 19 zeros behind it. A million has 6 zeros, and a billion has 9 zeros, and this number quintillion has 19 zeros.
How's a number like that reached in terms of random probability analysis?
We used to cut off numbers at the 100 billions when we made a DNA match. At the time, Linda Sauer would have been working on this case. We used the 100 billion cutoff. The numbers could be as high as trillion or quadrillion, but they didn't get too much higher than that. That was when we were using 13 to 15 loci. Now we're using even more loci. We're using 21 STR loci. So those numbers are just going to get bigger. It's possible in the future they may add an additional 20 loci to profiles. I don't know what's going to happen, but those numbers could just keep getting higher and higher.
Can I approach a witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Put that down for now. Behind the witness what's been marked as State Exhibit 11C1. First for identification. Mike, can you tell us what that document is?
This is a copy of Linda Sauer's original statistics sheet, the allele calls that she made on the crime scene sample for the F5 dress stain. It also has my writing on it. I've noted where the loci match between the crime scene profile and the known DNA profile of Jerry Burns.
So how did you use this then in reaching the findings that you compiled in your report?
I used Linda Sauer's interpretation of the crime scene profile, which is this statistics worksheet, and I compared the data on this sheet to the known DNA profile I developed from the known buccal sample of Jerry Burns. And I went down locus by locus to see if there was a match or an elimination. And there was a match at all of the loci that Linda Sauer had results for.
Are the markings that are contained on this exhibit then ones that that you made on it while performing this comparison process?
Yes.
And I think that, as with the previous similar exhibit, there may be some notations involving some other individuals at the laboratory that they put on it pursuant to their duties and involvement?
Yes.
Okay. What's contained on there from other individuals?
Again, you have Erica Ng's initials. She was the original tech reviewer of Linda Sauer's report. Scott Stockslager's initials from November, and then again from December. He was the technical reviewer of the work that I did in this case.
Does this document actually show you confirming that the profile developed from Jerry Burns' known buccal swab was found to be consistent with F5 and to match at every available loci and alleles for comparison?
Yes.
So this actually demonstrates the process of you making the confirmation that where you could compare it, Jerry Burns' known DNA matched F5.
That's correct.
Is this helpful in demonstrating the process that you conducted to make this comparison and explain your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
Okay, move to admit states 11C1, Your Honor.
11C2 or 11C1?
I think it's 11C1. Does that say 11C1, Mike?
The sticker says 11C1.
Mr. Spies, have you had an opportunity to review 11C1?
I have, and I do have a question for the witness, if I may.
Go ahead.
Mr. Peterson, once again, there are notations on 11C1, and the notations look like they were superimposed upon a previous iteration of this same page. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So the last time we looked at this, there was the notation FBI database do not use. You explained that to us. Now there's another notation below that that says, in a circle, report equal consistent, and then parentheses, no FGA, etc., and initials beneath that. Do you know who made that notation?
Those were my notations.
Okay. And so when you wrote on this version of the document, report equal consistent, no FGA, what were you trying to tell yourself?
That was just a reminder to me in the report. I couldn't say it was a match. I had to say it was consistent. At the DCI lab, if we're missing results at one of the core loci, and the FGA was one of those core loci that the FBI require, then we can say the report is consistent, or we can say it's a partial match. And so in my report, I just needed to remember to say it was consistent with the known DNA profile of Jerry Burns.
And that was based on the fact that you didn't have a complete profile from the crime scene?
That's right. Linda Sauer was missing results at the FGA locus from the crime scene.
And there were a couple of other stray alleles in Linda Sauer's profile, right?
There was one locus, the CSF 1PO locus. Linda knew that the 11 allele needed to be present in the crime scene profile, and so whoever would match the crime scene profile would definitely have the 11 allele. She left open the possibility that in addition to the 11 allele, there could have been another allele that was undetected or too weak to be detected by our instrument at the time.
Is that the complete explanation for what you noted there in your circle?
I did write match because it is still a match. The known DNA profile only has the 11 allele at the CSF locus, so it is still a match.
And in fact, your bosses at the DCI said it would not be reported as a match.
Our standard operating procedure states that it won't be reported as a match. We can use the word consistent, but not match.
And you had been so directed by Paul Bush, right?
Michael Halverson probably wrote our interpretation standard operating procedure, but that language has been in our procedures for a long time, so probably originally Mike Peterson wrote that or had that policy of saying consistent when we don't have results at all of the loci.
Not a match, consistent.
Consistent, partial match.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court will receive and make part of the record States Exhibit 11C1.
May we publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Mike, if you could, then, with regards to 11C1, could you take us through the what we're seeing there as far as the markings that you added to this document when performing the comparison between Jerry Burns' known buckle and crime scene F5?
Okay, on the left side of the page, that's my writing. At the top, it says versus item 54 known, and DCI item 54 is the known DNA profile from Jerry Burns. And underneath that, I have the words match, match, match written multiple times. I'm basically going down through each locus, comparing the crime scene profile results to the results I obtained from the known DNA profile of Jerry Burns, and noting whether they matched.
And at every possible loci that you could compare and make a comparison, did you find the known buccal swab of Jerry Burns to be a match to F5?
Yes.
Only but for the absence of the FGA, which Linda was not able to develop from the crime scene profile, then that's the only thing that prevents you from being able to use the terminology of an exact match.
The FGA locus, and also she left open the possibility of an additional allele at the CSF locus that was too weak to be detected back then.
Do those disclaimers at all undercut the confidence in your where you were able to make a match in the sample between the profile?
No. If you go further down on the worksheet, the calculations are there, at least for the Caucasian and African American populations. The Caucasian, it's a 5 with 12 zeros, so that is, greater than 1 out of 100 billion. Fewer than 1 out of 100 billion unrelated individuals would be expected to have this same DNA profile.
It's that probability, random match probability, that gives you great confidence in the findings.
Yes.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
The annual witness was from Marcia's State's Exhibit 11C2. And this has a couple of pages to it. I believe. Ask you, Mike, if you've seen that before.
Yes.
What is that?
This is the known DNA profile that I developed from the buccal sample from Jerry Burns. And this is what I used. I took these two sheets and compared them to a copy of the worksheet that Linda Sauer prepared in 2005. And that's how I was able to match each locus, where there are corresponding loci between the two kits that we used, the one kit we were using in 2005 and the kit that we're using today.
And it's your testimony that you used this particular worksheet then in reaching the findings that you compiled in your report, previously introduced and accepted into evidence as 11C?
Yes.
And are the markings you made ones that were made during this comparison process?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of that document?
Yes, it is.
Is this one that's kept in the regular course of business at the DCI lab?
Yes.
Does this actually show you, again, in connection with 11C1, previous document we discussed, going about making the comparison between the profile developed from Jerry Burns' known buccal swab and the crime scene profile F5?
Yes.
And would this also be helpful in demonstrating that process to the jury?
Yes, it would.
Move to admit states 11C2, Your Honor.
Mr. Spies, have you had an opportunity to review that document?
Yes, I have, Your Honor. We have no objection.
The court will receive and make part of today's record states 11C2.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
This is 11C1 I'm handing back to you. You have 11C2 in front of you. We have 11C2 up here. If you could, as you would in science class, explain to us kind of how you are making these comparisons using these two documents and how you're able to make a finding.
Okay, so I took Linda Sauer's worksheet from 2005, or a copy of the worksheet, and I looked at each of the locations that we're testing for, and I compared the results at those locations to the DNA profile that I just developed in 2018 from the known sample of Jerry Burns. For example, the first locus, D3, the crime scene profile had a 1516. Jerry Burns' known DNA profile also has the 1516. The next locus for the known profile, there's a 17 at VWA. In the crime scene profile, there's also the 17 at VWA. And I would just go through each locus and until I've looked at all the loci that we had results for to see that everything matches. On this one, the CSF locus, there's an 11 allele. This is the locus that Linda Sauer said the 11 allele was definitely there, but she left open the possibility of there being another weaker undetected allele. In the known DNA sample, there is no other allele. There's just the 11 allele. So it's still a match to the crime scene profile.
Do those findings then continue as you find the loci on 11C1 or Linda's profile, and then compare that to what you were able to develop on the known in the areas where you showed us on 11C2?
Yes.
And are there any, based upon your review of this documentation and your testing this case, are there any inconsistencies between those two documents?
No.
Okay. Go ahead and take that down, and I'll take those two exhibits back from you. We've talked a little bit about random match probability, the numbers that were used in this case, 1 out of 38 quintillion for the comparison between the straw in Mr. Burns' known DNA profile from the buccal swab, and also the 1 out of 100 billion statistic. Using it as an example, how do you explain the statistics in terms of, let's say, if you had a pile of about 100 billion lottery tickets in front of you?
Well, in lottery or Powerball, you have, 6 or 7 numbers, and you have to match all 6 or 7 of those numbers in order to win the jackpot. That's kind of like what we're doing with the DNA testing. We're looking at a number of different locations, except it's more than just 6 or 7. It's 13 in the past. In this particular sample, we had results at 12 of those 13 locations. So that's about twice as many numbers as you have in Powerball that would need to match. And for all 12, for you to correctly guess all 6 Powerball numbers plus an additional 6, the chances of that happening are going to be very small. So for this case, the probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 100 billion. It's kind of like what would be your chances if you were playing a lottery where you had to correctly guess 12 numbers at random.
Based upon your knowledge as a criminalist, as a scientist with your training experience, in reference to learned treatises on the subject, what is the approximate population of humans on Earth?
It's approximately 7 billion people.
And using basic mathematics, how many Earth populations are included in the number 100 billion?
it would be at least 12 or 13 planets full of people.
In your professional opinion, based upon your knowledge, education, training, and expertise, would you expect to find anyone else, including any other relatives, that have the same profile as Jerry Burns to the extent to which his profile matches F5?
I'll object to that. It's not the proper subject of opinion testimony, Your Honor. I think it's a mischaracterization of the import of the statistic about which the witness has testified, and as Ms. Sauer testified. So I'd say it's not the proper subject as framed for opinion testimony.
Response to the objection, Mr. Maybanks.
I believe that Mr. Schmit has laid foundation for his extensive knowledge and expertise, not only in the area of DNA profiling, but by the use of the statistics to make these type of findings, and that this would be certainly within his realm of expertise. Any objection would go to the weight, not the admissibility.
Anything further on the objection, Mr. Spees?
Again, Your Honor, based on Ms. Sauer's testimony, I think that this is put in a framework that's not the appropriate subject for opinion testimony.
Given the information that the court has received and that the jury has received regarding Mr. Schmidt's education, background, and experience, I will allow him to answer the question. The objection will be overruled.
A match at 12 loci, I would only expect to come from an identical twin of Jerry Burns. In my 22 years of working forensic DNA cases, I've seen matches between family members at 7 or 8 loci, but I have yet to see one, 12, 13 loci.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Be handing the witness what's been previously marked as Stakes Exhibit 11D. First question, Mike, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a DNA report I issued in March 27th, 2019. These were known buccal swabs from Donald Burns and Kenneth Burns.
And was this made at or near the time that you examined known buccal swabs from Kenneth and Don Burns?
Yes.
Are you the author of this report?
Yes.
Is this a report that's also kept in the regular course of business activity with the DCI Crime Lab?
Yes.
And does this appear to be a fair and accurate copy of that report?
Yes.
Do you believe this report would be helpful to be able to explain your testimony regarding your findings in the report?
Yes, I do.
If you would, does the report indicate that the same PCR, short tandem repeat testing was done on the items containing the known buccal swabs of Donald and Kenneth Burns as was done with all the other items of evidence in this case?
Yes.
And does this report contain the results of your examination of those items?
Yes, it does.
Move to enter states 11D, Your Honor.
Mr. Spees, have you had an opportunity to review that exhibit?
I have, Your Honor, yes, and we have no objection.
The court will receive and make part of today's record States Exhibit 11D as in dog.
If we could publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
Going down to the results section of this report, first under number 55, can you tell us what your results were, the examination of the known buccal swab of Donald Burns?
I developed a DNA profile from the known buccal sample of Donald Burns, and Donald Burns was eliminated as the major contributor to the DNA profile previously developed from stain F5 on the dress. The DNA profile developed from the toothbrush bristles, DCI item 53, matched the known DNA profile of Donald Burns. Probability of finding this profile in the population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 8.4 nonillion.
And can you tell us the results of your examination of item 56, the known buccal swab of Kenneth Burns?
I developed a DNA profile from DCI item 56. That was a known buccal sample of Kenneth Burns. And Kenneth Burns was eliminated as the major contributor to the DNA profile previously developed from stain number F5 on the dress.
Does this report then summarize the findings of your analysis on the known buccal swabs of Kenneth and Donald Burns and your conclusions that you eliminated them as major contributors to the DNA profile developed from F5?
Yes, they were both eliminated.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
The witness would have marked as States Exhibits 11D1 and 11D4. Ask you if you recognize 11D1 and 11D4.
These are copies of Linda Sauer's results from 2005 from the profile developed from the dress, stain F5. And they also have my markings on them when I made the comparison from the known samples from Ken Burns and Donald Burns against the dress stain profile.
And are the markings contained on 11D1 and 11D4 markings that you made as a result of your first analysis developing a profile from the known buccal swabs of Ken and Don Burns and then your comparison to F5?
Yes.
Does this actually show you then going through the process of eliminating both Ken and Don Burns as contributors to the DNA profile from F5?
Yes, it does. It shows the same process that I used when I had Jerry Burns' known DNA profile. I would take the known profiles and go down locus by locus and see whether the individual was either included or eliminated at each of those loci. And I was able to eliminate both Donald and Ken at a number of loci.
Is this also a record kept in the regular course of business activity at the DCI Crime Lab?
Yes.
And is this something retained then for potentially for future use and viewing at the lab?
Yes.
Is this document helpful to explain to the jury your process of comparing the DNA profiles developed from the known buccal swabs of Don and Ken Burns to crime scene profile F5?
Yes.
Move to admit States 11D1 and 11D4, Your Honor.
Mr. Spies, have you had an opportunity to review what's been proposed as 11D1 and 11D4?
Yes, I have, Your Honor, and we have no objection to either.
The court will receive and make part of the record States Exhibits 11D1 and 11D4.
And can we publish, Your Honor?
You may.
First, I believe we have up 11D1 here, and you still have that in front of you, Mike?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just kind of explain to us the markings that you made on 11D1?
Okay, on the left of the page, I'm comparing it against item 55. Now, this is the dress stain being compared against item 55, which was the known DNA profile of Donald Burns. And as I'm going down the loci, I'm able to eliminate Donald Burns as being a donor to the dress profile based on certain alleles that Donald Burns has that aren't showing up in the dress profile.
Okay. And so does this then describe, or at least contain, markings and notations that allowed you to confidently eliminate Don Burns' profile as a contributor to F5?
Yes.
And now if we could show 11D4. And if you could take us through the markings that you made then on 11D4.
Okay, so the markings on the left, those are areas where I was able to eliminate Kenneth Burns as being a DNA donor to the F5 dress stain as well. I have arrows pointing to the various alleles that are present in the crime scene profile but are not present in the known DNA profile of Kenneth Burns.
And does this then show the process that you engaged in to confidently eliminate Kenneth Burns as the contributor to the F5 crime scene profile?
Yes.
So now that, and you can go ahead and take that down now. I'll take those exhibits back too. Now that we've gone through the process of how you eliminated the brothers of Jerry Burns as contributors to the profile, and also considering your previous explanation of how you haven't seen more than, I think you said, 7 or 8 loci similar and related individuals.
Yes.
I just want you to explain then, in the statistic it says, it refers to the term 100 billion unrelated individuals. Can you tell us why that's used and what difference that might make, if any, in the in that compiling that statistic?
In 2005, we just stopped counting after 100 billion. If we had a match and the statistic was fewer than 1 out of 100 billion, then we just stopped counting. Sometimes the numbers would be in the trillions or quadrillions, but the supervisor at the time, Mike Peterson, determined that we don't really need to stop counting after 100 billion. It's hard for people to understand numbers that big. The debt's trillions of dollars, so we could have gone with trillion, but 100 billion was big enough for Mike Peterson, who was the DNA supervisor at the time.
And when you use that random probability statistic, as I was saying about how we've eliminated both of Mr. Burns' brothers as contributors to the DNA profile, and you said you hadn't seen more than 7 or 8 similar profiles, 7 or 8 similar alleles and related individuals, why does that include the term unrelated in the statistic? Do you understand my question? Like, what does that mean?
Okay, the FBI requires us to report a statistic based on unrelated individuals, or a database of unrelated individuals. If you have relatives in the database, then those numbers will change from what they are now. So basically, the FBI requirement is we report on unrelated individuals.
Based upon your training, experience, and education with these numbers, if it was based upon related individuals, would the number be changed in any significant way?
Numbers would be changed. In some cases, they'd probably be made smaller, in other cases, probably bigger. But right now, we're required to report a match based on unrelated individuals.
And the reason that terminology is used is because it's required by the FBI to maintain your accreditation and so on and so forth?
Yes.
couple more things for you, Mike, here before I turn you over to Mr. Spies. You recall on or about March 19th of 2019, being requested by Investigator Denlinger of the Cedar Rapids Police Department to access another piece of evidence being stored at the DCI lab, in this case, and send it to an outside laboratory.
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Behind the witness, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17N1. There's a couple of documents here, but I'll ask you first on that page with the marking on it. Do you recognize this photocopy here?
Yes, State's Exhibit 17N1 is a FedEx receipt that I filled out when I mailed the DCI Item I, the extracts from DCI Item I, out to Bodie Technology, which is a private forensic DNA lab in Virginia.
And Exhibit I has been described previously in this case as scrapings from the gear shift selector. Was that your understanding as to what you were packaging and sending off to the Bodie labs?
Yes. These were the extracts that Linda Sauer and Mike Peterson looked at in previous DNA reports. Mike Peterson issued a DNA report in 1997 regarding this item, and then Linda Sauer issued a DNA report in approximately 2002 from this item. And those extracts were saved all the way back from 1997 to 2002, and they were kept in our freezer until I mailed them out to Bodie Technology.
When you accessed, well, actually, I'll go to page 2. Is this show a receipt of that delivery, then showing that indeed was made?
Yes.
When you accessed Exhibit I from the freezer at your facility, can you just kind of tell us about that process and how you do it to make sure that the integrity of the items are preserved, both in packaging or preparing it for mailing and sending it off?
When the DCI lab was first doing DNA testing, we saved the DNA extracts from all the samples that we ran, basically in a freezer. We stopped doing that in about 2002 because we were running out of space and it was expensive to do that. And the FBI requirement was that we retain or return anything that we test. And so there would always be stain remaining on whatever sample we were sending back to the police or sheriffs after we were done with it. So it just made sense to not keep saving all these samples when there's still sample to go that can always be gone back to if the sheriffs or police hold on to the evidence. Yeah, we stopped doing that in 2002, but this case was originally looked at for DNA in 1997, so at that time we were saving extracts, and we saved those in boxes that are in our deep freezer.
And the 17N1 contain a fair and accurate copy of the FedEx receipt with your handwriting on it indicating you made this delivery?
Yes.
Move to admit 17N1.
Any objection to 17N1?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
17N as in Nancy, 1 will be received and made part of the record.
Nothing further this time, right?
Cross-examination, Mr. Spies.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Schmit, in your career with criminal investigation as early as 1999, you were receiving training on crime scene examination and preservation of crime scene evidence, weren't you?
That's right.
And to be clear, and I think it's obvious from your testimony this afternoon, you had no role in the examination of the crime scene in this homicide, did you?
I was 4 years old when this homicide occurred.
I was going to ask.
I was not at the crime scene.
Okay. Importantly, though, as other witnesses have testified, the work that you do at the criminalistics laboratory is, in many respects, only as good as the evidence, the integrity of the evidence, and the thoroughness of the investigation leading up to the material coming to you.
Yes.
So, pointedly, throughout your testimony this afternoon, in referring to Exhibit F5, this stain, you never used the word suspect. You only referred to that as a stain. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So, you don't know if this came from a suspect, it was just represented as a stain from the crime scene to which you were asked to make comparisons?
Yes.
It's a male profile, or it contains a male profile.
Yes.
And Linda Sauer testified that it was a mixture.
That's correct.
And you would agree with that?
Yes.
And going forward to the statistics about which you testified, whenever you have a mixture of DNA, sometimes the random match probability can be misleading, can't it?
It depends on how you're using it. In this case, Linda determined the profile of the major DNA contributor, which is basically doing a single source statistical analysis.
Yeah, and you've already told us that you had a partial profile from F5.
Yes.
I'd like you to focus your attention again on F5, on this stain. You didn't do any testing of the stain yourself, did you?
No, that was all done by Linda Sauer.
And so the profile, the male profile from that stain, as you said, was determined by Linda Sauer when she did this testing back in 2005.
Yes.
And we know from her testimony, and I think from yours as well, that it was a mixture. Do we know that the other contributor was a female?
I'd have to refer to Linda Sauer's report and what she said. She... Linda said, for stain number 5, a partial male profile with complete DNA results at 11 STR loci and partial results at an additional 2 loci was obtained. She also went on to say, results from a second minor contributor were noted at 2 loci, D13S317 and VWA. The donor of the profiles from the dress stains number 6, 7, and 8 could be the source of the minor contribution. And the dress stains from 6, 7, and 8, in a paragraph above that, she said, were female profiles. So basically, she was saying that the female profiles from stains 6, 7, and 8, whoever that female was, could be the minor donor in stain F5 of the dress.
Based on the identity of those 2 loci?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Sauer, when she was with us yesterday, last week, said that she couldn't tell whether the contribution of that male profile came from blood or sweat or mucus or saliva. You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
That's right. The testing we do at the DCI lab, we can't say where the DNA is coming from. We can only say that the DNA is there, that the stain screen positive for blood, and we have DNA there. We can't say the DNA is coming from blood. We don't have a test that tells us that.
And the comparisons that you've testified about this afternoon were all comparisons to that F5?
With the exception of the hair root comparison I did that matched the known profile of Michael Weirick.
Because that was the only male profile you were submitted to compare, other than, of course, the known profiles of Ken Burns, Don Burns, and Jerry Burns.
There were approximately 40 people that I eliminated during the course of my work on this case. It wasn't just Jerry Burns and two of his brothers. There were a number of other persons of interest that I eliminated. It was about 40 people that I eliminated. And before me, when other criminalists were working on the case, Linda Sauer, Paul Bush, they eliminated about another 80 people from being the DNA donor to the F5 dress stain.
Well, it was a poorly worded question, and I apologize for that. What I meant to ask you was, of all the people about you whom you've testified, you were only comparing to F5, to whether or not those people were contributors or could be eliminated or not eliminated to F5.
For the hair, I did make comparisons from persons of interest going back to 2002 and compared those to the hair root. So I did make those comparisons versus the hair root until I found a match to Michael Weirick. At that point, after I found the match to Michael Weirick, I didn't look at the hair root anymore. I was only comparing the F5 dress stain to known DNA profiles from persons of interest.
So once again, I'll ask you, Mr. Schmit, you were asked for purposes of your appearance today to testify about who might have contributed to F5.
Yes.
All right. And if there were other male profiles at the crime scene, on the dress, in the car, you weren't given any other profiles to compare.
The hair root was the only other male profile.
The hair was the only one.
Yeah.
You weren't asked to examine the DNA from the steering wheel, Exhibit H, were you?
No.
You did examine Exhibit I, right?
I was asked to examine Exhibit I, but it was determined that I could not report any comparisons regarding Exhibit I.
And the reason why?
There were a couple errors on one of the statistics sheets that Linda Sauer prepared back in when she looked at it originally in 2002. So the one sheet that had errors we just couldn't use. That was a mixture statistic, and we stopped reporting that kind of statistic a while back anyway. There was another statistic sheet where she determined what the minor DNA donor on the gear shift would be. So that there was that statistic, but it was such a small number that today we're not even reporting on numbers that small. And I could give you that number if you want me to, but I don't know if I should. I don't.
The small number?
Yes.
Let's have it.
It was approximately 1 out of 400.
But you continued thereafter to say that it was no longer reportable?
That's correct.
Okay. No longer reportable because of the error?
And my technical leader decided that number was too small. We just don't report numbers that small. Right now, we require, in a mixture sample, we require 10 loci to call a major donor and 7 loci to require to report a minor donor. This would, I don't know in that sample that you had that 7 loci to report a minor donor. So it's just something, it's the kind of sample we wouldn't touch nowadays. That's about as best as I can explain it.
Okay. So you've acknowledged for us that you didn't test the blood lift from the steering wheel, Exhibit H. Did you examine the spermatozoa, Exhibit F4, that was found in the panties?
No.
Or a package from the back seat of the car?
No. There were only 2 male DNA profiles that I was aware of that were comparable from the crime scene, and that was the hair root and the F5 dress stain. The previous DNA analyses done by Linda Sauer, those were the only 2 that we could make comparisons with as far as male DNA profiles go.
So I guess it's elementary that you can only examine what you're submitted.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you some additional questions about your experience in crime scene examination and preservation. In your opinion, Mr. Schmit, can dry specimens of DNA be transferred from one place to another?
It depends on the condition of the sample. I've had bloody evidence on homicides. Sometimes when they sit in a sack for a while, they get powderized, basically fine powder of blood gets everywhere. And if you're not careful in how you seal up the sack, some of that powder could potentially escape from the sack, and that's not a good thing.
So would the answer be yes?
Yes, you can have a dry blood stain that becomes particleized, and it would be possible in that case, if you weren't careful in what you're doing, to have that transfer to something else.
What about skin cells?
The testing we do is very sensitive. We can get touch DNA. For example, if I were to put my hands on this counter and then somebody from the crime scene team came and swabbed where I touched on the counter, it would be possible to get my DNA profile from the counter just by me touching it. It doesn't happen every time. There has to be enough DNA deposited there. And if there's a lot of different people's DNA there also, you may not get results. But it is possible.
So stated differently, it would be inaccurate or erroneous to say that dry DNA cannot be transferred from one location to another.
Yeah, you can have blood flake off an item, and if you're not careful, that could get into another item of evidence. It just depends on the procedures and precautions you have in place when you're examining evidence.
Okay. Lastly, the statistics about which you testified this afternoon, especially the comparison of the known DNA of Jerry Burns and the DNA extracted from the straw of Jerry Burns, was a very impressive number, a quintillion, I think you referred to it.
Yes.
But that was comparing Jerry to Jerry.
Well, it was comparing the straw to the known of Jerry. And so since that straw the profile was developed with our current kit that has 21 loci, then I could use the statistics for those 21 loci. When Linda Sauer developed her results, she only had the 11 or 12 loci, and back then we cut the statistic off at 100 billion. And that's what was on her stat sheet, and also in her report, 100 billion. And so since she used the 100 billion, I can't take that number and make it higher. I have to do what she did. I had to make my comparisons with that. She created the statistic sheet based on the question profile, so I have to use that and the wording in her report.
Well, Mr. Schmit, I appreciate that answer, but it wasn't the answer to the question I asked you. The question I asked you was comparing Mr. Burns to Mr. Burns, a straw that was known to come from him against a known buccal swab.
It's just the way that you worded it, comparing Mr. Burns to Mr. Burns. I'd have to say that I compared the profile developed from the straw to the known profile of Jerry Burns, and they were consistent. We don't make identifications in DNA. We say whether it's a match or an elimination or it's consistent. Fingerprints, they will make an identification. They will say that this fingerprint came from this individual and it couldn't have come from anybody else. We just do not do that in forensic DNA. You have identical twins, so there's always that possibility that it's even when you have an exact match.
Well, Mr. Schmit, coming into this courtroom, you knew exactly where those specimens came from, didn't you?
I knew that stain F5 came from the dress, And
You knew that the straw came from Jerry Burns, and you knew that the known buckle swab came from Jerry Burns.
I have to trust that the information on our evidence receipt forms are correct, that the investigators are honest when they're filling out those evidence receipt forms. If the detective tells me that the straw came from Jerry Burns or Ken Burns, I just assume that's correct. I'm not the one that collected the straw, so I wasn't there. I can't tell you that it came from him. I'm taking the investigator's word for it.
Finally, concerning the other numbers about which you testified, you said that the statistics are based on comparisons to populations of unrelated individuals. And in this situation, we don't have a population of unrelated individuals, do we?
Well, the statistic uses the population of unrelated individuals, but in the case, we do have knowns from 3 brothers, and they would be related.
Yeah, and we have generations and family trees of related individuals in this case. Don't we?
Yes, I am aware of that, yes. Okay. I didn't do that family tree testing. I just looked at the known buckles and compared them to the crime scene profile.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
You're welcome.
Redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. Mike, so with regard to F5, the crime scene profile, and what you've been able to review and determine from Linda's profile, to what extent really is the F5 profile mixture?
There's a major DNA, a clear major DNA donor in that profile. Otherwise, Linda wouldn't have made the allele calls that she did when she did the analysis. Now, there's an indication of a minor donor at only 2 of those loci. I looked at the actual profile, and you can see there's a definite major donor and then a really weak minor donor. So as far as Linda's calls, allele calls, that they looked good. I don't have any issues with the major profile determination that she made in that sample.
Along the same lines, you were asked about Linda's determination about whether the source here came from blood or sweat or mucus, in the determination that you can't say that necessarily say DNA is coming from the blood, but you can say that blood is there, right? Was that the finding of the laboratory?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on that same area where Linda took her DNA sample.
And from your testimony today, then, are you saying that there's limited circumstances, if any, where you can actually rule out another source without testing, using a presumptive test for that source?
That's right. Linda screened for blood. We do have screening tests for saliva and also seminal fluid, but Linda used the screening test for blood. She saw what looked like a blood stain on the dress and took her sample to run DNA.
And the finding we have here is that we know there's blood there. We know there's DNA there. And your findings show the major contributor was consistent with Jerry Burns.
Yes. There were 8 other stains on the dress that Mike Peterson looked at the first one, and Linda Sauer took the archived extract from that stain and ran the 15 STR markers on that. And so that was used basically as a known or deduced known profile of Michelle Martinko. Linda could see that was a female profile from that very first dress stain that she looked at, that Mike Peterson had collected back in 1997. Linda took, besides that first one that Mike Peterson and Linda Sauer analyzed, there were 8 more stains. Now, one of those was an F5 stain, but the other 7 were other blood stains that Linda performed DNA testing on. And the DNA profiles from those gave a female profile that was consistent or matched the first original female stain. So there's not just the one profile from the dress. There's the one profile that has a major male in the dress, and there are other profiles from the dress, but those are all coming from a female believed to be Michelle Martinko.
Excuse me. And from that analysis, then, in reviewing Linda's reports, is there confidence that the major contributor of F5 indeed is not Michelle Martinko?
The major is not Michelle Martinko in stain F5. It's a male.
Now, you talked a little bit today about your crime scene experience. In your training, as far as collecting items of evidence and then subsequently examining those items of evidence to determine the source, are you trained to consider the surrounding circumstances of an offense and the evidence that shows what occurred at the offense to also come to conclusions on what the source of DNA is? If that makes sense.
No.
Okay. Late in the day. Well, in a crime such as this, where there's a lot of blood, where, let's say, investigators tell you that there's proof that, where they believe that the crime scene shows that a knife was used for a stabbing, is it a fair conclusion that in your analysis of the crime scene that a DNA source that would be evident in those circumstances would be blood?
The blood that was spilled from the victim's wounds, I would expect to be there.
Or potentially from the suspect?
If the suspect cut himself on the knife.
To your knowledge, was there a profile developed from Exhibit H, the blood from the steering wheel?
In 1997, Mike Peterson attempted DNA analysis on the tape lift of the steering wheel from Exhibit H. He determined that the DNA isolated was insufficient for analysis. And then in 2002, Linda Sauer attempted DNA testing on the DNA extract that Mike Peterson saved from 1997, but her testing was unsuccessful on Exhibit H.
And same with the few spermatozoa microscopically identified. Is your understanding there was never a profile developed from that as well?
That's right.
So without a profile, then it's not possible to make a comparison to any other individuals, known profiles, is it?
Not with the testing I'm doing. I would need a profile from a crime scene to compare to known individuals.
With regard to Exhibit I and some of the questions you were asked about that, you testified you determined that you could not report further comparisons because of errors in statistics. And my question to you is, were those errors determined to be done simply in the statistical compilation but not in the actual development of the profile itself?
Yes, it was transcription error on the mixture statistics worksheet. Linda Sauer's report still stands. The conclusions she made at the time are still valid conclusions. It's just that because of the errors in the statistics sheet, she cannot back up that conclusion. And in our state, we need to have that statistic. We can't just say it matches or was consistent. We have to have that statistics. Otherwise, whatever I say can't be heard.
But you didn't see any concerns in the way that Linda Sauer developed the crime scene profiles, F5, Exhibit I, or any of her other findings, did you?
I didn't watch her do these analyses at the time. I didn't see anything in the case file to show or indicate, that she did anything wrong. I wasn't there when I wasn't observing her when she did the actual testing.
So you have no evidence that there was anything done improperly in developing the profile?
I know Linda. She trained me, and she doesn't seem like the type of person that would, on purpose, try to frame somebody for a crime or work sloppy intentionally. She was very focused and dedicated to her job. And I learned a lot from her.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that as improper testimony about the credibility of a witness, probably the subject of opinion testimony. And move to strike and ask that my objection precede the witness's spontaneous answer on that.
Any response to the objection, Mr. Maybanks?
I would just say that it would be in response to cross-examination and regarding errors in Linda Sawyer's compilation of statistics.
To the extent that this witness, Mr. Schmit, has testified regarding what could be construed as the credibility of Linda Sauer, who was previously before you, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to strike the portion of his answer that comments on her credibility as a witness and ask that you disregard that testimony. You may regard and rely upon testimony that Ms. Sauer gave personally, but it's not appropriate for one witness to comment on the credibility of another witness's testimony.
With that, Your Honor, we have no further questions.
Additional cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Yes, so Mr. Schmit, to be clear, concerning the major contributor to F5, you can't say that it came from blood, you can't say that it came from saliva, you can't say that it came from some other biological material, can you?
That's right. We don't have a test that tells us where the DNA came from. I can only say the DNA profile was developed in the same spot on the dress that also screened positive for blood.
Not only can you not say what biologic substance it came from, you can't say when it got there, can you?
I can't. I didn't do the analysis. I would say it was there at some point before Linda Sauer looked at it, but I can't say exactly when. There's no way for me to know.
Not only can you not say when it got there, you can't say how it got there.
I can't, there's no way for me to know that.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Additional direct examination, Mr. Maybanks.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Schmit. You may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will adjourn for the evening. We will plan to see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Again, bear in mind the importance of the oath that you took when you were seated as the jury in this case. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves with any other individual. Don't let anyone pester you or talk to you about what they've heard or seen about this case. You are the triers of the facts, the judges of the facts in this case, and what that means is it is your obligation to decide the case based on information you have heard in this courtroom exclusively. So have a good evening, try to relax, and we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Hey, all right. So there is still let's see, 2.5 hours left of day 3, and I kind of finally figured out. So I'm not gonna play those now because that will get us to about 7:30, 7:45, and I don't want to have that flow into my shoot the shit with Squeegee and Karen Cole. So I'm going to stop here, and we're going to pick up on day 3, and it's actually going to be the beginning of day 3. Because I finally figured out the order here. So, yes, I get a break, little miss. I'm going to take a little break. But we will pick up on day 3, the first part of day 3. I think I finally figured it out. At least I hope it is. I'm pretty sure, yeah, because we hear from Douglas Larison, and he's the one that got the straw from Jerry Burns. So it will make more sense, I think, to all of us. All right, so but before I go, I'm going to recall, Michael Schmit. He was on for a long time. So January 9th, 2019, he got a swab of Jerry Burns. He said that that swab matched the straw that was collected, and again, we're going to hear that tomorrow. So sorry that it's out of order, but I think tomorrow it'll make a lot more sense. They cut off at 100 billion. They said people just don't understand past 100 billion. It's 3 with 19 zeros. Let's see. The state objected. The state, yes, the state, thank you, Little Miss. The state objected several times during his testimony. But it was denied every time, and then Paulie came in. She didn't step on my keyboard, thank God, but she did come in and she was saying hello to you guys. Then that's where we heard about Ken and Don Burns, who were the brothers of Jerry Burns. They were eliminated from the buccal swabs. It's like Vadire or Vadir. So the buccal swabs. In 2005, they stopped counting after 100 billion. Mike Peterson was his DNA supervisor. He's the one that determined that. And then we're going to hear from Dellinger tomorrow, so I'm really looking forward to him. And then I thought, okay, on cross, Mike was like, he asked him about something about the crime scene. He's like, I was 4 years old, so I wasn't at the crime scenes. We kind of zapped him there. I thought that was pretty good. 40 other people were eliminated, not just the Burns brothers. So I thought that was important too, because the defense was trying to go hard on, well, you're just focusing on, my client. And it's like, no, we eliminated 40 other people. Yeah, Mandy Strong, Denlinger, we should have heard first. So because I was missing a video and I started to play it and it said, let's go back to this guy's testimony. So that was my screw up. Don't worry, we're going to get to him tomorrow. And all of this will, I think, start to make sense. I played them in the wrong order, basically, Mandy, so you can put that on me. But hopefully by the stream, by those 2 videos tomorrow, it'll start to make sense. After we finish day 4, I think it'll make sense, once we get into day 5. So I kind of put the cart before the horse because I didn't realize there was one video that was missing, a very important video. So just bear with me. We'll sort it out tomorrow. Let's see what else. He talked about dry blood. Dry blood could become powder and it could escape. Skin cells could be transferred. You can only examine what is submitted. Oh, so they talked a lot about this F5 evidence. There were two male DNA profiles. One was the hair root and one was the F5 dress stain. And I thought that was really important because the F5 profile mixture, there was a clear major DNA donator in that profile and a weak minor donor. And the major contributor was Jerry Burns and the minor one was Michelle. So whatever they got, whatever they're identifying as F5, that's what they kept hammering home on with, that was Jerry. And then they keep going back with the sperm, with the little swimmers that were found. First, we didn't think that, but then defense was saying it was found, and then state was saying no, it wasn't found, but I guess there was some. There was some found in her underwear. So that's not good. That doesn't make me feel good, but I guess there was some found, but there wasn't enough that they could test it, because clearly if they had enough that they could test it, then they would for sure, be able to pin it on somebody, and in this case, they're pinning it on Mr. Burns. So that's pretty much it. That's pretty much what I got out of today's testimony. I think tomorrow's testimony is really going to help. We're going to hear from Doug Larison. We're going to hear from Matthew Denlinger maybe. And then we're going to hear from him again. Then we're going to hear from a lieutenant. And then we're going to hear from Craig Kruger and Nicole Kaufman. Did we really make it all the way through the day without alerting the people? We did. Believe it or not, Red Pen, we actually did. But I want to read you something because it's still a little early and I don't want to quite go yet. I've got a little bit of energy left in me. I still have 3 hours before we stream with Karen Cole. Let's see. Brat, one of our fantastic mods, found this. And this is, actually, maybe I should read this tomorrow because this talks about Matthew Denlinger. And it talks about how he dedicated himself to solving Michelle's case. All right, I'm going to read this. I think I'm going to read this tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to read this tomorrow. Okay, so tonight is Karen Cole at 8 o'clock. Please join me. She is a UK lawyer. And yeah, so join us tonight, 8 p.m. And then tomorrow at 9, I'm going to be on with Broken Baker. That he invited me on to talk to him. So I'm really excited to talk to him. That's going to be 9 Eastern. And then we'll pick up, I think I have it scheduled for 10:30. We'll pick up days 5 and day 6. So join us tonight, 8 p.m. for Karen Cole. She's really good, really interesting, very knowledgeable UK lawyer. We're going to talk all about UK law and how it compares and contrasts to US law. And then we are going to be on Broken Baker tomorrow, which is Thursday at 9 a.m. And these times are all Eastern. And then right after that, around 10:30, I think it's about an hour he has scheduled for. So 10:30 we'll schedule continue day 4, and then we'll pick up day 5 and day 6. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. Thank you to Erin in the back end, as always. She does so much incredible work. Thank you to our mods, Julie and OnlyFan, Unbalanced Equation, and Brat. Rachel B was in the house for a little bit. She's fantastic. Therapist who just graduated, got her master's. She's fantastic. Thank you guys for being with us. Florida PI Sam, I think she was around for a little while too. She's fantastic. Thank you to all the mods. We got cups of coffee from a lot of you today, so I appreciate that. I think Hellcat, you were one of them. I think I figured out that was you. We also are on Venmo if you want to help us out there. Patreon, become a Patreon and support us there until we get re-monetized, which won't be until March at the very earliest. We have to resubmit our appeal at the end of February, so it won't be March until we hear. But until then, eyeballs are important, subscribes are all important. We're at 5,325 subscribers, so really appreciate that. We had a raid from Broken Baker here. If you guys are still around, thank you so much. Appreciate that. So tonight, join me with Karen Cole. And then tomorrow, join me with Broken Baker at 9. So appreciate you guys. We love you, and we'll see you tonight, hopefully 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern, 3 hours from now. Okay, we'll see you then. Bye.